Well, boys, yesterday I can't believe it, but we killed the Reaper. I legitimately cannot fucking believe that it happened. I thought I would never be able to do it. I fucking did it yesterday. I am chilling. I'm happy. I'm good. I'm ready. Gentlemen, we have a lot of shit to talk about. Obviously, I got on earlier today, just like I promised. I actually did it. Changed shirt. This is a great shirt. Why do I need another shirt, man? It's fine. We got a lot of shit to do today. Like, I'm excited. You missed it? Yeah, I know. I'll pull it up in a minute, and we'll get back to looking at all the stuff. Let me close Firefox real quick, okay? Obviously, there's been a lot of shit going on. I know my song just ended. Basically, what happens is, like, Firefox, this is what happens with, I think, every browser, is, like, it's good for a while, and then it gets bad. I don't really know why that happens or what causes that, but it just always goes this way. So let me go ahead and get everything opened up, and then we're going to start the show. We're going to start looking at everything. We're going to have a little bit of fun, man. Also, gentlemen, by the way, sup, y'all? It's me, it's your boy, AsmonGold, and today, I think we might play some Alt F4, and we might play some WoW. McConnell and I actually have a public service announcement about WoW probably later on today, because there's been some things that have been happening, and these things are, well, let's just say they shouldn't be happening. And that's about it. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and sorry, there's like a bunch of other videos that are like auto playing now. Give me 1 second. Close multiple tabs, close other tabs. Okay. There we go. All right, I think that we should win. WoW drama, it's not really drama, but it's just a situation, if that makes sense, man. And that's basically it. Why is your streams VOD always missing? I don't know. I think that it has to do with DMCA. Like, so if something gets caught by the DMCA filter, it automatically removes it. That's my understanding, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I have no idea. So we're going to get into this in a minute. Losing mount-offs is a problem. That won't be happening for very long. I've been playing a lot of WoW off stream. It's going to be okay. It will take a little bit of time, though. I'll definitely say that. It will definitely take a little bit of time. Well, let's go ahead. Let's start this up, and we'll have a little bit of fun. And as I said, I'm glad that I was able to get on earlier today. It's been very hard for me to do that. Like, I'm not an early morning kind of guy naturally. Actually, that's not true. I'm not a schedule kind of guy. It doesn't really matter what time it is. It just matters if I have to be there at a certain time. I'll miss it. All right, let's go ahead and we'll start this. Megapint? Okay. Yeah, I've got one of those myself. All right, let's go ahead and start this up, okay? Give me 1 second, and we'll get into it. I'm not early morning, kind of sucks. Yeah, I know. It does for me too, but like, it's just...
romantic involvement of any kind. It was just, it was a constant battle and negotiation.
All right, here we go.
So let me take you back. Did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in, did there come a time that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Thank you.
Yes.
She's gonna cry counter.
And let me ask you this: you've talked about penthouse. We've heard a little bit about penthouse appointments and suites. Could you just explain to the jury the different places that Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this?
Penthouse 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
It's a little confusing, I imagine. He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions in this beautiful, like, you know, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood, and they were all on a cul-de-sac, and we called it Sweetser because that was the name of the street. And there 5 houses, I think 5 houses, it could be 4, all, you know, effectively he had the whole street. Then he had about 5 penthouses downtown on the same floor of the Eastern Columbia building, which you've heard about, the ECB. And Sweetser was,
yeah,
you know, Johnny's kingdom. One of those houses was like a whole house was his man cave. It was a studio, and
I like that,
where he made music and hung out.
Yeah,
and we spent some time in there, but that was effectively Johnny's, you know, place.
No girls allowed.
The downtown places, and they were effectively empty save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met.
That's the bald guy.
And
that's
he
the
lived
artist.
there at some point before Johnny and I eventually decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses or are we talking about Sweetser? for where
Isaac lived in the penthouses.
Damn.
The rest of them were pretty much empty. And my best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to, went through a breakup, and he very kindly insisted on moving her into this penthouse. And of course, she said no for the first few times, but he insisted and said they were empty and he would love to have her move down there. And he very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
Yeah,
Okay.
Rocky Pennington. But the problem is it's like 30, 45 minutes from West Hollywood, where my place was, which we call Orange at the time.
Okay. So when did you move in to
Cocaine friend,
the
yeah.
penthouses?
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend, into the penthouse. So she was in one of these empty-ish apartments, and somewhere around that time, I think it took me some time, actually, but after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous, to be honest. But
She's trying to paint him
were
as
in this
manipulative.
relationship that was very serious.
Oh
and
my
we were,
God.
Constantly traveling also is another part of it.
That's a
were in
little bit
LA
of
for
projection, don't
a
you
matter
think?
of days or weeks. I'd go do a job, he'd go do a job.
Ironic?
I'd come
Yeah,
back
it
for
is,
a
isn't
photo
it?
shoot or a red carpet, go on a location, go visit him on a location. And there was an incredible amount of travel and movement. So we weren't really, again, living the day-to-day that you might normally with a partner, you know, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home. We didn't have that. It was
Okay.
very different.
I'm going to take you to September of 2013. What were you filming at that time? London Fields?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I was filming.
She
London
doesn't even
Fields. I
know.
just started.
All right. And did there come a time that you became
I don't know
engaged
any of
to Mr.
these
Depp?
movies she was in.
Well, yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean every time.
Was it
every
harder than
scene
this
that
one?
Involved sexuality or romance was like.
Was that too much?
I'd look at that on the page and it felt like I'd feel my gut tighten because I knew it was going to be an issue. But Johnny dropped me off. I gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing in my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything. I shared my script with his team, and the fighting eventually kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job. And Johnny had to go to London, I think, for some pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part in. I think it was called. I think this was Into the Woods. Is my best guess.
Okay.
So he dropped me off in London, and when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days at this hotel that we
Lawyer's got a sick ass
first,
tie. I don't like it.
consummated our
like it.
relationship in. It was when we were on the London press tour, and our relationship developed. That was the same hotel, and we were in this same room, which is Johnny liked to be in the same
Ukraine
room.
colors? Yeah, I saw that.
And it was really sweet. He got down on one knee and said, "I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl. I want you to be the rest of my life. Say yes to me." He said he wanted to spend
That was a mistake, man.
every day.
Yeah, I fucked up.
He promised me that every day when I woke up, that I would wake up and he would make me smile at least once, and that would be his goal.
That's nice.
And I looked into his eyes and I saw my future. Hope, like blind hope. So in love. It was one of the most can't describe that kind of joy, you know. I thought, you know, if we were married, then this is real. This is real. This isn't a thing of,
Yeah.
this isn't chaotic and this will change. You know, I had so much hope in that moment.
Yeah.
And I just
Yep.
said to him over and over again, are you serious? Are you real? Are you serious? Are you sure? Because he didn't have a ring. So I thought,
Wow.
is this an impulse thing? You know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive. And he said over and over again, be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife. I, of course, cried, and we had a wonderful evening. And he left shortly after, and I was like, the next day I had to go to work, and I couldn't tell anyone, and I wasn't sure. Part of me was worried that he didn't mean it, or you know, or that he wasn't sure. You know, I just didn't want it to be an impulse thing.
Sounds
So I
like a
didn't
little bit more
want to
projection.
mention it. I didn't want to bring it up. I didn't want to.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt, I walked around for a few days like I had butterflies under my skin. And then he brought my dad out to London with my best friends. And my dad told me, you know, Johnny has asked me permission for your hand in marriage. And I felt like the luckiest woman in the world.
So while you were filming London Fields and Johnny had gone back to L.A., what, if any, issues did you have with him on fraternizing with the cast? And I'm going to ask.
The hell
Michelle,
does
can
that
you
mean?
Pull up Defendant's Exhibit 188, please.
What the hell does fraternizing mean? Is that talking or something else?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm going to, let's pull up 188A. I've redacted everything but what Mr. Depp says.
Uh-oh.
All right, let me
On
just take a look
188A.
at 188A.
That's submission against interest.
I feel like fraternizing is a pretty broad word. I don't really know what it means in all circumstances.
you
Imagine
have that
Amber
in your
wins. That'd be a mask off moment, wouldn't it? Where's the tears? I mean, I don't really put a lot of faith. I don't put a lot of stock into that. I mean, she could have got Botox and she can't cry after that in some cases. So I don't put a lot of stock into like, oh, she didn't cry.
While they're working on that, can
I
you
mean,
tell
really?
us what transpired
You never think of that,
between
did
you
you?
and Mr. Depp when you wanted to do something with a cast member?
Be honest.
So, as I said, he came to London for his own work and also he dropped me off in London where I
She
had to
always
be
have
for
an
a few
excuse
months
for
to
it.
film this
There's no
movie.
reason to focus on it.
And he asked
The
me to
facts
marry
are
him.
more than enough.
He brought my best friends and my dad out. They left. And shortly after they left, my co-star, one of my co-stars, invited me to go to a concert with him and some of the cast to kind of break the ice, and I'd be working with them for the next few months. And I had already, I already knew I couldn't be photographed, even if it was platonic. I couldn't be photographed with men or women that other people could possibly spin as romantic. I had learned that, but in January, the hard way.
That sounds like paparazzi
So
shit.
I asked him permission
That doesn't have anything to do with him.
if I could go to this concert
That's just paparazzi
with
shit.
the cast. And I said, Johnny, that he's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay.
Oh,
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm not sure I understand.
If you
true.
want to approach, that's
Yes.
Uh-oh. All right. Time out. Hold up. Wait a minute. So it's like, yeah, she getting sustained. That's right. No, it's just that, look, I mean, I think that she's trying to make Johnny Depp, it's like, oh, he's got all these houses, all these penthouses. And I think she's trying to paint this image of Johnny who is trying to isolate her from her friends and family. And Johnny is doing this through being overly gracious to all of her family members and all of her friends. Do you see kind of what I'm saying, right? This is clearly what's happening. And I think that you could make a strong argument. There are a lot of cases where things like this happen. But in cases where things like this happen, there are also not other subsequent cases where he's doing it for people that are not a romantic interest, like he did for Isaac, for example, or a number of other people that they've mentioned in the story. You see what I'm saying? So this is clearly not something that is circumstantial around Amber Heard, because it's something he's done to other people that had no relation to him. You see what I'm saying? You see what's going on here? That's obviously not true. But she's trying, that's the web she's trying to weave. Okay? Like, that's what it is. Part of her testimony was taken from a movie. I don't place a lot of stock in that. A lot of people use movie quotes for stupid reasons. It does make her seem less authentic, though. Yeah, that's true.
That if I
There we go.
accepted the invitation and went out to a concert, that the engagement would be off, that the relationship would be off,
Yeah.
and that I was foolish, naive, for thinking that
You could win this case.
people could invite me to a concert in a platonic way. I tried to say that it was fine.
Objection,
that it was-
hearsay.
True.
She's testifying about what Mr. Depp said. I don't understand.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
Please continue.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, he said I was foolish and naive, that no one could invite me to. How could I be so dumb to think that somebody could just invite me to a concert? Why would they want to hang out with me? Obviously, it was because they wanted more from me, and that
Most
I
people think
probably
that.
wanted more too.
Most people act like that.
I was basically
Yeah.
asking for it. You're going to go backstage. What are you
Oh,
going to say
James
to the
Franco just
band?
wants to
And
be
then I know how
friends.
this plays out, and who's the other girl going to be there, and how could
He
you be
just
so
wants to be
stupid? How could
friends.
you be so foolish? You're more naive. You should be smarter than this. And I apologized. I stayed. I mean, that whole evening, I think for a few hours, I spent on the phone with him, texting, calling, or talking, hanging up. He'd hang up on me, be upset, and then send me cryptic messages about my foolishness. And I'm already doing a movie where I play this, character. When where I was empowered, like I read the script and I thought this character was empowered sexually, and by the time I got Johnny's feedback on it, I had been convinced that actually I was just being used. That I was just being used. It was clear that was all I had to offer.
It
and
sounds
I
like
was
a
too foolish
conversation
to see
about
it.
OnlyFans.
And I had
Amber,
this.
I'm just going to stop you right there because I'd like you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 188A.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in front of you? Do you recognize this portion
That's
of the
the same
text chain-
conversation people have
chain
about
between
that.
you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is on September 9, 2013?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and
Here we go.
are these statements Mr. Depp made to you during that evening that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 188A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 188.
All right, let's see some fucking
redacted.
evidence.
Do I have that redaction, or is that something you need
I'm
to
so
give
like
me?
to finally.
We're going to need to give
This
you
is
a
going to
hard
be a
copy.
picture of
Right.
Johnny punching
Thank you,
her.
Your Honor.
This is going to be it, guys.
And if I
This is the bombshell we've been waiting for.
can draw your attention to it,
All right, let's see it.
he first
Surely
says,
this
I
has
don't
gotta
want to make
be
it an
it."
issue, baby, but I literally have been on the ground just 14 fucking hours from leaving your side. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, you know what I want, who I am, and where I want to go with us. You know very well what type of fucking man I am, and yet you lay a gauntlet before me that you know is the very species of danger that will always attract me into a very tempting test. What's behind that door? Almost impossible to
Not take.
not take you on. You want me to roll the dice This sounds more like an aggravated ultimatum than soft words that could help us make both feel better. Don't test me, please. Did he tell you that?
Yes, he
And
did.
what did you understand that to mean?
So,
It was clear. It was a threat that if I wanted to be,
Objection, speculation.
exactly.
I think she can say what she understood it to mean.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
That's true. Good
Let's
judge.
move on
That's
then
right.
to
It's
the
obvious.
filming of Mordecai with Mr. Bettany.
Remove
in
all
October,
context and
November
then create your own
2013. Where did that take
She
place?
should post on LSF.
in London.
Pizza party, thanks for
And
10 subs.
what, if any, involvement did you have? Were you there for any part of that filming?
For part of it, I happened
What are her
to be
replies?
in London already for the film I was just telling you about. And Johnny came to
about
London shortly
worry
after to
about that.
film his own movies. He did the smaller, I think it was a smaller role in Into the Woods, and then he was filming Mordecai after that. So after I finished my movie, I moved in with him into his house in London, a rented house in London.
Okay. And describe your experiences during that time period with Mr. Depp.
It was really touch and go. He was filming with Paul Bettany, and there were days when he wouldn't come home, or they couldn't get him up out of on set. He'd be asleep in his trailer, sleeping whatever he'd done the night before off. I remember he missed a few days of work that way. It struck me because in my experience in our job, you don't miss work. It doesn't matter how sick you are. You go. It's millions of dollars every single day they're filming,
What is this?
and I had not experienced
Is this on my
someone
end? Or
who
them?
could effectively just control the set like that. To that extent. And one day he
It's them?
didn't
Okay.
come home, and I was worried sick.
I'll refresh
I
in
found
30
out
seconds.
that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. Move forward.
All right,
When
I'll
he
hit
came
the
home,
refresh
they
right
had to
here.
carry him home.
Give me a second.
Hearsay.
Did you see them
I
carry
watched
him?
it.
All right. Hopefully they'll fix it soon.
Go ahead.
Okay, please continue.
I watched. Actually, I was shocked that he could do it. One of the security guards carried Johnny like a baby
Okay.
into the house, and I looked at that.
All right,
and,
that's nice.
I mean, his boots were hanging over
Yeah,
the
it's a nice
security
guy.
guard's arm, who had to negotiate getting through the doorway, carrying Johnny like this. And I watched this, his assistants and the other security guards shaking their head, just shaking their head, acknowledging this is how bad it is. And I remember thinking, this has got to be it. Like, this has got to
Okay, yeah, it's
change.
frozen.
This is it.
They'll fix it.
And he was
There we go.
understandably very, very sick for at least 2 days, is my recollection. And in that 2
Okay.
days, I had a lot of conversations with this team. I won't say what they were,
I've seen this.
but I felt at that juncture very encouraged that everybody and myself were on the same page. And I felt encouraged that we were in a new chapter, that Johnny had finally hit rock bottom, and finally he felt like changing for good.
Surely.
And I felt buoyed,
Surely this will be it.
supported by these conversations I was having with people that he was close to, that he trusted.
November 2013, did you have any contact with Lily Rose that led to any discussions with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, if any, communications did you have with Lily Rose in November 2013?
Objection, calls for hearsay, leading.
Isn't that his daughter?
I'm asking what her connection was. I didn't ask what she
I'm
said.
gonna sustain
What,
the
if
objection
any?
you want.
Okay. November 2013, what, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose without saying anything she said?
Oh my God.
Objection, hearsay.
It's interaction, Your Honor. I'm not asking for what she said.
If you can lay a foundation out.
Okay. Did there come a time in November 2013 that you saw Lily Rose?
Yes, they came to stay with us for some time in the winter. Yeah, around November, I believe,
okay.
2013.
When you said they, who are you referring to?
Johnny's kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
Looking at the
And was there
at
a
the
particular
jury
incident
to
that
say
led
the
to,
kids for emotional manipulation.
Disagreement with
Isn't
Mr.
that
Depp?
convenient?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
That, what, if any?
If we approach from
He's like, oh my god. I feel like the main thing that I'm curious about more than like any of this other stuff, I'm curious what Johnny's doing. Because like you can't see it because the fucking camera, the monitor's in the way. But like what is he doing the whole time? Is he drawing? I mean, that's what it's gotta be. He's drawing dicks.
Did you have an argument with Mr. Depp relating to Lily Rose in November 2013?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
Well, I was,
There are pictures on Twitter.
you know, these kids were, I found them to be these beautiful,
Looking at the audience again,
wildly
talking to the
intelligent
kids.
little weirdos in the best way. You know, they were, I was falling in love with them. And,
That's nice.
you know, they were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but I loved it, and I started to feel very protective, and you know, Johnny's sobriety meant that he was there and then he wasn't, and the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't. And Lily Rose,
But don't
at some
conflate the
point,
two. It's his
had
job.
a crush on a you know.
Objection hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'll overrule for them.
Thank you. Please continue.
This argument
What the
happened
fuck?
because Johnny was. I didn't agree that this gentleman, it was a famous musician over the age of 18, spent the night at the house, and I felt protective over Lily Rose and concerned. And naturally, they were not my children. It's not my place.
I heard that, yeah.
And I understand that. I know it's a
Uh-oh.
sensitive subject, so I understand why Johnny got so upset with me. But that and the introduction of the weed with his daughter, she was so young, I just felt protective. Again, it's not my place. I understand that. And I made him really angry by weighing in on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Did there come a time that there was a family engagement gathering?
Well,
I don't
we,
even know what happened. Like, what even happened?
Celebrated Thanksgiving out in.
I think she's
in
making
London.
it-
The kids were there.
She's making it like when
There
you
was
don't know
a-
what happened, so people can
a
assume
stint
that he
of
was giving her
sobriety,
weed. But that's probably not what
following
happened.
How sick he got on set with Paul Bettany after
Yeah.
one of his drug binges.
That's what I think it is.
And he kind of just came alive again. You know, he even like played a prank on me about having like relapsed when he hadn't relapsed. You know, it was. I started to kind of feel that with the kids being around. I did think
Things were
that
good. Yeah.
maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety, that this was it. And our life was peaceful for a minute. You know, it went back to being wonderful. There were these moments that just felt so wonderful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right. I'll just sustain the objection.
Okay. Take us to
She was
the
telling a
engagement.
story.
There was this engagement party, correct?
Then, yes, come Christmas.
It's a
of
6X? Yeah, I know.
2013, Johnny had
been a whole lot.
rented this beautiful mansion in Malibu on the beach. it was gorgeous. And he brought my family out, and his family was out, obviously in LA. Wow. And we stayed in this rented mansion, and we're all together for the holidays. And one evening, we were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, but at home being cared for. And one evening we're going to have dinner, Christmas dinner there with her around the time of her birthday as well. And my best friend said, "You should."
Objection,
really...
hearsay.
Sorry.
It wasn't an effort to prove the truth of the matter, but go ahead. Go past that. What did you do?
We went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and Johnny proposed in front of our families in this big, surprise. He surprised me.
Damn.
Got down on one knee and I cried and hugged my mother and hugged his mother, and
it seems
he
nice.
gave me this enormous diamond ring, and
yes, it's pretty nice for him to say that.
It was a nice time.
Okay. I'm going to take you into January, February 2014. You employed a woman named Kate James, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, relationship did you have with Kate James?
She was my assistant at the time. I hired her sometime in 2012 and had as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So.
And why is that?
She was difficult, troubled, and inconsistent. She drank on the job and stuff like that, and her behavior was
Objection, relevance.
horrible.
She's already testified. Kate James has testified, and I think the bias, we can...
All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Please describe for the jury what job responsibilities Kate
Haven't half
had
these
and
stories
how you
been about them being on
communicated
drugs?
with her and kind of
But she's the
how
problem.
That worked.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We had minimal person-to-person interaction because I was hardly ever in LA. If I was there for a few days at a time. And Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, texts, and a lot of voice memos, voice notes. And, if I found that if I said, Kate, you left the car running with your doors open and your kids in the car on the street. You need to
Objection,
move it.
hearsay.
She's not testifying. She's testifying about context.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right.
Get it out of here.
Take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 209.
Man, it's just... I just don't imagine that's actually what happened. You know what
Your
I
Honor,
mean?
I'm going to object on
Just
hearsay
sounds like
grounds.
bullshit to me. Yeah, it's dramatic. Can you destroy it? I mean,
It's
she can't
still
even
hearsay.
talk enough to get destroyed.
May we
Ms. Hurd,
approach?
did you, may I lay the foundation first? Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's 209. Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business with her as an employee?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Business record exception gets the business record, but it's the hearsay. If there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, the business records exception, I mean, I don't agree. I think that's the point that hearsay can...
Was she bringing out the textbook? What is this? Oh my God. What is this? Yeah, did somebody just tell a joke to Rich Campbell? What the fuck? Like, I don't understand. Like, why is this even a thing? Like, I'm curious. I want to see more of these text messages. That's what I really want to know. Is like, all this other stuff is like, yeah, this is what happened. Where are the fucking messages? Show me the receipts. And so I can get a picture of what's actually going on. Let's see the pictures. Let's see the receipts. Let's figure out. Because, like, I don't believe her. I'm like, oh, wow, I was on drugs, and this is my perfect recollection of what happened. Ah, okay. Yeah, let me write that down. Like, what the fuck do you think that we're going to do here? What do you think that we're going to believe here? No shot. Like, I think, like, really, like, one thing, it seems like Johnny Depp didn't really have to act a lot for Captain Jack Sparrow. That was pretty much just like, you just go on the set and you've got to wear this eyeliner and that's about it, you know? Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, he's been method acting for this character for years. You know, like, I mean, that's what it was. Not true. Yeah, exactly. He's getting into character. And this is like also assuming any of this stuff actually happened, you know? Which is a big assumption. Okay.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James about your issues with Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, Ms. James has testified.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we can take that down, Michelle.
Put that evidence in the garbage. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Like, nope.
In the February, I'm going to jump to February,
Damn.
March 2016.
That would have been
What,
a
if
big
any,
one for them, too.
communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Well, after the engagement, but before the engagement party, I started to feel like it would make,
He listened to the Kanye West song.
you know, I know that he earned significantly more than me. He's a successful actor.
Yeah, he listened to
I wanted
it.
to eliminate any doubt in his mind and in other people's minds. So I brought it up to him and brought it up to my therapist.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's not saying what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp,
Contextual,
okay?
it doesn't matter what she said. He's saying that she said it
Johnny
is what she
said
said.
he would tear it up. He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one, got my hands on it,
That's what
I'd
I
tear
said.
it up.
Remember, that's what I
Only
said,
way out
too.
of this is death. Only way out of this is death. And
Damn.
I thought it would, like, I didn't care either way, but I did feel that it would eliminate suspicion or doubt, and it would make things easier. And
Yeah.
I told him over and over again, you know, are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this. And one time he said to me, he's like, kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning to get out of this, kid? You already planning on leaving? It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation. He accused me of having 1 foot out. And they kind of were happening around the same time.
Was that
I
before
still
or after
had my
James
apartment,
Franco?
And we're engaged now.
Yeah.
He was asking me to redecorate
Good call,
his main
by the way,
house,
isn't it?
and kind of move into the ECB building downtown where my best friend was living at this time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser. And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and how we were going to move forward together. And I would have forgotten about the extent that we had those conversations early on in the engagement if it hadn't have been for my therapist's notes.
I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for your what?
If it hadn't been for my therapist's notes,
Oh.
which were
Okay.
taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with
Objection,
Johnny.
hearsay.
Okay.
I'll sustain the
We'll move
objection.
on. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Let's take it to March
Uh-oh.
2014. Did there come a time there was an engagement party?
Yes, so, it was March 2014.
Please describe for the jury.
We had an engagement party, and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, something intimate. But, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, we wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big
That's
event
nice.
of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it, and I even invited my therapist. It was, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
Well, we walk in together, and we took some pictures and said a few hellos, and then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for
He's
events.
gone.
And he had disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of came down at the end when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection. Speculation. Lack of foundation.
That's what I've done this in parties before too. Yeah.
I was there. I watched it.
Please continue.
Yeah, like
My dad at the time was was addicted to the same thing Johnny was. And so my dad had, either my dad ran out or Johnny ran out. I can't recall which of the two ran out, but
Yeah.
there was they needed more, of course, and had to leave the party. My dad actually left with Johnny's security to go get more drugs from
Objection
West
calls for
Hollywood.
speculation.
How do you know
what
that?
even was it?
They told me.
Hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
And they left to go whatever, and then they came back with drugs, and everything was okay in terms of the withdrawal symptom of the, I don't know what you call it at that point, but he still stayed upstairs. And
Are
when
you referring to Mr. Depp?
yes, I am.
Okay, please
So
continue.
shortly after that, I tried to get Johnny to come downstairs, and he just snapped at me, just verbally told me to shut the fuck up. And I remember talking to my mom about the irony of it.
Okay.
We were at an engagement party, but that was pretty much it for the engagement party. And I went downstairs and entertained guests and smiled and took pictures and put on a face and went about my evening.
All right. I'm going to take you to May 2014, the Met Gala.
Okay.
Could you please tell the jury what a Met Gala is and what's involved in that?
That's like the Hunger
Objection
Games
compound.
for like the rich people, right?
Overruled.
Met Gala is a big event, annual event, celebrity event.
Yes.
In New York.
Yes.
It's
There
a
it
fashion
is.
event, but it's just a major red carpet event.
Hunger Games.
And so you have to be invited, and it's kind of a thing.
It's a meth gala.
We were invited that year, and I had already gone for the previous year or two, and this year we were going to go together. And at some point in the
I would never
evening,
wanna go
we're
to one
sitting
of those.
across the table.
Fuck that.
And Johnny starts asking me about this woman. He thought I was
Same,
looking at this
yeah.
woman in a sexual way, and I kind of turned it around on him and said that exact same
Objection. Hearsay.
All right.
It's context, Your Honor. This is
I'll
context.
sustain the objection.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
say
Shut
what
up,
Mr. Depp
Amber.
said then. I guess you
Yeah,
can't tell
shut
us
up.
what you said to him.
Okay.
What's that? Like, I lost count. Is that 11?
He was accusing me of flirting, and that's how the argument started. I don't recall what other accusations I was fielding at that moment, but typically in my experience with him, it wasn't just one. So you'd make a point, and then he would go on to a different accusation. But I remember that what started it is this accusation that I had been flirting at this event. We get back to the hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of grabs me by the collarbone area, like not really my neck, but top of my neck.
That's bad.
Top of my, above my collarbone, below my neck. I think at that point, when we were still in the living room, I shoved him back. But I don't really recall too many specifics. I remember he threw a bottle at me. It missed me, but it broke the chandelier. And at some point, I remember maybe this was the shove that I was talking about, but at some point, Johnny and I are in a struggle in the living room, and he kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up, and I'm trying to get him off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point, he just whacks me in the face. And
damn.
I had not, at the time,
Wow.
I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose? At the time, I was unsure what that feeling was, but I suspected I had a broken nose. And other than that, I was relatively unscathed.
Damn.
But I remember my nose being swollen, discolored, red.
What?
And
Let me see.
I took a picture of my face
Okay.
at some point and made a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared
Where
to how
is it?
the red
Objection,
carpet.
hearsay.
It wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Where
I'll
is it?
sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. Just don't say what what you told a friend, okay? Okay. Let's take you to
What? Whoa. What about the? What
the
about the?
Adderall Diaries.
But what about
When
the
did
picture?
you start filming the Adderall
What about the picture?
Diaries?
What?
Believe
But you just said you had a picture.
May.
Where'd the picture go?
I filmed
Where'd
another
you put the picture?
movie in New York.
What?
March, April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with
Hold.
James Franco, the one I had previously filmed with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other.
Okay.
And saw Johnny in these, in between, like if I got a long weekend or,
Yeah.
I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from where? Where were you filming those?
In New York.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
And where was Mr. Depp at that time?
Johnny was in LA at the time and then eventually went on location for his movie, Black Mass, in Boston.
So you were in
Okay.
New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point in May?
Eventually, by May 2014. That's it.
All right. And what, if any,
is the
discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time
Oh,
frame
here we
of
go.
May 2014?
It's a nightmare.
She's already mad. Okay, what did I say last time?
I wanted to do this independent film. I liked the story. I liked the character. I, told him I'm not going to wear makeup in the thing. but-
Objection, hearsay.
Uh-huh.
Apparently,
Ms. Beer, if you could approach, please.
God damn. How much longer till we hit the enrage timer? I think probably about 5 minutes after Johnny's lawyers start questioning her. Somewhere around there, like probably about 5 to 6 minutes after that. Maybe before, actually. Maybe like 3.5. Yeah, somewhere around there. It's like the James Franco thing. Yeah, it's just... Like, can you imagine if they somehow get Elon Musk and James Franco to come in here and testify? That would be, like, honestly, man... I feel like, imagine how fucking ridiculous that would be, man. Oh, at the cross, yeah. Like, I'm waiting for Elon Musk to just randomly tweet out, bro, I didn't sleep with her. She's crazy. And then, like, everybody, like, just tweet that shit out randomly out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, because you can imagine him doing that. Like, it would be so obvious. Yeah, it's great. Elon would do it? Yeah, I bet that's the thing. It's like, you know he would do it. It's the peak of entertainment. Yeah, I know. Elon won't testify? I mean, that's probably a good thing. Like, I wouldn't want to be fucking involved in this bullshit. Fuck this. I mean, if I was them, like, it'd be good content,
So
but I wouldn't want to do
Tell
this.
the jury
Fuck
what
this.
Mr. Depp said.
He was mad at me for taking the job with James Franco. He hated James Franco, and was
Elon, please
already
don't stick your dick in
accusing
crazy.
me of kind of secretly having a
Imagine
thing
that.
with him in my past since we had done Pineapple Express together.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to the Boston plane incident. We've heard about that earlier, May 24.
Let's hear
Can
about
you please describe for the jury what took place on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken to Johnny, you know, he's in Boston, I'm in New York, and I spoke to him. He had already been upset with me and accused me in like many arguments about not telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene, any sort of romantic scene, and I wasn't explicit about what I was going to do, then I was accused of having withheld information and hiding it from him. So I didn't want the fight, of course. I didn't want the argument, but I had to kind of eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that.
Yeah.
And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
We need to stay with what Mr. Depp said, okay?
Okay, so he was upset with me, but he didn't sound coherent so much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this when I'm filming, when I have this scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working? Obviously, I couldn't tell him any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant, but he kept saying, how could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this?
Yeah.
And it was like I had told him I was having an affair or something, you know, he was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to reality as these like arguments would happen on the phone. This is in one day.
There's no text messages. Okay.
He hangs up on me in the conversation.
All right, next.
Screaming at me.
That's crazy. Wow.
I talked to his assistants. I won't say what they said, but I had conversations and felt encouraged that I could continue on with the plan, which was for me to get on the plane, go to Boston, pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday.
Uh-huh.
I was nervous because the conversation I had had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation, but I figured I assumed he had passed out and that he would have been kind of sobered up.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a
day.
fuck anymore. Yeah, I
Assuming
get that.
The work would mean that he felt pressured to kind of pull it together. And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it. We're moving on. He's sobered up. There had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full detox, a full recovery, a doctor, a whole plan.
Yeah.
You know, there were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe we're here.
We've heard
and
this
I get on
before.
the plane, it touches down, and
Surely
the
this is
SUV
it.
pulls up, and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him. So I kind of started to anticipate that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time waiting for him, and he finally opens the door, and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's moving, how he's walking. I didn't realize at the time I had already become really sensitive.
Was he
to
playing
these little
Captain Jack
changes,
Sparrow?
because my life changed depending on what he was on.
Yeah.
And he gets on the plane, and I just knew in every cell of my body something was wrong. And
Okay.
he comes straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on, and he takes them off in this kind of aggressive manner and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot.
Yeah.
We kind of have our places on his plane, you know, where you get used to sitting. And I remember I got up and moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual.
Yeah.
He didn't. He sat across from me.
So he sat
At
in a
some
different
point,
chair.
I don't really remember
Okay.
the exact sequence of it. We take off, and at some point he's asking me what's wrong with me. What do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day yesterday? And then it gets, I already know that he's drunk. I already know he's using, he reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, his breath smelled so bad, and I could, I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation here. There was no me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any.
Oh my God.
You know, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by explaining or
Objection, non-responsive.
Telling the story. Your Honor,
I'll sustain an objection as part.
Wrap it up, Domi.
So he is asking me questions, and I know to not engage. I was polite. I made sure to answer minimal amount of, the minimal amount that I could.
Yeah.
I moved slowly. I
Yeah.
was trying to be polite, but not
that's
engage.
nice.
Because there was no win, and he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually he went from, do you have something to tell me, to, you want to tell me how much you liked it? Tell me, did he slip a tongue? It got worse and worse, just more. It went from asking me about how my kissing scene went or how the sex scene went to asking me what James Franco had done in the scene, to being really explicit about
Go ahead.
my body. He was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body, about how I liked it, how I responded, and then he started just straight up taunting me. I know you liked it. He called me a go-getter. He called me a slut in front, and also this is happening with security and
What?
his assistants on the plane, and I remember I felt
Wow. All these people heard it.
I don't.
Where
I
are
don't-
they?
I struggle to be able to tell you how embarrassed I was because he was speaking to me in front of people in this way, asking me if I liked it and if I was wet and why I wasn't looking at him, and that was proof I wasn't looking at him. That was proof that I was asking for it. Did I ask James to do this and this to me? And how about if he does those things to me? Insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he accused me of wanting or deserving. And I, at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember getting up so slowly. I didn't want to aggravate him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch and get worse. I just remember very slow movements, and I slowly get up
Yeah.
and move to the front of the plane, and he starts throwing things at me. Ice cubes, utensils,
Did he hit you?
He's calling me a go-getter and then an embarrassment, talking about what an embarrassment I am. I don't know how many times I moved seats. I wish I did. I don't. I remember moving more than once.
Embarrassment
And
bothers
Johnny
her more
came
than all the other
to
ones
me
because she's a
each time,
narcissist.
not the other way around. He sits down in front
This
of me
is
at
the
one
same thing that
point,
made her cry
and
whenever she brought up the
because
story
I'm not
with the
answering
yacht.
him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face.
Remember that?
And his friend is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed. That he would do that to me in front of people. It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody.
Let's hear it.
I got up
Where are
to
they?
move again, and he's just taunting me, having a laugh, screaming.
Where are they?
And then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those
Everybody was
things,
there.
and I
Everybody
get up
saw this.
slowly again, and I
But
just
nobody's here.
resolved to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair into my hip, or kind of just hits me.
Yeah?
And I look at him, and he asks me, What are you going to do about it? I just stared at him. I just stared
Yeah.
at him and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was it felt like there was a blackness in his eyes. I wanted to look at him. I wanted him to see me. It didn't even feel like him. And as I'm walking away, slowly, trying not to be, I was being very deliberate about my movements, wasn't saying anything, I wasn't engaging. I am walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. And I just look at him one more time, wanting to penetrate the monster to see the man that I love underneath that. The man I loved. And he tells me to hurry up again. And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk away from him. My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back. I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the
Damn.
floor of the plane felt like a long time.
So he kicked you on the floor.
I thought to myself,
Where's
I don't know what
anybody
to
else
do.
that said this happened?
I can't believe did he just kick me? No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people. And more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down. And I
Embarrassed
just
again?
Looked
Yep.
out of the window. And Jerry Judge Security and my friend
Yeah, right, dude. Yeah,
both
yeah.
kind of under their breath asked me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, hearsay.
I spent the rest of the time looking out of the
Sustain
window.
the objection.
And
Yeah.
Did there come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this plane?
Thank God. Okay, here we go. She wouldn't ask the question if the answer wasn't yes.
I want to sit here and say that I was telling myself I needed to leave him,
Yeah.
but as he got worse, he
Yeah.
demanded the oxygen tank from the flight attendant. Excuse me. And he continued to drink, and then eventually started howling like an animal and passed out in the bathroom. with the door locked.
Like, do you really do that?
And was howling, and I at some point pushed record on my phone because there was that 5% part of me.
Yeah.
Objection, non-responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording him and why. I mean, I'll just, I mean, I can ask her,
Okay.
will that solve it?
All right.
Why did you tape record him?
Because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
She can say why she did it and what she done.
Okay, yeah.
that
Let's
last
get to the
part called
video.
restriction.
Don't say I knew.
Where's the video?
Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that inebriated,
Yeah.
he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah.
All right,
True.
let's go to defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it.
Okay.
Your Honor,
And
may
we
we
can-
approach, please?
Here we go. All right, let's see the. All right, finally, we're going to get. Oh my God. Finally, we're going to get an actual video. Gentlemen, are you ready for the actual content? I am amazed. Okay. I love how he's just laughing and smiling about it. Like, that's the funniest fucking thing to me about this whole thing. Is like, he's just like, they're chilling. Like, nobody on that side is even stressed out at all. They're just, whatever. It's going to be. It is what it is, right? Is it cold in Texas? It's cold in my room. And that's a good thing. I like whenever it's cold. You get your hoodie on. You feel cozy. We're going to see it for the first time. All right, boys, let's go. Nice sweater. Thank you. I appreciate it. He howled and he was drunk. It must be assault. Well, here's what we're going to see, right? Is we're going to see probably, I could expect to see maybe him acting like an animal on the plane. I could see that. And that's obviously bad, right? That's why, I think drugs and getting drunk and shit like that's not a good thing. That's why I don't do it, right? Because you never know what's going to happen. But at the same time, that doesn't mean he hit you. Those are two very different things. Oh, well, he's drunk howling around. Yeah? Well, where's the bruise? Or she said she fell to the ground. That would probably bruise your hands, your knees, your elbows. He kicked you in the back and she fell down again. Like she just fallen down like twice or something like that. Like, where is it? Broke her nose.
So
Where's
we're
her?
going to start with 221, and we're going to call it A, and that'll be 0 through 1 minute.
All right, here we go. Let's see it. Certain states consider verbal abuse bad. Well, it is bad. Like, verbal abuse is obviously not good, but I would say that it depends on what you're saying and what the context is behind it. It's audio only. Yeah, okay, so it's audio only, so we don't really know. So there's no videos, so you don't really know what's happening. Oh, so you have to go basically by the dialogue. Where's the witnesses? Yeah, there's apparently flight attendants, friends, people here, and none of them are here to testify about the story. I don't understand this. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's just verbal abuse versus physical abuse? Yeah.
The first one with 0 to 1 minute. And can we turn up the volume just...
Okay, here we go.
There's part of it that the noise of the airplane is a little bit loud, but to be able to pick up the noise. Keep an eye on it.
That's howling? Being on an airplane like that? Whenever you hear howling, thinking of like a werewolf. Any person I've ever heard that acts like that couldn't kick somebody.
And then the second one is from 250 to 320, 30
Like,
seconds.
yeah, he couldn't kick somebody. Like, you are wasted, man. Oh, here we go. Wow. He did that to you, Amber? I can't believe this. Wow. Don't we have 3? Isn't there 3?
221 is in evidence. All of 221 is already in evidence.
So may I play the third one then, and then we
Yes.
can take the break?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
let's
That would
go.
be at
You can play
9.
all of it if you'd like.
Like the howling, I'm like,
I think they'll torture the jury if they do that, Your Honor. 9:30
That's
to,
what I was
to
thinking.
10, just 30 seconds more.
okay, here we go.
Must have this fucking idiot when she gets sick.
I don't hear what the fuck he's saying. Yeah, I can't hear shit.
All right. And you can be changing gears.
Well, I
after that,
rest
or do
my
you have more
case.
questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay.
for a break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
Wow. What an event. What a situation. What was that? So basically, that was Johnny brutally abusing Amber Heard. I know it might not have sounded like that, but if you listen very closely, you can hear him kicking her and punching her. But you have to listen to it with the sound off and hear it in your own head in order to fully be able to be on the same
Again, ma'am,
level
since you're
as
still
she
testifying,
is.
Don't discuss your testimony with anybody at this point, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so let's just come back at, let's make it 11:42. All right? 11:42.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I feel like this is bullshit. I do. I feel like this is bullshit. Now, do you want to know why I feel like this is bullshit? I had a friend of mine, his name's Jason. There was one time Jason would get drunk like this all the time. And there was one time there was like a water bottle that he had filled up with a bunch of different kinds of liquor. It was like a big water bottle, and it was like just a little bit would get you fucking just like smashed. Like, I mean, I'm telling, like, this guy, like, it was like the hardest liquor he could possibly fucking find. And we were at a party at a drug dealer's house, right? And we had an idea that, like, we wanted to bet Jason that he couldn't drink the whole thing. And we had, like, just turned, like, I think 19 or 18 at the time, right? And so Jason takes the entire fucking water bottle full of alcohol. Fucking, yeah, hearsay, it is. It was unironically a mega pint. Fucking chugs the entire thing. The entire fucking thing. So guess what? Jason couldn't drive home. So I had to drive Jason home. And we are driving back. We're at the stoplight, and we have a cop pull up right next to us, right? And this is before I had really decided to stop drinking or not drink. So I had a few beers as well with them, and we were going home, and I was worried. I was fucking afraid because I was fine, but if you have any in you, if you're under 21, you would be fucked. And so anyway, I tell Jason, I say, Jason, please, please, please don't do anything to get you in trouble. To get us in trouble. Jason looks over at the cops. he looks at the cop. He's right there because he's in the passenger seat, and he goes like this. Ah! And he starts punching the fucking roof. Like punching the roof as hard as he could, just over and over and over. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh my God. Like, this is like, what are you doing? Like, this is so bad. And it's just randomly he starts doing this. I'm like, why are you doing this? Your fault for pointing it out. No, because he was making noises and like, you know, waving his arms around. I was so freaked out about this. It was so upsetting. And so anyway, like I had done this and we finally get Jason home and he's making the same fucking noises, right? And he's making these noises and I have to basically carry him inside his house. Like the ability for Jason to have kicked somebody was just, it was impossible. Like there's another thing where there's the only video that I have of Jason that's like not on like my channel. It's like, I think it's on his friend's channel or something like this, right? On YouTube, is him sitting in a bathtub full of water with all of his clothes on, with a 40 next to him, and he's like smoking weed, and he has his glasses on. His face is totally fucking red, and he says like, "Am I Moby Dick now?" or something like that, right? By the way, Jason worked on a nuclear submarine for the United States Navy, and now he's a manager at a nuclear power plant. So if you were thinking about buying a bunker, a fallout shelter bunker, it's a pretty good time to do so. Just pretty much whenever you have an opportunity to. You might want to get one of those set up because you never know whenever, whenever things are going to fly off the rocker. And so anyway, this happened. You just not good for now, just look at you. Yeah, I never really drank hardly at all, right? And so I would always drive everybody home. Like, yeah, I would always, also because I didn't want to get left there by somebody else. Yeah, I was always a designated driver. And so, yeah, it's Homer. Yeah, and so, literally, I never even realized that. So, yeah, anyway, actual Homer Simpson. He's getting a little fat, too. Jason, so one time, we're at a party, and he tells me that he's been watching my stream and he's giving me his Twitch Prime. And I'm like, this is like maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I'm like, oh man, thanks a lot. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to be expecting that money back at the end of the year. Just out of fucking nowhere, right? Just out of fucking nowhere. And this is the same Jason. Like, yeah, he was bald as well, exactly. And so, like, what I'm getting at here, the point, like, how this leads back into the story is, like, I've been around a lot of people that are just fucking, like, destroyed, wasted. Like, I remember Eric threw up on that futon right over there. Like, I mean, and then he passed out in my bathroom. And then the next morning, he woke me up at 8 in the morning, so I had to drive him to his orientation because we were celebrating him getting a job the previous night. So yeah, I mean, that's basically what happened. Did you clean it yet? Yeah, I did. It was bad. And so, like, I just can't imagine that, like, he would be able to do that. Like, I really can't imagine he'd be able to kick her onto the floor. Because, like, also, take into context, you're on an airplane. And they're not on, like, a 747. It's a smaller airplane. And so it's not like the same type of, like, my understanding, I've never been on one of these, to be fair. But my understanding is that they don't have the same level of, it's like you can feel like you're on an airplane, right? It's a private jet. You feel like you're more on an airplane. And you're not moving quite as, you move a little bit more, I guess, on a smaller airplane. That's what I'm guessing. More turbulence. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the best way to say it. Yeah, more turbulence. And so, how is it that, like, he's on an airplane, and there's more turbulence, and he's so drunk that he's just, and he manages to get up out of his chair and kick you? I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. Don't forget, alcohol is like 30-40% stronger on air. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. It seems unlikely. It's not impossible. You're right, it's not impossible. And that's one thing to keep in mind, is that, like, a lot of these things could happen. And I've said this many times, like, all of these things, there's a very good chance that some of this stuff could have happened. But the fact is that there's no evidence for it. Like, for example, if like there was a bunch of other examples of like Johnny, like if there was like video evidence of Johnny Depp fucking getting abusive whenever he's drunk. Like his wife even said that, I mean, wasn't she with him for like 14 years? And she said this never even happened. You see what I'm saying? So like she said the exact opposite. The 20, yeah, it's a long time. So like there's not only is there zero evidence, but there's a lot of evidence that indicates the opposite. So it's like if you want me to believe something like this, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's not probable. Because it's not. There's nothing else that indicates that this would happen. There's nothing else that says this. Like, yeah, it's staying with an abuser is not uncommon, no? Oh, I don't think it is at all. And that's why he stayed with her. That's all I'm saying. You could easily say that with him. I mean, you see what I mean? Like, yeah, of course. Do you think Amber believes her own lies? Yeah, I think so. I think to an extent she does. I do. I believe that. Like, there's a lot of people, and like this is what happens, is that I think that's why you tell half-truths, so you can get yourself to believe them more easily. So it's easier to, number one, remember your stories, and number two, to feel like they're real as you're telling them. The way she talks is so fake and approval sounding. Well, I think it's very evident that the main thing that upsets her most of the time is to be embarrassed, right? It's not the physical attacks, it's the attacks on her ego. And that's kind of, I think that's a little bit evident. You know, like, if you guys notice that, like every time she gets emotional, a lot of, well, not every time, but a lot of them, it's whenever she was said, it wasn't that she got kicked, it's that she was embarrassing. Oh, it's embarrassing. You see what I mean? Anyone would be embarrassed at? Let's be honest here. Yeah, but like what I'm saying, I think that it's not about being embarrassed. It's the thing. It's that what elicits the supposed emotional reaction. Is it the physical violence, the yelling? No, it's being embarrassed. Like, yeah, sure. I mean, like, again, none of these things are incriminating or are, this is all circumstantial. So it's like, I think this because of this, that, this, the other thing, right? Like, if it was just one bit of data, I would be like, oh, well, yeah, you know, of course you feel embarrassed. That sucks, right? But like, whenever you combine it with like a bunch of other stuff at the same time, I think that's what the real difference is. Holmes breaks like 15 minutes, I think. Profound, thanks to the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Did you hear about the amount of times he said she no to the public, by the way? I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like, I mean, obviously, it's hard to speak in front of a bunch of people. You're stressed out. Verbal pauses are not incriminating to me, I would say. She keeps saying he slapped me, he hurt me, but he made me embarrassed, just to make the argument as to why there's no photos of her abuse. Yeah, while simultaneously saying and implying that he was wearing his rings even in private. It's not like he wore them just whenever he went out, because she said that he did that, and she even made that a point whenever he backhanded her and there was blood on the wall. You remember that? And so I would assume that he's probably wearing them at a certain point. Search on Twitter, her opening statement was plagiarized by talented Mr. Ripley. Can we agree all abuse is, not all abuse is physical? Oh, no, I don't think so at all. I mean, I don't think that's the case at all, but I do think that physical abuse is like 99 times, like 999 times out of 100 or 1,000 worse than physical abuse. Like, I feel like physical violence is generally a lot worse. So being drunk, howling abuse, or being sick abuse? Yeah, I don't know. Embarrassment is legit feelings of abuse victims. I see no problem with that. Well, what I'm saying, like, don't you find it to be odd that the person who's characterized as being a narcissist, having bipolar personality, borderline personality disorder, and all of these other disorders that are, you know, some of them centered around the ego, don't you feel like it's odd that, like, this person is feeling the feelings of emotion around things that are related to those disorders? Don't you find that to be odd? Surely writing an article should require more than substantial abuse. Yeah, I don't know. Psychological abuse is way more twisted and fucked up because you doubt yourself. Yeah, I think that's what you would think until you get actually abused physically, sure. I mean, I'm not saying psychological abuse is good or okay or anything, but like, I think physical abuse is in like a completely different realm, man. Like, it is. Like, I mean, it really is. She focuses on her feelings and shows little empathy for Johnny. Well, I mean, of course she is. I mean, that's not really, that's just as bad. This is a stupid argument, and there's literally no reason to have it, because we're arguing about, like, this is, like, what are we even talking about? Can physical violence be bad? Yeah. Can emotional violence be bad? Yeah. Like, what are we even arguing about? Like, I'm not, yeah, like, it's a loser's argument. Yeah, this is stupid. There's no, yeah, it goes both ways. I don't want to hear it. Anyway, lawyers brought up the name of party. Amber instantly answered a response, but whenever a lawyer said it wasn't a question, I have no idea. What's this here? Are you watching PoE League reveal? Probably not. No, I'm gonna be looking at this and then probably doing some games after that, but I'm not really sure how long this is gonna go on for sure. And let's see here. Did you see the drawing Johnny Depp drew and gave his lawyer? No, I didn't see that at all. Absolutely not. And where are all the witnesses? And that's one thing that I'm curious about too, right? Is that, like, so she's already mentioned that there are places where there's witnesses. She's already said that, and she's like, she's getting into that. She's saying like, oh, well, that's what it is. This is what this is what all these people saw. And like, where are they? Where are all these witnesses? Where are all these people? Like, what's going on here? And that's why that's what I'm so confused about, is like, where is all the information about this? I'm so frustrated, man. Witnesses testified for Johnny for airplane incident? Yeah, well, I didn't see that. I'd have to look and see. Let's see here. Do you see videos and posts Amber's lines using straight from movies? Yeah, I can somebody tag me in that? I mean, I'll have to look and see this. I know that somebody tagged me in this before. Give me a second. See if I can pull this up, by the way. Okay. I'm trying to find this real quick, okay? Yeah, all right. So we found it. And give me 1 second.
Save half for me, send half to my family.
Oh, here we go. Wait, what? Was that a video? Like, I'm just so confused here what the fuck that was. Okay, what's going on? So this is obviously a post by the New York Post. Opinion: Amber Heard's riveting testimony took apart the Johnny Depp myth. So yep, there we go. And this is again. Remember what I said before about how I think that the media is the enemy of the people? Yeah, it's because of stuff like this. I think that they know this is bullshit, and they're just putting it out there to harvest rage clicks from people and put ads on the page. That's all there is to it. It's just, it's so disgraceful. Let's see here. Amber Heard. The thing with Johnny is it's like the sun shines on you and it's glorious, and then he forgets you and it's very, very cold. The thing is with Dickie, it's like the sun shines on you and it's glorious, and then he forgets you and it's very, very cold. When you have his attention, you feel that you're the only person in the world. That's why everyone loves him so much. When you have his attention, you feel like you're the only person in the world. That's why everybody loves him so much. That sounds like the same thing. Yeah, it really does. Wow. I don't know what to say. Yeah, the talented Mrs. Turd. Yeah, exactly. What's this here? Nobody has a clip of her actually saying that ever, though? No, she said it yesterday. Am I crazy? Like, I remember her saying that. Yeah, I remember her yeah, she said that. Just go back and watch it. Person who owns the Sun also owns the New York Post. Well, I don't really care about that. I mean, like, I don't care if one person is corrupt or 10. It's the same thing to me. It's corrupt. It's not even corrupt. It's just it's like I don't know. As I said, I hate the media. I don't want to go farther with that. I could get in trouble. I think there are good reporters out there and people that do good work, but I think collectively these massive media conglomerates are parasites. And they cause division. Yeah, they do. It's significant because Johnny tried to sue the son. Oh. So the
Jury then?
Yes, you're right. Thank you.
There's 2 videos here. Why are there 2 videos? Echo. Okay, it's not. Yeah, it's not on me. I thought it was on me. Never mind. Okay, here we go. Let me go back over and pause this. All right, here we go. And most likely would have made an article regardless, but that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it certainly does. Especially like, well, it's not that they wouldn't have made an article. It's the narrative of the article. That's what it is. Spin stories in the most divisive way possible to bring traffic to their dying media and keep profitability up. Yeah, it's disappointing that companies still advertise on those websites.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They should be ashamed of doing that and enabling such behavior.
Amber, following the
It's like actually
plane
dangerous.
ride, what did you do once you
Okay, here we
once
go.
you landed in LA?
I called.
Turn it up.
I called for a cab, a car to pick me up, met me at the private airport, and I left. I got straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this cycle would last. So
Oh,
I
but you
wanted
didn't
to just
record that part.
Get out of there.
Yes. That's the part you didn't record.
Went to a hotel. And,
I see. Recorded
called
everything
my
else, though.
friends to join me, which was my coping strategy at the time.
It's convenient.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendants 204.
Is it too loud? Let me turn it down a little bit. No witnesses, no evidence. Yep. Didn't she say he passed out?
Did you reach out to
Time is a tangled web.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and bleeding.
Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the first one in blue and the
Turn up? No,
third one
volume's
in
fine
blue,
right now.
And I would say present sense impression and the state of mind at that time.
All right, you want to approach?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Yep. And it's nuts, man. It is absolutely fucking crazy. And this shit, yeah, it's just crazy. Can I get one of my mods to tell me if the volume is good or not? Because if it is good and people are complaining, just permaban them. It's fine. Okay. Complain about the audio, you're permaban. I hate audio Andes and volume Andes. Just immediately permaban. One comment, you're done. I hate that shit. Yeah, they're on delay. No, it's just people say that to be annoying. That's all there is to it. But yeah, I mean, just in general, is the like, I feel like it's so obvious that, like, I wonder if anybody in the jury is actually believing this. You know what I mean? Like, is anybody actually believing that all of these things happened and the bad and incriminating things just somehow happened to situations? Like, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, it's so dumb. It has nothing to, like, I just can't believe it, man. I really can't. I cannot fucking believe it. There's always one in there. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe you're right. Believe all women? Well, you shouldn't believe anybody just because that they're a woman. That's stupid. The fuck would you do that for? You can take an accusation seriously without assuming that it's true. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You just believe people categorically because of their gender. The that come from Dr. Hughes' PowerPoint?
All right, let's go to
Which a
205.
horse shit that is.
Defendants 205.
Okay, here we go.
And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection, hearsay.
That didn't last. Yeah, it didn't last at all. Holy shit. Okay. Wait, what's this here? Proof you're a friend? Yeah, it's okay. Where's she hiding? I don't know. What's she covering? I think they're just having a conversation with the judge about like probably some sort of like what questions they can ask. I'm not sure. 18B, thank you very much to 21 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And yeah, the tables have turned. Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Okay. They have no proof, man. We're waiting to see the proof, man. We are waiting with bated breath to see the proof. And I'm just like they have to drag it out, so there's no time left to start with cross-examination. It's a 10-day trial pause starting tomorrow, and they want to hold their momentum. Oh, my God. Like, it's like, what momentum do you think that you have? I feel like everybody, like, it's like if you want to talk about, like, public opinion, like, look at these posts here. Do I have it up? Yeah, I do. It's right here. And look what people are saying. Miss Heard's PR team is paying you well. What did it for me was the testimony of the witness psychologist Dawn Hughes. Yeah, exactly. I've got some magic beans to sell you. No. My favorite part is the lack of witnesses that were called to testify for these events took place. Yep, there we go. What kind of biased article is this? You need to look up the word riveting because it was not. New PR firm putting in work. Nobody's believing this bullshit. Nobody. Like, this is completely one-sided. Yeah, no, nobody thinks this is real. Only the jury matters, unfortunately. That isn't unfortunately. That's a good thing. What do you want to have fucking, verdicts decided by Twitter? Thank God we have a jury.
Published to the jury. Thank you. It is. So, Rocky on this is Rocky Pennington, your best friend. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
We'll be lit, though?
And when did you send this communication to Rocky?
Once I had touched down in LA.
Okay. And you said, I'm not good. What did you mean by that?
That I needed help.
Okay.
That I was scared. I was scared of what had just happened to me. I was scared of what was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him. I was scared if I didn't. And I needed help. I just needed support.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel safe going home. I still had my place in Orange. He had keys.
Yeah.
I was scared.
Did you text your mother and your father about this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
If you want to.
What, if any, communication did you have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain that objection.
Damn.
Let's go to defendants 222 and.
Damn, she's getting shut down.
We're going to be back up.
All right, you want to approach? That's fine.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Time out. Oh, time out. Oh, again. Yeah, objection, hearsay again, man. What role is she auditioning for? I honestly don't know. Like, it's just, you can see, it's just approach the bench. Yep, let's go. Like, dude, you can see how she doesn't know what to say and watch her start to become emotional. I don't know. What, if anything? It's just nuts, man. It's just stalling for ult cooldown? Yeah. Do you think they'll make a movie out of this? I feel like it already is. I mean, you've already got a lot of actors involved anyway. I mean, yeah, it already is, guys. We're watching it. This is like a whole, it's like a show. It's a Netflix series. Probably some documentary. Yeah, of course. So Johnny's been writing the script. Yeah. It's just like, to me, I'm just so surprised to see this kind of stuff happen. Like, it really is just, everyone's waiting for it. Yeah. It's just unbelievable. All right, here we go.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, if we go to 224,
Okay. 224.
my argument would be business records exception.
All right, you want to come forward? We can do it.
Bro, they're not able to do anything, man. I feel like it's honestly, it's like it's like a rogue. She's just getting stun, blind, disorient, interrupt, dismantle, fucking blind again, preparation, vanish, cheap shot, kidney shot, fucking blind again, gouge, disarm, interrupt. Like, it's just, oh my god. She's not able to do anything, man. Yep, sapped. Oh, true. Sapped. Sit down next to him, eat some food. There we go. Get back out, resap. Back out, get some more food, a bandage. Like, oh my god. What is this? She's playing Overwatch 1? Yeah. Like, what's the difference? It's psychological. She was about to get up and reset. Shouldn't this be an indication all they want to do is present circumstantial? All they want to present is circumstantial and unverifiable. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you have a case where there's like so many instances of abuse, especially with her obviously showing, again, it's like on the airplane, she clearly shows that she has the presence of mind to record the situations whenever they're happening, right? So you can, but like it's not a very strong argument that like, oh, she was just taken by shock by a situation, so she didn't record it, right? But because she did record it though. But like, why is it that in the recordings of the situation that there's nothing really incriminating in them? Like it's always selective recordings. Yeah.
So what, if anything, did you do the evening of the 24th of May?
Okay. I don't know.
I reached out to friends and family, asked for support,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
and surrounded myself with them with that.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
That's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's. It was, again, put on my smile, took her out, tried to make her feel loved, and celebrated for her birthday. And then I booked a flight out to New York to go back to New York.
Turned
obviously without Johnny.
around to the jury when she said make her
I'm
feel
going to ask
loved.
you to now turn to 225.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Ain't that something? Wow.
And Your Honor, I'm going to be referring to the last two
That's
blue
crazy.
spots on that page with the state of mind. Mental condition.
All right.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah, you want to approach? I just want-
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Alright, they're just shutting her down. Yeah, she can't say anything. She can't do anything. She's just getting fucked. She's drinking lean? Yeah, obviously. It's not enough question. Yeah, I'm curious. This is hard acting. I added you. All right, let's see. Let's see what this is. Where the fuck is this? Watching Amber Heard felt like some of the lines felt strangely familiar. What the fuck is this? There's like, this got 7,000 likes. What was here? You guys are great. Film, choreographer. She is so acting. Use some lines in films. Can that be brought up? I believe the drink lots of tea is mimicking how Julia Roberts said it to Hugh Grant in the movie Notting Hill. The last part is right out of Reservoir Dogs, the fake story of the undercover cop tells. At one point, Amber Heard said Johnny slapped her and then rather cut off his hand. That's a line directly from...
I'm going to ask you to turn now to
Oh my God.
228.
We'll get back to that. Jesus. I thought it was just like one... Like, I thought one circumstance. Like, people always say, you know, like, people, like...
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
First line, Your Honor,
No way.
is all I'm...
No way.
I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think...
No way. She's... Oh, she's getting mad.
If you want to come forward, that's fine.
Okay, so yeah, anyway, as I was saying, where is it again? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's this one here. And so, yeah, anyway, an entire beginning monologue is the plot of Talented Mr. Ripley. Yep, we saw that one before, and we saw that one. Do you know how much it takes to break a human's hands? That was on a Netflix show, I Am a Killer, where a woman was on a life sentence for suffocating her man to death. Her ex broke her hands in the same way. The episode was called In Her Hands. White chicks when the dog flies out the window and is hanging on by its lead. I don't know what that means. Let's see here. The movie. The fucking movie. The Leash. Oh, there's no way. Like, the movie, I thought he was just saying like white girls did that. I was like, damn, man, that's a lot, ain't it? I was like, guy's a bit of a racist, ain't he? Okay, let's see here. Took the only jobs you insist you have a place to eat. Aren't pies good enough? I'd rather cut off my hand. I would have never taken a job if I had wanted us to keep us all together. Oh my God. I have a theory about the poop in a bed idea came from the scene in Alpha Dog, which she was in for like 5 minutes. One of the characters takes a drug-fueled shit on the enemy's rug as revenge. Oh my God. But wait, there's more. Holy shit, this is crazy. Like, well, the part about Johnny Depp first throwing a glass in her direction, then punching a wall, then punching the wall right next to her, that's from the TV show.
So...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Tell us please tell the jury what you did then over that night, the next day, and at the hotel.
Life imitates art? Yeah, I know.
I cried a lot. Tried to
Teresa,
surround
are you
myself with
comparing
my
anything to a
friends
movie?
and resolve to
5 sentences of
leave
dialogue,
him.
even? That's a lot.
I felt powerless. Nothing I did made a difference. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection, non-responsive.
Please just tell us what you did, and you can tell how you feel.
Are they
but
trying to make
don't go
Amber mad?
backwards, okay?
Like, if she mauls out in the courtroom, that would be fucking
resolved-
crazy.
Tried to
Bro, if she hits her in rage
to
timer,
commit to leaving him. I knew I had to.
imagine taking that soap and
I
just
knew
fucking
nothing else
throwing
would
it at
make a
somebody.
difference. So I got myself back to LA. Excuse me, New York. And started going to Al-Anon meetings every day. It's a support group for people who love addicts and alcoholics.
Why didn't you say that yesterday whenever
What
you
if any
used that term 10
communications
times?
did you have with Stephen Deuters?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, let me ask it this way. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Deuters communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
I would say agency on that, Your Honor.
You have to lay a foundation for that.
All right, let's go to 229A.
Bro, she can't even talk. She cannot even talk. Oh my God.
And
Stunlock after stunlock,
Could you-
yeah.
without saying what the content is, can you tell us who this text message is with?
Johnny's assistant.
What's his name?
His name is Stephen Deuters.
Okay. And what, if any, communication were you having with him following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay. May we approach?
All right, Ms. Mills?
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Literally fucking vanilla WoW CC chain. This is like whenever you get polymorph for like 30 seconds or something. Oh my God. Objection in your face. Like, internet will get you. Like, this is nuts. Oh, wow. Didn't take this part of the story. Oh, wow. I'm not going to look at that. That's nuts. Don't? Yeah, I'm not going to. That's bad. What the fuck, dude? Not having, like, this is just so... You link the stuff, please. I mean, it's, Christina Pickles? I don't know who the fuck this is. Is this even somebody, or it's just like a person? But yeah, it's not like a reporter or anything like that. Here's the thing, is like one or two things that could have been like, you know, you could say it's the same thing that somebody said in a movie. I'd be like, yeah, sure, it's just a coincidence, or like this is, it doesn't necessarily hurt the authenticity because people look, you know, like she's obviously somebody interested in poetry, right? So you can easily make the argument that, like, of course she uses, you know, different types of like narrative devices to tell her stories because that's what she's always done, right? But the situation is different whenever it's like 10 different things, and at the same time it's like, so you got 10 different things that she said, and like also it's a big paragraph, multiple paragraphs, and on top of it being multiple paragraphs, this is also accompanied by the fact that she is an actor. And so, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I mean, again, like, as I always say, you know, one dot is just a dot, but multiple dots, that's how you make a line. You can draw a line between multiple dots, and a line can imply a correlation. And that's what I'm saying. Yes, just a one-off. It's hard to really prove anything with that. But there are, yes, see that? Yep, there we go. Objection hearsay? Yeah, that's what I mean. Heavy reach? I feel like it's not a reach at all. Like, I feel like if you just took, because like yesterday, I even was going to bring this up, that I felt like the way that she was talking, it sounded like a movie script. But I didn't bring it up because I'm like, oh, well, who knows, right? Maybe not. But then, and like also even yesterday, I saw like there was one case of that, and I'm like, you know, like one case, like people could have said that, like it's whatever. But like, this is a lot, man. Don't you feel like it's a lot? It's not just like one circumstance, it's like 5 or 6. Correlation doesn't mean causation. Yeah, but like, that's a lot of correlation. Like, there's nothing like, here's the reality. It's like, you can't really create causation in the human mind. It's all to some degree speculation. Because we don't really know what happened. We're never really going to know what happened. You understand that, right? Like, we're never really going to know.
Did you communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days
It's
following
just about how
the
confident you are.
Boston plane incident?
Based off of what the evidence
Yes,
is.
I did.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
Okay, here we go.
I heard from him directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
You're not allowed to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can
Oh
you tell
my
the jury
God.
about your communications with Mr. Depp?
Okay. it's kind of confusing because he was texting through them.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record, and you'll disregard that
understand.
testimony. Please answer the question.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him, said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again. He texted me at one point and then I didn't respond right away. And he texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on and good luck and I was better for it, and then continued to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone, and he said that he was he had a chip, or that he was going to meetings, that he
CHIP is for the Alcoholics
I
Anonymous.
think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but, you know, encouraging him. And he was saying, well, look, you know, me and this person, we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober. And that was the last time. The monster will never come back. Monster will never come back. And because it felt like such a different, it felt so much worse than it had ever been before. And because I had, you know, I went to New York and I was trying to get my strength to leave him.
4 days
actually
sober.
thought
That's
that
right. 4 days.
it kind of would be the turning point. I thought I had effectively...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please continue.
I thought
She's getting
thought
mad.
things would change.
Did you
Yep, she's getting mad.
draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp to express your emotions and how you felt about all this?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, let's go, also lay the
Okay.
foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to defendants 239.
239.
Okay.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
And I would say both present sense impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Jesus Christ.
So
Oh my
did
God.
you ultimately
She can't do
communicate
anything.
to Mr. Depp what you first drafted
Sapped
up in
again.
an email without saying anything about what's in the email?
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she did.
Not what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Did you communicate to Mr. Depp what you had drafted in the email? And you don't get to say what you said.
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp have to your sending that email to him?
He came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was
She's
sober
crying.
and
I
he was
believe her
committed
now.
to changing.
I believe her now. Yep, she's telling the truth, guys. She's crying. Yep.
I believed he was embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him.
Coffee, thanks for 5 steps. Appreciate it.
So I took him back, or I got back with him on the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
How many times have they gone through this? Maybe I think Johnny likes doing drugs and getting drunk.
So I'm going to take you
I feel
now
like he
up
probably
to
does.
the June through August 2014 time frame.
Say that.
And I think you testified earlier.
I think we're
and
building a
others have as well,
foundation
that Mr.
on that one.
Depp brought in Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, he did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
Okay.
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I had heard this name before.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, who apparently wrote a book on addiction and was this doctor was going to be the solution, the cure, you know. And he got brought on board, and all of a sudden, the plan was that this team would be involved in Johnny's recovery.
Shouldn't he use the
So I felt
second
real,
camera,
felt
guys?
serious. I felt like protected. You know, I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober.
It's
but
them,
this
not
felt
me.
like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny. And the plan was to keep Johnny on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie, so he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers. And the plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished filming, the plan was to do
Objection,
the full
Your Honor,
detox.
hearsay. And lack of foundation.
I don't understand what the objection, I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining the context there. I don't think she was saying
We
what
could lay
somebody
a
said.
foundation how she knew, but it's fine.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations
Okay. Please
with the
continue.
doctors and with his sister.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
nurse.
that's still hearsay.
Okay.
All right, I'll
Okay,
sustain the
that-
objection.
That part is.
Oh my God. She can't even
What
talk.
happened next
Jesus.
as a result of these communications without saying what the communications were?
A nurse came to Boston where Johnny was. I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too. And they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
But we have to be careful about what other people told you. Okay. so
Oh
you
my
just
God.
No. Okay.
Oh my
So
God.
What happened then?
I saw his medications change. I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality changed drastically. He would be speaking to me, and at the time I was staying in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie, and he would, in mid-sentence, mid-word, fall asleep. One time I was sitting across from him, and he would come in and out of sleep, being awake, or completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and Johnny constantly smoked, and he just sat the cigarette, as he fell asleep while speaking, down on his leg. They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long.
Rolls his own
thankfully,
cigarettes?
But, it was
Jesus.
things like that, and I didn't understand it. even though I had experience with drug use in my family, I hadn't seen anything like this. And it was so dramatic, the change, that I was trying to figure out with the nurses and doctors what happened, what changed, how we could explain the change and what medications were causing it.
Yeah.
I knew there were new medications involved. So, you know, I was constantly worried and in communication. And Johnny's behavior got worse and worse, more of this passing out, nodding off, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying. And the emotions would change from one to the next, like by the second. I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming in Boston, and we went to this like a resort retreat hotel, and you know, he was just bawling. You know, it broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and I really didn't know. I felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe it was just what Kipper had introduced into the regime, the medications.
Yeah.
But what I found out in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Was this
No,
your
I
observation?
saw it.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
She's
He's
getting
taking
pressed.
about double the amount that he told them was his normal when he started
Yeah.
the process with the doctors. So after a few, you know, it's I think months of going, what is wrong? And, you know, turning him over when he vomited at night or checking his pulse. There were, all of a sudden when I realized the amount was about double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amount so that he could get extra high before he had a detox. But that I can't.
One last time.
It was such an agonizing weeks, months. It was so agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned for this
Mega high.
person, and he had just been doubling up his meds because he didn't.
So, Michelle, can you pull up 1092, Defendant's Exhibit 1092?
Okay, let's see
Did you
it.
take this picture of Mr. Depp?
Oh, okay. All right, all right.
did.
We have a
Go ahead
picture.
and move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
Here we go.
No objection.
All right, 1092.
All right.
You can publish.
All right, we actually have, guys, we
Can you
have
describe-
evidence.
What's depicted here and why you took this picture?
This was during that time
Okay.
when the prescriptions that he was on in the doubling up of the opiates got so bad that he was like this just throughout the day, off and on.
Where
and
is
he'd
it?
Take Adderall.
Let me
and
see
he'd
it.
be really animated and ready to go, and then it would be this again, and it was so erratic and it changed so quickly, and I naively now really did not understand what was going on.
Is it a picture of him asleep?
I deeply cared about this human's well-being. And it was very confusing.
Where's
and
the
scary.
photo?
So did there come a time then that Mr. Depp went into detox for RoxyContin?
Stage photo? She
Codeine,
probably took
whatever
a picture of him while he was asleep.
Yes.
It's like,
when
hey,
we finished
you're
filming,
asleep.
The plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we left. We were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8th through the 18th,
Okay.
more or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the jury what took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014?
Okay.
It was, for the first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse, and then later nurse and doctor were staying on a different part of the island. a few minutes drive by ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And
Okay.
it was okay at first, and then the behavior,
Melissa, thanks for
then
100
it just
subs.
really wasn't
Thank
okay.
you so much.
It was
Thank you very much.
up, down. He'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot, and then he,
What the fuck?
wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And it was just like that. It was just up, down, mood, and it was like I felt like a constant was catering to
Oh
the
my
mood.
God.
That whatever he was going through at the time, I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his blood pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time.
Yeah.
I was just trying to take care of him, and a few days in, I guess the effects of the detox really started to change, and it went from this erratic behavior, up and down, to just really down or mad. He would burst into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table. I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table in a certain way, and he screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table. Luckily, it was
Damn, he's
bolted down
crazy.
to the deck. But I remember him shaking it and screaming, and at different points he was really calm and sweet and thanking me. And then another, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him. I was trying to remind him how much he wanted that, how much he had told me he wanted that, how much I was reminding him, he told me all the time, I saved his life, and he wouldn't be doing this without me. And I was telling him these things, and at one point in our conversations, I told him about how...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Please try to continue without what you said, please.
I said something to him, and he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face. But he did it while crying. It was the weirdest thing, just crying, saying no woman had ever embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And I felt bad. I feel bad. Still feel bad. But, I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed. That's not what I wanted to do. It just was over my head. I don't know how to detox someone.
What did I
I don't know how
say?
to help them through that. And I shouldn't
What did I say?
have been there. I don't.
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to. And I didn't know that was a phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to. I had no idea what that was going to look like or be like. And it was hell. We're on an island. I'm trying to take care of him, and he was hallucinating and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
overruled, screaming
not
at me
care.
for things that I said when I didn't say I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of,
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observations were.
he was accusing me of having a man in the house with me. We were in a single, in a cabin. It's basically one room.
Yeah.
A closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me and then yell at someone else who wasn't there. And I tried to ask for what I should do. I didn't know what to do. It was terrifying, and strange. The whole week was.
So after you left Bahamas and finished with the detox there, where did you go from there?
Tyson, thanks for 1,500 bits. Thank you.
We, meaning
Okay.
Debbie Lloyd,
Come on.
Dr. Kipper, and I and Johnny, we flew back to LA.
Oh my
And
God.
he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel.
Okay.
Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA.
Okay.
And I had my friends
No
out,
objection to that.
with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So Michelle, can you pull up 272, please? And after you both returned to LA, did Mr. Depp communicate with you
Is there evidence? Let's see the evidence.
by text while you were apart?
Where's
while
the
he was
evidence?
Finishing the detox.
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
Defendant
objection?
270.
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message. Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Right.
Just present sense of impression. but
Let's
I'm
get the
understanding, Your
evidence.
Honor,
Come on,
on
let's
that.
see it.
So
I'm
can we
ready.
Can we redact that second message?
Okay, here we go. Is she allergic to bullshit? Is that what she's... No. If she was, she'd be dead by now.
All right, Your Honor,
All right. Any objection to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay,
so
here we go.
evidence.
Actual evidence. Let's see it.
and Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and this is on August 20, 2014. It's
Okay.
a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just so that we can highlight here, he's calling you, he says, just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel, I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Do you see that?
Who's Steve?
So what, if any, expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever
Yeah.
having to
What?
help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that line?
Objection form.
Steve
compound.
Jobs? Wait, him
I'll
too?
allow it, but just
Jesus.
trying to keep the record clear. 272 is
That was his nickname?
evidence
Oh,
without that
okay.
redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just got a note to that effect, so.
Okay, so 272 is an evidence for that. You can clear the redaction and publish it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
My apologies on that one, Your Honor.
Getting chastised in court. Uh-oh.
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, here we go.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the question was?
Yes,
That's fair.
that's fair. I said, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about that you were torturing him on the island and he didn't want you there?
Dude.
Very confusing for me to hear that, because
Wow.
even though he was
This guy is
hallucinating
an
and angry at me
asshole.
at various moments when you would have these
Oh
kind of
my God.
episodes,
Put him in jail immediately.
I did nothing but
Steve was a
trying to take care
nickname
of him.
that she had for Johnny. That's my understanding.
not a nurse. I did
This
my
guy
best
is an
to
abuser. I can
support
tell.
him. And he thanked me. He thanked my mom. He thanked my dad.
This is disgusting.
And told me, of course, I saved his life.
Involving the family too.
That he wouldn't be able to make this change without me.
Wow.
And that this process was horrible and hard on him and us and me. But that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Tor, thanks for 5 subs. That's terrible.
Okay, we can take this down now.
Oh
Michelle,
my
thank you.
God.
And, I'm going to take you up to September, October of 2014.
Yeah.
Do you remember filming Magic Mike 2 in that time frame?
Yes, I do.
Magic Mike 2.
And what, if any, connections
The
did
hell
you
is that?
have with Mr. Depp in that time frame?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role.
Such
He
fucking
told me
snake.
he
Yeah,
would,
I know.
He would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I
Should
bargained
watch
with
it?
him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm gonna make sure this is it's not on me.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
Are they mentioning the echo at all? Because the audio's different. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
He reluctantly
Okay, here we go.
agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time. I
Yeah.
wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing. No kissing scenes. No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in October of 2014 in Georgia while he finished his movie in London. And then at some point he came out to pick me up
Yeah.
in Georgia and was there for my last day or two of filming.
I wonder if she'd be
I'm going
pissed if
to,
she knew Johnny Depp was
ask
just
you to
drawing
turn
pictures the whole
to-
time.
Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310.
It's just drawing this. They get the shading in on this, it's whatever, right?
Did you have communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning for another role in this time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
Ooh,
I'm not sure who's in the.
ooh, we gonna get it or not?
It
Are we
is
gonna
text
get it or
exchange, Your
not?
Honor, so, but the green is Mr. Depp. And
Yeah.
the one I'm most focused on is on the second
Playing
page, Your Honor, the top.
Warcraft
green photo on the
Royale.
second
Yeah.
page?
Yes.
Keep Pole Radio. Thanks for 5 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so just that text.
Just making a list of everything he's gonna do with the $50 million he's
Based on
about to
Your
win.
Honor's rulings,
Yeah.
yes.
Any objection to that text?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Get that redacted?
That's smart.
And while that's being redacted, Amber, let me ask you, what, if anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame? We're talking in November
Double subs too.
2014,
Thank you.
about you not working anymore or not taking on any more work or auditioning.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
They're all the
And
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working. I had finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie, to work on, and he was
Little
furious
Thanks
at me
5 subs.
for.
Thank you.
He found.
He's catching
we call them
Pokemon.
sites. They're just pieces of an audition, pages. And he found something that had been sent to me to consider auditioning for, and he blew up at me for, yeah, I think what he said to me is that I didn't tell him, that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet,
Yeah.
that I had been hiding it. And
Okay.
was furious at me. I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that time that I did I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
I'm going to ask you now to take a look at what is Defendant's Exhibit 310. Do you recognize this?
Okay. All
email
right. We have
from
evidence.
Mr.
Great. That's what I'm waiting for. Let's get the fucking
Yes,
evidence in
the
here.
text.
Your Honor, I'm going
All
to
right, here we
move
go.
for the admission of-
It's in evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's evidence
Thank
with
you.
redactions, so I published it.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
Yeah.
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing.
Is this him
for
saying I love you
having
again?
an audition.
This monster will never say, like, if he says I love you one more time, this
All right,
is just
now,
so
I'm
incriminating.
going to stay in
This is
November
disgusting.
of 2014.
It's awful. It's a
And
monster.
did there come a time that Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you were not going to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
Well, Johnny said this to me in
He tried to do a world a favor.
an argument in a fit of rage is the best way I can describe it.
Good try, man.
And kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is preposterous. There's no way I would agree to that. Although I did make concessions and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor.
fights.
Hearsay.
That wasn't
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect. Furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted, one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in development with a sci-fi writer. And I remember I wanted to take that. These things were just, they were just constant fights. But in between them, when things were good between Johnny and I, he would be, he would word it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you.
Yeah.
You say that you don't want to be objectified, but you're doing it to yourself. But at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood, the entertainment industry was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. I believed it. I adopted
whose
a lot
fault
of these
else
changes.
would it be?
Myself, not because Johnny, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually
Wasn't she in Magic
found
Mike too?
myself
Wasn't it a stripper
making
movie?
decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room. And I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
Oh, is this where he'd leave to smoke weed?
We attempted to.
Here we go.
Had stopped seeing my therapist
Attempted
in 2014. I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny.
Yeah.
Eventually, Dr. Kipper introduced me to his close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who
Okay.
had become my physician as well. He also
Okay.
put a nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who reported everything to Johnny.
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
Oh,
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
oh.
So tell us about the couples therapy in November 2014.
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with Kipper, who's treating me, agreed to see Johnny and I together.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out, knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the door.
Did you do that? No. But I did smoke the joint,
so
though.
I'm going to take you up to December of 2014, and specifically December 17, 2014. And I'm going to ask you to take what, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
Oh, my God.
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer.
Okay.
I kind of had a dream project based on a book that I loved of this author.
Okay.
And he's just a weirdo genius, artist, writer. And I had
Okay.
a meeting with him through another director about a piece of property he wanted to make into a movie. And I just remember I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014.
Yeah.
When Johnny found out that I had this meeting scheduled, and was furious at me. Accused me of having this plan to sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and not able to leave his bed or his home. He was under home care and
Okay.
very ill. And the person who was introducing us explained to me how we had to meet, and I did. And that was a big problem for Johnny. At first, it was that he was concerned about my safety, and I thought that was sweet. And there is something
Yeah.
that I thought was sweet and romantic about that, but
Is the guy still
combined with
alive?
the drinking, it was not very long before I was being accused of full on having this other plan to sleep with the writer in order to get this part that I was already being, basically offered to develop. And it was just this, he switched from he was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me, then with this writer. And the important thing I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, not accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Until, of course, he takes it too far,
Oh, here we go.
hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves,
Jesus.
which was the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. He never had to
Oh
deal
my
with the
God.
cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal
Wow.
with my face the next day. He would just go. I called it splitting. He just split. And eventually I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of false pretense because I
Okay.
too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with this sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was this slut. He said I was all the time. I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said and that he was acting this way because he was messed up, you know?
Yeah.
And the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
Yes, is the answer to your question. I don't really remember
Where's the evidence? Like,
what
again,
happened in that fight.
like, what the
I
fuck?
remember more afterwards. I remember
Yeah,
how
this is all
apologetic he
before they
was
get
for
married,
it.
by the way.
I remember him telling me he took it too far. I remember him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to
So many
Christmas.
times, no evidence.
You know,
Yeah, it's nothing.
Christmases are hard probably for everyone. And I remember it was close enough to Christmas that I was tired. And I wanted to be in a not forgiving, I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state for
Yeah.
Christmas. I didn't want to go through a breakup at this time. I didn't want to,
Makes sense.
you know, that's what I remember of that time.
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321.
Oh, here we
Michelle.
go.
And this is on
She remember stuff
12/17/2014.
except what he did to her? Yeah, I know.
Is this a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp?
Okay, here we go. This better not
Yes,
be
it
him
is.
telling you I
I'd
love
like
you
to move
again.
the admission of Defendant's 321.
Uh-oh.
Any objection?
We can't have that.
Sorry, Your Honor, just
Uh-oh.
a quick minute.
So let's see it.
Your
Yep,
Honor,
let's
no
see it.
objection.
I'm ready.
321 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Let's go. Come on.
Amber, I'm just going to turn your attention to this. This is an email exchange between you and Mr. Depp.
Okay, here we
And
go.
He says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart, and I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage.
What's the...
Please know that my apology
See
is
how she said
sincere
that
and
and
solid,
paused?
And as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words.
What
You
is this
indicate you just left
trial?
Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
Okay.
That afterwards.
What?
She
What
said
is this
she
evidence for?
encouraged-
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325.
Oh my God,
Defendant's
like, what is
325,
this?
please.
There's like nothing even bad at all. Who's Steve? It's what she calls Johnny. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's something, you know? This is crazy.
And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014, is that correct?
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
Okay.
It's already in,
It's
so.
been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence? Okay, we're making sure.
Ours indicates it is. It's in.
It's in evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor?
It was redacted. I don't know what
Well,
it was redacted to.
The redactions don't,
Yeah?
That's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy? We can check. We'll check our
Let's
copy.
see it.
thank you.
Oh my God, she's tilting? Yeah.
It's fine, Your Honor. We've confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's see the other evidence.
Thank you.
We have to have some evidence of him implying that he was violent towards her, right? Or something. All these text messages. Everything. There's got to be something, guys. There must be.
See it on your
Oh,
screen?
here we go.
All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share it there. Oh, get it? Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says, it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to with shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank is shrink.
Oh,
What
we
did-
just
what did he
spelled it
call
wrong.
shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning of psychologist, therapist, shrank.
Okay.
I'm sorry for being less, for your
Shrek.
disappointment in me. For my behavior, I'm a fucking savage.
Damn.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? Now, you respond to this. And of course, before you go there, and he says, I am well aware I should have been bigger at the moment and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize.
He implied. Well, wait. She
See
didn't.
that?
Yes, I
It's
do.
And you
heinously
respond, I love
insults.
you. I miss you already, correct?
There was never
That's
a.
right. And
There was
what, if
never an
anything, is
implication
that
of.
consistent with
She
the
skipped the
cycle that
part
you
where he was
described.
talking about. They were talking.
The language.
It was what they said to each other.
He used.
And he also
after
skipped the part where he said we.
particularly violent
Bro, it's
episodes.
right there.
was savage,
Oh my God.
monster, devil. And so
Oh my-
We ended up both calling his other side, the side
Wow.
of Johnny that would do
This
and
is so
say
weak. This is. Oh my God.
unbelievably horrible things.
Yeah?
It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite.
Just like speed running the evidence. Yeah.
And this is typical of the apologies that I would get when he took it too far physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me physically. I mean, so after this,
He said it was like slinging insults.
I had
Physically?
a visible bruise. I
Where?
don't remember where, but I remember what other people. Well, I can't say that what they said. So anyway, and I, in these fights, I tried to stand up for myself. By December 2014, I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I tried to hit his hands away.
Oh my God.
I tried to always get back up.
Where is it?
Sometimes not. Sometimes
don't even remember where it
almost always
was?
Made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried.
Oh my
And
God.
worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him.
Oh my
I'd
fucking
call him ugly
God.
names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both
Yeah.
got into that pattern. It was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, It felt like nothing I could do. Felt like nothing I could do would change the
man.
sobriety patterns. Felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing
And then
I
you
did
got
made him
married.
stop hitting me. Nothing. So, I tried for over a year, maybe two, of just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threatened that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. You know, the police were called several times, but
We heard about
I tried
that.
to do everything. I even tried to leave him, you know.
Yeah, we
and
heard about that.
tried to leave him.
The
and nothing was
police were
working.
called. By who?
And I think by this point in our relationship, we're both saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other, and unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I'll also describe it.
This might be a good
Okay, that's
time for
good.
the lunch break.
All right, we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time
Oh
until
my
2 o'clock.
God.
Please do not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Oh my God. I just. It's just like, look. Lunch break. Yeah, exactly. Oh, let's stop on this. Look at the instant mood change. Well, I don't think that's really as big of a deal. End it with an emotional part for the jury. Yep. Very emotional part for the jury. How cute that is. Wow. I thought she was an actor. Yeah, well, you can see that. And so.
Okay, ma'am, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay? All right, thank you. So 2 o'clock? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God, man. It's just like. I can't believe it, man. I can't fucking believe it. Shamwa, sorry. Well, the thing is, like, we have all of these text messages, and like none of it is incriminating for Johnny. Like none of it. Like not a single one, not a single thing that he said, nothing at all. That's what's so crazy to me about this. Is like every single thing. It's like, don't you see? Like, don't you have any like, what do you think? And then she goes through the paragraph. Let me go ahead. I'm going to reopen this again, okay? And that way I can show this again, because this is just such horse shit. Well, look at this. Where can I find it here? Where's her going over the page? Yeah, look at this. This is the fucking evidence that they submitted. Let's read it. When you jump, I don't want to be conditioned to the behavior. I'll put in heavy work with the shrink, right? That's obviously what he meant. Now, I'm sorry for being less. I'm assuming what happened is that because shrink is it's a slang word. It wasn't. It's not learned by the dictionary that the phone has, so it auto-corrected it to a proper noun last name. Right? That's probably what happened. And so let's go back over here. We're going to read this. Also, remember how she did "It's away, I've let it go, went too far," and then she stopped right here? She stopped right here whenever it said "we/I tend to do that." She omitted it as she was saying it. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not about the crime. It's about defamation in the lawsuit. Who wins the money at the end of the day? Well, no, because the defamation, in order to prove defamation, I'm pretty sure that you have to prove that what happened was false. Am I right about that? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, you can't defame somebody by saying something that's true. Like, for example, if I go and I say that, I don't know, like, Method Josh is a bad guy, I'm pretty sure I can't get sued for defamation in that regard. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be, it's just nuts, man. That's the way it goes. In Japan, you can? Yeah, we're not in Japan. I have no idea. So let's read the rest of this. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with the shrink. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Devils all around. I wish I were able to bring in just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I. Again, read this again. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do and did. So, it's very clear based off of what he's saying. And also keep in mind, these are things that the defense, that Amber's team has submitted for defense. So, like, obviously, these are going to be the things that paint Johnny in the worst light, right? I mean, they're not going to have a picture of, like, Johnny helping an old lady across the road because that's going to make him look like a good guy. You know, this is the worst of the worst that they have access to, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't be providing it as a defense. You see what I'm saying? So I just, oh my God. So let's go back over. We're going to read the rest of these. Steve, yeah, it's this is clearly what she was calling Johnny. Let's see here. It is not anything that I'm particularly proud to have participated in, and I regret giving it life because, motherfucker, how are we gonna fight, little girl? How are we gonna end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? I wish I knew, goddamn. And I know that you are right, I am. Well, I am well aware that I should have never been bigger than the moment, and I will never again manifest a negative experience as it can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there, I adore you. And then, like, it's just, it's nuts, man. Look how he describes her. Yeah. Gorgeous girl of her dreams and darkest nightmares. Yeah, exactly. Have fun with your gals. Yeah, I love you. Have fun with your gals. This is such a bright, beautiful light. So he's even saying nice things. Yeah, he types like a boomer. Yeah, like Johnny does. He does. He types like a fucking boomer. He's sending her these paragraphs, you know, and all this. The devil is all around, right? He says, right, to tell that this is what she said to him and not what he's saying about him. No, I think that he's referring to a quote. The devil is around us. Like, I feel like he's obviously, the devil is all around. And like, also, I'm assuming that he's also referring to some sort of a quote or some sort of a title of something because all of the letters are capitalized. You see what I'm saying? So like, I feel like that's not what he was meaning. And also, like, again, contextualizing it in the fact that they had a lot of, like, you know, they liked poetry and stuff like that. I feel like that's probably what happened. Yeah, it's a poet. Yeah, there you go. So, well, dude, he's a boomer. Yeah, but, like, usually, yeah, you're kind of right about that. But, like, here, obviously, these are capitalized because it followed a period. So, like, basically, he just didn't spell check this. And that's why all of these different words that follow a period are capitalized, because the phone app automatically capitalizes something with a period with a space after it that's a letter. You see what I'm saying? So it's a text? Yeah. Well, you have to understand, like, because it's like this stuff does matter, right? And is 58? Yeah. You should go to law school? No, I was going to go to law school. I decided to play World of Warcraft and record myself instead. That's basically it. Look at the timestamps. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know about the timestamps or any of that stuff. I have no idea. What's this here? Give me 1 second. I decided to just not do this, and that was about it. It worked pretty fucking well, I'd say. And the way they talk over text makes them both look very insecure and toxic. It's a song, The Devil's All Around. Yeah, I mean, again, I figured that, but I don't think that's what it was. It wasn't like him admitting to something. And like, again, with all of these other... this is what I said. I'll say it again, right? I'll get into this again because obviously it's one of those things where a lot of people, I think, kind of don't want to believe this for whatever reason, but I think it's very obvious what's going on here. Now, I think that she is telling a story and she is using half-truths because I think that a lot of what she's saying is probably true. I think that a lot of this is true to some regard. Is it true to a big regard? Probably not. And I think that they're all half-truths. But I think the half-truths are being used in that way. Now, further in video, you can see a slip of another email mentioning medicine. Let's see. I'll move ahead with this because I know that they... I thought they scrolled down here. Yeah, there we go. This is Amber. By the way, this is Amber's message. Can you please grab my pill box for me? I forgot it and I have to take my Neurotin. Maybe you would have time to grab it for me. Just pull over in the street and give it to me. Have you left? Leaving in 3 seconds, very late. Okay. And so that's about it. So she was on drugs at some point, but these were clearly Neurotin this doesn't sound like fentanyl or whatever, right? This sounds like something that was prescribed to her. So yeah, I'm not sure. Steve is the assistant. Well, I don't know about, no, I don't think Steve is the assistant. I'm pretty sure he's not, but I have no idea. It's an anti-epileptic. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. A lot of drugs are used for multiple reasons. New House of the Dragon trailer. Yeah, I'll look at that in a minute here. Let's see if I can find it. House of the Dragon. Let me go over here. Yeah, I'll watch this in just a couple of minutes. I want to finish talking about this, though, for now. I just feel like this is so obviously... It's like one quote from a movie, I think, is pretty much like, yeah, sure, right? She's an actor. It makes sense that, you know, that she would be thinking about things and, like, contextualizing things inside of, like, a movie quote, right? Of course, I think that makes sense. But, like... whenever you're lifting like major plot points, it's like it's one thing to say everything was beautiful and nothing hurt, which is from a poem, right? However, it is very different than to use an actual, like in one thing you're describing a feeling and a metaphor, and another thing you are describing a specific event. You see what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? Word for word. Yeah, exactly. I added you a video. Oh yeah, I know. And let's see here. It's like NFTs. No. Give me a second. I gotta take this off. It's getting a little bit warm in my room. I don't want to be hot. There we go. We're good. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. Yeah, I hope so. People are seeing what I'm saying too. Cause like there's a lot of people that I feel like, because like I'm used to dealing with bullshitters a lot. Like I deal with a lot of bullshitters a lot of the time. And let's be honest, I'm a bullshitter too. So if I see a bullshitter, it's obvious. It's obvious, and she's a bullshitter. Like it's quotes from a movie. Everything is described in a certain way. The way she turns around and she looks at the audience. Oh, I loved the kids. Like it's not your kids. Like you're not even married to him yet, right? It's just so fucking weird, man. And then also, like, remember Johnny whenever she said she was taking care of his kid and he started laughing? I can't fucking wait to find out why that is. I can't fucking wait to find out why that is. Literal quotes from films. Yeah, exactly. It's theater. Yeah. It's repeats the same phrases and completely unrelated stories. Well, what I'm getting at is that I don't really care about using, he'd rather cut off his hand. Like, so for example, let me draw a distinction here, and I'll see if you guys can understand where I'm coming from, okay? Is like her saying the thing with Johnny is he shines on people who have his attention and feel like you're the passion of the world. I don't really find like this in itself to be incriminating at all, because this is an emotional metaphor that she probably saw before and she thought it made a lot of sense, right? It's an emotional metaphor. I get it. But go over to this. He'd rather cut off his hand. This is something that is circumstantial around a specific event. This is circumstantial around an abuse event. It is very different than using a metaphor to describe an emotion. Do you see kind of what the difference is here? It's like a plot point versus a metaphor. Yeah, I hope so. These tweets are all memes. I mean, I don't know about memes. I feel like you see a video that tweeted at me. All right, let me see this. The devil's all around. Yeah, it's a song. Okay, that's what I thought too. Let's see here. Just pose for a picture. I'm trying to look. Like, there's a million people trying to tag me and stuff. Like, she posed for a picture? Wait, what the fuck is this? Yeah, what is this here?
And after you both return to LA. And after you both return to LA.
Oh, I see, because she looked, you see right here, that's clever. She looked at the person who's taking the picture, and she left it there.
And after
you see that?
You both return to LA.
You see the flash happen right there? So it's obvious that she made eye contact with the photographer. This is smart. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. Make sure to get the tissue. Yeah, and she left it there too. That is, man, that really is something. Whoever caught that, geez. Yeah, I didn't see that. I wasn't paying attention. I remember whenever she left it on her face, I was like, what is that? But I never really put two and two together there. Wow. It's just, Jesus, man. That is not good. Here's Amber Heard after Johnny Depp choked her, punched her, and dragged her whole body over glass and gave her 2 black eyes. And it's them just like hanging out. Yeah, of course. It's just... Y'all wonder why he struggled being sober. Because she's absolutely fucking insane.
Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please stop doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why are you with me?
Bully. Stop. please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Man, fuck.
Sean, could you, please?
Get her out of here.
I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
He's like, all right, is she done talking? Okay, go take your meds. Sean, get her out of here. Yeah, like, you know what's so fucked up about this is, like, listen how she says you have, like, a normal argument, not like this, right? She's being intentionally vague with that so she can imprint later on the idea that something that was different from a normal argument was his abuse. You see that? Do you see how she said it and she was intentionally vague about what that meant? And she because if she had said abuse, he probably would have pushed back against that. You know what I'm saying? And so she intentionally didn't say that so he wouldn't have his guard up because he probably had no idea that she was even doing this or recording in the first time. That's a reach? I don't think that's a reach at all. Do you guys think that's a reach? She was recording him. She was recording him with the intent of finding incriminating evidence. I feel like, I mean, I don't know, guys. She's yeah, I don't know. I think he meant she was reaching. She's been setting him up for years. Yeah, no, she started the recording. She knew what she was doing. Yeah, exactly. She tried so hard to bait him and never succeeded. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, she's not even baiting him right. It's just, man, this is some real shit. I'm gonna say that. What's this here? He was recording, man, listen to his voice. He was closest to the phone. So you think that was him recording?
I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so
You could be
much
right.
stress. Please stop. Please. I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please.
I feel like I can understand both of them. I'd be willing to accept that she was recording, he was recording, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't know. She's louder? Yeah, but she's also, her voice is more elevated, so it's harder to say. Because, like, he's speaking in, like, a normal tone, maybe a little bit louder, but she's, like, yelling, crying, you know? So, like, that's... I don't know. She could have hid the phone closest to him. She could have. I mean, yeah, sure, of course, right? There's always a way around it. But I'm just thinking about it myself, right? It's just like theirs that have cameras all over my fucking house. I would have broken up with her, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. As I said, everybody thinks that they want a crazy girlfriend until they really get one. That is not fun. It ruins your life. It just completely ruins your life. It's awful. It ruins everything about your life. It ruins your friendships, your relationships with other people, your career, your social life, the things that you enjoy. It just ruins everything. And so, yeah, you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to have that happen. Moot point, as he stated, what's this here? Stated that he told he'd record, hence she was aware if it was him recording anyways. Well, yeah, but, like, he didn't say that in that clip, so we don't know if that's actually true or not. Like, I don't know. That's why Dan Blitzarian has cameras all over his house. He's safe with all these girls. I mean, like, I don't know. That guy is, like, totally fucking different. The thing is, like, here's one way that I would look at it, right? Is that these kinds of people, like, remember whenever there were a lot of guys getting, like, Me Too'd last year or the year before? I forgot even what year this was, but it was one of these recent years where a lot of guys got canceled for stuff. Yes? So, do you remember what happened with a lot of them? Where one girl would come out And then, no, this is like a year or two ago, right? Like very recently. It was like the whole method stuff and all that drama. So, it always happened like this, where one girl would come out and say that she had a bad experience with this person. And then a massive preponderance of evidence would come out saying that the guy's an asshole. It was like, oh, well, this happened. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I have my story with this guy. Oh, I have my story with this guy. Oh, this other bad thing happened with this guy. Yeah, Annie, that's another one, right? Remember, fucking Sweebless accused that guy from method. And then everyone's like, well, I don't know what happened, right? It was a long time ago. Then Annie comes out with the same fucking bad experience with the same guy. So isn't it odd that you have all of the, like, and then also on the contrary, you have someone like Swifty, where one person made accusations against him and said a bunch of bad stuff about him. Everybody else in his life completely defended him. There were no other corroborating evidence. Everybody said, oh, look at this guy. Like, actually, he's not the guy. Yeah, Arcadum was another one, right? One person comes out, and then a bunch of other people do too. Fedmeister, yes. Again, Fedmeister. Remember, that was not just one person. It was like 3 or 4. And that's like not even counting like other types of like just shitty behavior, like being super loud while they're trying to sleep and stuff like that. So like, do you see kind of what I'm saying here? Is like these people that are, and like that's why I believed it more, is because you have more than one person saying it. And not only do you have more than one person saying it, but you have more than one person saying the same thing. In this circumstance, you have a bunch of people, not only are they not saying the same thing, but they're saying the opposite. Wasn't James Franco bad? I don't know. I feel like James Franco probably slept with her. It seems like, didn't he also sleep with one of his students? So clearly this guy does not observe traditional ethics of sleeping with people, right? He's gonna do, it's James Franco, right? I mean, you just look at him, you know he's gonna do that, right? I mean, come on, it is what it is. And so, Dan Masterson also bad also? Yeah, and then meanwhile, you have other people, and you have these other guys, and like there are some guys out there that say, oh, well, that's what happens whenever you get involved with a woman. Boys, guys, let me tell you something. You just stay at home and jack off. Don't go anywhere near those harpies, those fiends. They're gonna ruin your life. Never get married. And like that's what happens, right? But meanwhile, you have other guys that go through girls once a week, and you never hear anything bad about them. Isn't that interesting? Maybe. Just a little bit of maybe. It might be because the guys aren't assholes. It's just, maybe that's it, but just maybe because, you know, you treat her like a person and it's gonna be okay. Divorce court is biased and destroys men. Sure. And like, you know, I've agreed with that many times. I'm completely on your side with this. I get it. However, can you see what I'm saying too? Can you see what I'm saying too, right? It's just, it's not that. Amber has previous domestic violence charges and also assault for hitting her ex-girlfriend. Yeah, but Johnny's an asshole, right? Johnny got drunk one time, and so, you know, let's just tell a story. Falls crazy, doesn't care about nice. I think that really it does, because whenever crazy interacts with nice, and then crazy says nice is evil, other people defend nice. And whenever they don't, maybe they're not nice. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a bunch of other people that immediately came in and defended the people who received false allegations. NY posts Photoshop tears on Amber Heard's face in the articles. No, oh my God, please send me that. Oh my God, please send me this. Please send me this. I need to see it right now. Let me see it, come on. Let me see it, I want to get to it. Where the fuck is it? I'm trying to see this. Come on, where it be? Where it at? How we gonna get it? How we gonna get it? Where we gonna be at? What is this? Link it. Tag me in the fucking tweet. Tag me in the tweet so I can see it. I'm trying to find this shit. Like, cause I really, really want to see this, man. I do. Oh, man. I'm just trying to look and find this out. Okay. See if because I really do want to see this. What the fuck is this? Clickbaity, what exactly? Apparently New York, I'm not going to say who it was, right? Because I don't really have evidence of this yet. But let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got it. Here we go. Hola. Wait a minute. Let's look at this. Watch the New York Post photoshopping fake tears. We watched the trial live. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy? Wow. Monster. Johnny Depp had abusive personalities on different drugs. Isn't that really something interesting? Like, wow. Reverse the roles, classic New York Post. Let me see something. I'm gonna look this shit up. Where the fuck is this? So, here's the article. And I apologize for showing this, but I think that it's important to do so. So, let's go ahead and do this. Let's turn it off for this website, and let's refresh the page. So, you've got, let's see here. Are there any ads on this? Are there any ads? Look at this. This is crazy. Dismiss. Sign also. See also. What is it? It's about getting people to go to the website. Subscribe to the post. Subscribe to this. It looks like there's no ads on this, which is at least a good thing, right? Like, let's see here. Is it down? Yeah, it looks like there are no ads on here. All right, well, at least that's not what's happening. So this is a post that was made, I guess, yesterday or something like that. And look at this. So it has 120,000. I'm assuming this isn't comments because they probably turned comments off, right? Top notch, next. Somebody says it's shit. And so, yes, they turned off comments and okay. That's good. To the myth apart. Yeah, F5, it's okay. The author is a known feminist. Well, it doesn't really matter. Like, the thing is, like, yes, that does matter. But at the same time, so here's what's very interesting about this. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. The person who owns the New York Post also owns the Sun, and Johnny Depp sued the Sun. Yeah. How is this allowed? It's because we're not. It's because we're not rioting in front of the Capitol building to demand some degree of ethical news dissemination. Here's what I really don't like about this: is that whenever you're a news source, you have certain privileges, and it's harder to get sued. It's harder to get sued if you're the New York Post or like a newspaper or something like this. It's self-regulated. Yes, it's harder to get sued, and you have more rights and more privileges. And what do they do with those rights and those privileges? Literal fucking Photoshop. Literal fucking Photoshop. Like, it's not like a meme. You're looking at it right there. There are ads. Refresh. Sure. Let me refresh it again. Let me go back and double check here. I blocked 27. Oh my God. Okay. I have 2 ads. Okay, let's turn it off. Oh, that's why I didn't see it. I have two ad blockers. Okay. That's how you have to use the internet nowadays. Yeah. Okay. So here are the ads. So if you want to understand, why would they write an article like this? Why would they ever write an article that's so horrible and terrible, that's so obviously inflammatory and upsetting? It's because of this piece of shit website that's advertising on this piece of shit website. And then where to shop now, just in fashion now, another fucking ad, another fucking ad. Oh, there we go, ads for themselves. Oh, another fucking ad right there. And let's scroll all the way down. We'll see if we have any more ads. And, sponsored stories, there we go. There's 3 more fucking ads. Smart feed. Oh, wait a second. It's actually 6 more fucking ads. So there we go. Oh, there's some more of those as well. We've got even more. And then there's, I don't even know what the fuck that is. Let's see here. Nature's Morphine. Look at all these ads here. Look at all of these ads. This is why it happens. You understand? This is why it fucking happens. It's because of the ads. It's a tabloid. You don't have to explain why they write scandal articles. I don't think that they should be able to do that. In my opinion, I think that it should be illegal to intentionally alter evidence in this way. It should be illegal. Yeah, and they should get fined or sued for this. Like, substantially. Because it's, like, basically, if you're doing this, like, this has an effect on people. Like, this absolutely has an effect on people. Like, the news that you hear does actually turn into violence. I'll give you one example of that. Do you remember back whenever COVID was a big thing and people were being violent towards Asians? Why do you think that was? It's because of COVID. That's why it happened. So that's why it's important in the way that so like, I'm just giving you an example, right? The example I'm using and the reason why I'm saying this is that it proves that there is a correlation between what is written and what is done. That what is written causes an act. Oh, there's another one. Panera Bread. Look at this. Panera Bread. I wonder if they know that they have their articles and their ads posted on a website that literally photoshops court evidence. I wonder if they have any idea about this, because the odds are they probably fucking don't. They probably have no idea. Click the author's name. I don't give a fuck about her. I don't care about her. Do you understand? Like, let's say we cancel her. She never writes another article again. Who cares? There's just going to be the next Maureen. And then the one after that. I don't care about her. She's a symptom of a problem. I'm talking about the disease. It's ridiculous. Or Will Smith getting slapped, or Dave Chappelle getting tackled. You're right. Well, I think that's very different, but it's not that different. I think that you're right about that too. Tweet at Panera, start a revolution. I don't want to tweet at them. I don't want to do any of this shit, right? I just want them to know that this is happening, and I want to make people aware of why these things are going on. Yeah, I'm not going to tweet at them or some other bullshit, right? And get away with it because it's filed under opinion. It's bullshit. This isn't an opinion. Photoshopping something is not an opinion. This is not an opinion. This is an opinion as much as, like a conspiracy video where they Photoshop, Michelle Obama to look more like a man. And like, have you guys ever seen these? Like that's on the same level, in my opinion. It's just fucking disgusting. It's deceptive, disgusting, and wrong. Photoshop equals an opinion? Yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous, man. Click her name, send her your disgust. I'm not going to do that. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to waste my time turning some random moron into a victim because they are not really... This person is simply a product of their environment. The person is not the problem. You understand? If you get rid of this person, there will be another person tomorrow. And if you get rid of that person, there will be another person after that. You have to change the system that creates the people, or you're just going to constantly be playing whack-a-mole, and eventually you're going to get tired. And the machine never gets tired. Only you do. You have to, yes, you have to break the wheel. Yes, there you go. If I'm ever in a pinch, I can just say, what if any, and get away with it? Yeah, that's about right. Media should not be able to Photoshop anything. And this isn't the first time that media has Photoshopped things. They've intentionally changed, remember like the person who shut up the YouTube headquarters? They Photoshopped her pictures too. This is something that media regularly does. I can't believe this. I honestly, I cannot believe this happens. And it's just, oh my god, it's just so fucking ridiculous. And it's like these ads are on there, and like anybody's from people like this, that the problem is the system. No, because you're always going to have people that are like this. It's always going to happen. You think of millions of views on live streams, they wouldn't try to do this, but here we are. Well, it's because it doesn't matter to them. Because like, it doesn't matter because in 3 or 4 years, here's why it doesn't matter, and I'll explain. And this is the beauty, and this is also the evil of different types of, I guess you could say, like print media, is that it doesn't go away. It does not go away. And what does that mean? That means that in 5 years from now, when people forget about the, whenever people forget about this trial, they forget about the nuance to it, they forget about what really happened, etc., they're going to Google Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, and this article is going to pop up. And this is somebody, let's say this is a person who's 16 right now. Well, they're probably not paying attention. They're in school. You know, they're worried about, you know, passing Algebra 1 so they can graduate. They're not thinking about this trial. They have no idea about it. So 5 years later, they're 21, 22 years old. They read this, and the first thing they think of is that Johnny Depp is an asshole. You see how this happens? Yeah, so see how this happens? Like, and like that's what it's gonna be. And like you have these articles written about people that last forever, and there's no accountability as to whether the articles are accurate. 16-year-olds like Pirates of the Caribbean? Oh, of course they do. They probably fucking love it. But what I'm saying is that let's just, I don't want to go into the ages, right? Let's say somebody didn't hear about this. They were, you know, busy with something and they weren't paying attention to this. And then they look back on it years later and then they see this. For whatever reason. For whatever reason. This is going to pop up because this is a major news publication. What's this here? Time to take New York Post to court as well? I hope so. I do. I hope so. But I don't really care about that because the New York Post makes a ton of money. And even if there's only one case that I know of any sort of a journalistic thing like this getting shut down. And it was Gawker that got shut down. And the only reason that they got shut down is also Peter Thiel, I believe, helped fund it, who's like really fucking rich, right? He's like super fucking rich. And like Sandman? No, but that guy, that was the guy, the smiling Catholic kid, right? Or some fucking shit. That's different because number one, they reached a settlement, and number two, it didn't shut the media company down that basically sent the wrong information out. It didn't shut them down. They outed him, and he went scorched earth. Yeah, exactly. They outed Peter Thiel as being gay, and it turned out that it was true, right? The guy's gay, but, you know, that's his story to tell and not theirs. And so, yeah, he basically funded all of Hulk Hogan's, you know, his all the lawsuits and everything, and he put them in the fucking ground. And fucking, like, that's some Giga Chad shit. I was so fucking glad. Gawker used to have a thing, and this is something that was, this happened, like, I'm talking like 10 years ago. They used to have a thing where if you saw a celebrity out in public, you could basically report it to some sort of thing on, I think this was Gawker, I'm pretty sure it was, and they would tell you and they would track the locations of celebrities in real time so people could see them. Remember that? Yeah, you remember that? It was like 10 years ago. BBC used the picture as well. Yeah, exactly. And this is what happens. Did BBC actually use it? Let me see. Yeah, link me the article. I'll pull it up for myself. Investigation here in Germany about those lying articles. They make more money with false articles than they have to pay in court as a fine. Well, exactly. Why would they keep doing it if that wasn't the case? That, like, these publications are worth a lot of money. The people that run them are not stupid. These people are not stupid. So it's always a mistake to assume that the people that you're up against are dumb. Because most of the time they're not dumb. They just have a different ethics system or a different morality system or a different decision-making system than you do, or their goals are not what you understand them to be. They're not stupid. Is it Kyle Rittenhouse creating a company that plans to focus on holding news outlets accountable for doing bullshit like this? I don't give a fuck about what he's doing. Like, do you know why I don't give a fuck? Because it's not going to go anywhere. You think he's going to make a media company? What is he, Batman? What's he going to do? What's he going to do? He's going to go put Rupert Murdoch in jail? No. He's a private citizen. He can't do shit. He can't do anything. He can't do anything about it. He's just got to sit there and take it, man. That's it. Just Google it. Blonde woman on BBC. I fucking find it and go from there, right? I'm not really sure exactly yet. Give me 1 second here. And what's this here? He's a punk? Yeah, I think so too. I definitely think so. But just in general, I feel like this is just... it's so fucking sad, man. It really is. Look at that, man. Look at that. I got back from lunch. Yeah, but it's going to take them like another 20 minutes or so to get ready. That's what they said. We're about to watch the new Batman movie. What the fuck? She used the line? Yeah, I know she used the line. But, like, in my opinion, I find this to be just as bad, if not worse, than, like, the trial. Because this happens all the time. Like, how are you getting away with this? How is this happening? How is this legal? Yeah, it's fucking horrible. Yeah, it's unreal. Should we just let definition governance board, aka the government, tell us what the truth is? You don't have the government tell you what the truth is. You establish precedent through law, so the legal system has accountability for people that are doing bad things. So it's not about a government ministry of truth. Do you understand? Like it's really, I mean, like that's not how it works. Watch it live. Like, what's going on? No, it's not live. Like, why are you guys telling me it's live? It's not. Like, they're still on break. Like, it literally says it right there on the screen. What are we doing? Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna ban that debated emote. I feel like there's so many fucking annoying times. Oh, look at this. It's not there. Hey, hey, debated. I made you do something. I hate that shit. It's so fucking annoying. So anyway, I don't want to get into that. Now it's coming back till 2. Yeah, exactly. Every emote banned? Yeah, because I think that a lot of the emotes are fucking annoying. I don't like them. I'll be honest. I'm not much of a. I don't like Twitch culture. I think Twitch culture is loser culture. It's being obnoxious, repeating the same joke over and over. I think Twitch culture is primarily fucking cringe. I've always felt that way too. Anyway, so let's go back. We're going to talk about this. It doesn't really matter what I think about it. I'll ban it if I want to. I won't if I don't. Okay, that's about it. So you see these articles, right? And I wonder how many other, are there any other indications of people using this same picture? Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to happen. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Striking a pose. Yeah, I'll pull that up again too. Let's see here. Okay. I want to go ahead and pull this up again one more time. Okay, guys? Where was the post about her posing for it? I'm trying to find it. Ah, shit. I don't know where it is. Yeah, it's probably going to be over here. Let me just put it right over here, and I'm going to show you guys. Just in case anybody missed out on this one. This is a really, really cute little interaction that happened here. So as you can see here, she sees right here. I already showed this, but I'm going to show it again. She looks right there and makes eye contact with the photographer. He takes the picture. She leaves the tissue on her nose. And then the moment that she knows it's over, she puts it down. Wow. It's the monitor? Really? The monitor is so big, it's on Johnny's face too? Really? That's crazy. And then they also, like, just at the same exact time, there was a sound as if it was a shutter. Man. You know, like, that's got a bit, yeah, you can hear it. Listen, guys, it is what it is. I don't know. It's just some real shit. Yeah, it's obviously fucking real, man. Whenever I have PTSD regarding my trauma, I'm inconsolable and crying a river. She hasn't even shed a tear. I don't know, like, whenever my mom first got sick, like, I don't know, like, I never went to, like, a therapist, right? Because we never had money for that. But, like, I told people, like, a lot of the things that happened to me were, like, very common PTSD symptoms, right? So, like, I would wake up and, like, hear her screaming. I wouldn't be able to sleep for more than, like, an hour and a half. And this went on for, like, 6 months or so. Like, could I talk about what happened? Yeah, I could talk about what happened, and it wasn't going to stress me out. But it was bad, man. It really was. Like, I'd have to go in and check, make sure she was okay, she wasn't dying or dead or something like that. It took so long to get over that. It did. It was awful. It happened and this is, like, back before I really had a lot of money, right? And so, like, I was just trapped in this situation. It was terrible. So, like, this happened to me, and I was able to talk about it just fine, but it was still very upsetting on, like, an emotional level. So, like, I'm not going to go through and say that, like, oh, well, her talking about it means that it doesn't matter. But I do find it interesting that all of the points of strong emotional feeling come from whenever she feels embarrassed and not from the abuse itself. And I find that to be odd, especially whenever you add in the diagnosis that she had received from doctors about being you know, having, like, these different personality disorders. Like, this seems very, very interesting to me. That's pretty common, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know how common it is. Maybe I'm not. And, like, again, here's the way I see it. And I see it like this, is that it's not one thing or another thing. It's like 10 or 20 things. You see what I'm saying? And so like each individual thing is not necessarily like I'm not concerned with being like completely on point, 100% accurate with every single thing, because I feel like I'm like 70% accurate or 80% with like 15 different things. You see what I mean? Yeah, HN conspiracy prep right here. Yeah, sure. Women like her are con men, dude. She's just extra evil and using her skills. You see, like, I think it's a mistake to look at this and to say that this is an outcome or this is because she's a woman. I don't really think this is the case. I think that there are men, like, women have a different way of expressing it because of the way that our culture is created and the way that our culture just generally exists. True Gent, thanks for 5 subs. I appreciate it, man. Like right now, like women have like a different role in society, so they don't have the same tools that men do in the same way, especially. And I'm not talking about like, you know, oh, they can't, you know, be successful or something like that. I'm talking about specifically like the male and female social dynamic relationship that obviously the law to some degree reflects. Like men are stronger, men, like if like, what is the most important thing about a guy? What are the most important qualities about a man? Being smart and being successful and being like strong or money or something like that, right? These are all like intangible things. And also being handsome and in shape matters too, but I would not say this is number one. Meanwhile, you go over, you look at a woman, what's the main thing that people look at in a girl? It's how she looks. You know, the biggest compliment you can give to a girl in a lot of cases, and I see this all the time in media, is her look. You know, that she looks young, that she looks good, right? It's something that is tangible. So I'm not trying to say that this is an ultimate thing, but I am saying this is a general societal trend, and this is what I think that the average person thinks like. And also, maybe not the average person, but a lot of people think like this. So it's not just one thing, it's just in general things. Because Wallace invited on stream later on. You should DM him. Yeah, I might do that. I'm not sure. It depends on what I'm doing later on today, because I'm gonna have dinner with my dad and everything. But you know, I'd also be around like this weekend and also in the future. I'd be down to talk to him and see what kind of his insight into it is too. B-Tank, thank you very much for the 5 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So anyway, you can compliment a woman on things that she made a choice about. Well, what I'm trying to get at here is like, I'm not talking about whether it's okay or whether it's not okay. But I think that it's very obvious that like a lot of people view that in a certain way. So I don't think that like this is a problem that only women have, because there's also only men have, because there's also women who have a problem with an abusive partner, and the abusive partner takes advantage of the situation in a different way. So it's not like, oh, you can only take advantage of an abusive situation in one way. No, I think there are many regards and many ways that this happens. And that's what my opinion on it is. You guys kind of see where I'm coming from, taking advantage of stereotype? Yeah. Amber Heard claimed Johnny Depp assaulted her. And I think that even in her circumstance, it's so true that Amber Heard even referenced this bias whenever she was telling Johnny Depp that nobody would believe him. Remember that? Yeah, do you remember that? Men and women expressed differently? Yeah, of course. And again, like, I think that people get really weird whenever you start talking about, like, gender differences or, like, sex differences, etc. It's very difficult to have a conversation about this that's authentic without having an ideology put into play. And people don't want to look at evidence. They just want to look at, you know, how they feel and, you know, like what their experiences are, etc. So, yeah, only weird people get weird? Yeah, that's the problem. There's a lot of them. Google Amber Heard tear. You find the same picture on many different websites. Let's go ahead and see it. Let's find it. Amber Heard tear. And let's see here. We're going to look at the different websites. I'll go to the, I'll show you guys the Google, okay? So I just looked at Reuters. They said tearful, and there's no use of the picture as far as I know. Yeah, let's see here. Any use of the picture at all? Yep, there we go. There we go. Wow. Wow. Maybe it's not Photoshop? I mean, I certainly don't remember this. Does anybody else remember her? I don't know if it's a real one, to be honest. Yeah, like, I don't remember this at all. Like, yeah, I don't. We watched it live? Yeah, I watched it live, and, like, everybody was looking for her to cry. Like, it literally, you had millions of people watching this. Nobody saw, nobody saw a tear. Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously, everybody could be wrong, but it seems very unlikely. What do you guys think? There are more pictures of tears on New York Post. Yeah, I didn't see that. We missed the tissue thing, too. Yeah, that's true as well. Let's not she got a new PR team. They could be behind it. Check Twitter. It's the Pepe Payne's face. Yeah, not exactly. Let me see if there's something for me to look at. People say there's something that you guys tweeted at me. Where the fuck is this? It looks like there's not a whole lot for me to take a look at. Never mind. Yeah, yeah, we're okay. I've already seen that. It wasn't shopped. I mean, is that a tear or a pimple? I feel like that's a tear. I mean, that's what I would think it is. She did shred a tear live, but it was really hard to see. I mean, maybe? Like, I'm just saying, like, I didn't see her cry. Like, I don't think anybody else did. It's not even just the tears. There's no inflection of her voice, and her sinuses magically have no issues. Well, no, they do. They do have issues. But the thing is that they only have issues whenever somebody's taking her picture, right? So she has problems with her sinuses. Pictures taken.
And
it's
after
not a
you
problem
both
anymore.
return to LA.
Right? So, like, that's the way it works. It makes perfect sense, guys, obviously. Tears can be fake. She could put a tiger balm on her tissue. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, she could just put, you know, like, it's very easy to do that. She could probably use the condensation from her drink and put it on her hand and then just move her hand up, right? It's easy to do that. But, like, all I'm saying is that there are more pictures of tears on New York Post, live updates and articles. Okay, let's see it. Give me a second. Where is it? Is it this one here? I'm assuming this is it. Let's see the picture. All right, that's not it. There's no crying there either. Let's see what else we have. That's just something else. Yeah, it looks like there's nothing there. It's the same article. No, it's actually two different articles, if you can believe that. They changed it. The evidence photo of Depp sleeping in a chair. Being on drugs is definitely silly and a must-see. Yeah, I'd have to see that. I didn't see that one at all. I'd have to go back and look at it. Shares Twitter for Amber Heard sniff. She snorts something on the stand. I don't believe that. I don't think she's doing coke or anything on the stand. That's ridiculous. Like, obviously, people can sniff something that's just... again, I feel like that's a conspiracy thing. Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, I know that it sounds like... Obviously, if you don't like her, it's very, very appealing to hear that she's, like, maybe doing cocaine on the stand, right? But, like, guys, come on. Come on, that's not really what's going on. Like, that would be, I mean, to be fair, like, there was one guy, I heard about this. This guy was, he was on trial for doing crack. And they go on break, and he's doing crack. And they ask him, like, why are you doing that? But he's like, I'm fucking stressed. I'm stressed out, man. Like, I'm getting convicted for smoking crack. I'm not smoking crack. So I had to smoke some crack to relax so I could explain to them that I don't smoke crack. Obviously, yeah, he's stressed out. Like, that's the main time that he needs the crack, you know? Like, of all the times, it's gotta be right now. Yeah, it's a mega pint of tears, exactly. There's 100 million on the line. She wouldn't do a line. No, she's not going to do that, man. That's crazy. Chuck WoW has no monetization of the mobile game. It was an error on the Google store. I'll cover that after we finish this, okay? There's a few other things that I do want to look into. Because if that's the case, then that's the case. You see a video of her hiding her drink from the cop in court. It's wild. I find that to just all be very silly. Like, all of that is just very, very silly. Hiding her drink from the cop. Like what? He's gonna look at it and see, like, I find this to be so silly. Yeah, I'm not about it. Might be so obvious if she did a bump on the stand. Let's use our brains, boys. Yeah, well, it's people that have never seen somebody do coke. Like, I haven't really seen a lot of people do it either, to be fair. I try to stay away from people that do drugs, etc. But that's in general the way that I feel about it. Right? Argentina, what's this here? She's the victim only for her crying. I mean, people cry all the time. And that's what happens, right? Is that you do have people, as soon as somebody starts crying or something like this happens, they just automatically assume that that person is right. It's like, well, if they were upset, why are they crying? Or some kind of bullshit like this. It's such bullshit, man. Like, I'm actually so mad to see articles. Like, let's take the picture out of the equation, right? Is like, you have articles like this written. Like, let's read the title. Amber Heard's riveting testimony took apart the Johnny Depp myth. How do you put this on your website? Like, riveting testimony. I just... It's by the same person? Yeah, and the thing is, here's what's going to happen, and I'll explain what's going to happen, is that if this blows up, the New York Post will come out, and if they are just universally, if they actually feel like they're going to, let's be honest, be held financially accountable for this by their audience, because the audience is less likely to consume their content, if this happens, here's what they're going to do. They're going to toss Maureen in the fucking garbage. She's going in the dumpster. And they just get the next one. And then she's fucked because she wrote this article that they were the ones that published. They knew what this was. Yeah, she's getting dumpstered. And well, good. Who cares? Who cares? It's not like... It's like, okay, all right, here. Let me give you an example. All right. Fucking... You're... My God. You own a company. And the company is called Bank Robbers Incorporated. Okay? Guess what you hire? That's right. You hire bank robbers. So, a bank robber, you're like, hey, you rob banks? He's like, yeah, I do. Great, you're hired. So this guy's robbing banks. And, you know, you guys have got a split going on, right? Is like, you provide him with, like, let's say the machine gun, a Kevlar vest, and like, you know, some radio jammers and some other shit, right? I've never wanted to rob a bank. B-Tank, thanks to the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. I never wanted to rob a bank, so I never looked into how to do this. To be honest with you, I have no fucking idea. But, you know, you provide him with a bunch of stuff. And then you go, and the guy robs a bank. And then he brings the money back to you. Bitang with, again, 10 gifted more subs. Thank you so much. The cops show up. The cops are like, hey, I saw the name of the building. It says Bank Robbers Incorporated. We figured we'd stop in and just see what's going on. We're like, okay, yeah, we're just hanging out, having fun. Oh, well, look at this guy. This guy, his picture. This is the guy that he stole all the money. He's like, yep, that's him. He's like, well, we're gonna arrest him. And then guess what the guy who owns the company says? Thank God. Thank God you're arresting this disgusting fucking bank robber. Thank God that you're getting rid of this person who's a harm to all of society. And you know what? He got $50 million out of that. So I bet he's got $25 million out of that. And you guys had better confiscate that as well. And then the cops ask, well, what happened to the other $25 million? That's not part of the story. Nothing happened to it. And so then after that, the guy hires a new bank robber. He keeps the $25 million. The bank robber goes to jail, but the bank robber factory that's creating them and creating an outlet for them to occur and proliferate this is alive and well. Do you see how this happens? Do you see where I'm coming from? Do you see where I'm at? Ads are playing at our TOS. Ah, Jesus Christ. If I get fucking suspended for an ad, I'm just going to stream on YouTube. Oh my God. Imagine getting suspended for a fucking ad. Like, that would just be funny. Like, I would just be immediately over it. B-Tang again with the 10 get the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, a bank robbing company creates jobs and taxes. Yeah, exactly. They pay that money back. That'd be good content. Yeah, sure. Was the owner of the company named Bank Roberts? Yeah, it's Bank Robbery Incorporated, and yeah, the guy's name is Bank Roberts. Yeah, exactly. It's back. All right, let's see here. Is it ready? Okay, it's about to start in a few minutes here. But I hope you guys can understand and appreciate the point that I'm making with this, right? Where I'm saying that it doesn't really matter, like, what the, yeah, you guys see what I'm saying? Yeah, it doesn't really matter, like, what happens to the individual that writes the article, because it's like you know, like you play cookie clicker. It's like, is it more important to get the cookies or the cookie farm? Is it more important to get the golden eggs or the goose? What stops the golden eggs? Because if you still have the goose, you're just going to get more golden eggs, or in this case, brown eggs. That's what happens. Hypothetical scenario, couldn't a smart cop use bank robbers to get the company? Not in this case with news outlets, the same shit. Any metaphor falls apart if you extrapolate it enough. There's nothing really more that I want to talk about with that, but you guys can see kind of what I'm saying here. Yeah, why is a picture of Johnny on the stream angry? I don't know. I feel like this is... It's not that bad of a picture. I would maybe use another picture just in general, but it's kind of okay. I don't know. Check this out. There's more tears here. Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't see any. I'll tell you that for sure. I didn't see any at all. You see the same photo on New York Post, photoshopped in your YouTube video, unphotoshopped? In my YouTube video, unphotoshopped? Oh, really? If you can find me the timestamp for that and tweet it at me, I'll look at it whenever we go on break, okay? I just don't know exactly when that's going to be. You give a man a gun, he rob a bank. If you give him a bank, he can rob the world. Yeah, sure. Let's see here. Rupert Murdoch is the owner of both The Sun and The New York Post. The Sun was tabloid, involved the UK trial. Yeah, I know that. And sued for libel, calling him a wife beater. Yep, there we go. And again, it's just, this is what happens. What's this here? Did Elon Musk get a piece of that ass after Johnny? TW Doomslayer? 5 subs, thank you very much. I think that it's really funny. I think probably the strongest argument. What's this?
Here at Law and Crime Network, Amber Heard is still on the stand under direct examination.
Shut the fuck up. Just get to the just get to the point. Anyway, like, Elon Musk is obviously a really smart guy. It's not because he flew a rocket into space. It's not because he was the first person to really make electric cars and put them out into the mainstream. It's not because he was, you know, one of the main people that made PayPal happen. No. It's nothing about that. It's that whenever he was around Amber Heard, he fucking left. He saw that shit, and he said, nope. I'm out. Yeah, yeeted and deleted. True. All right, here we go. It's a little loud. They got the echo again? I better not. All right. Thumping around. Damn. Echo Mike, yeah, again. Picture with Elon with Amber and he has bruises? Yeah, and then there's no more pictures with Elon with Amber. He didn't want to deal with that shit. Just fuck that, man. Just imagine if Elon randomly tweeted, "Don't stick your dick in crazy right now." Just imagine if he just, like, fucking tweeted that. Just out of nowhere. Like, that would be, oh my god, that would be fucking funny, man. Wow. He would? Yeah, that's the thing is, yeah, of anybody, he would. My picture of Amber and Elon Musk, and his face is red and swollen. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of pictures I've seen with his face.
Be seated. Your next question.
I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Michelle,
here we go.
can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
Okay. I'll turn it down a little bit. Don't worry about it. We good.
Amber, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment.
Yeah.
We had a lot of different texts and a lot of exchange, but I just wanted to point out to you, this text message is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
Yes, it
And
is.
this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident?
That's correct.
All right, and he is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today.
Okay.
I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015.
Yeah.
Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury and
How do you remember a
what
phone
Mr.
call?
Depp was saying on that call?
2014.
And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
Is it okay to?
Bro, I don't
The
remember that
nature
shit
of the
at all.
conversation was
Yes.
pleasant.
Okay.
Friendly, fine, normal. And then
2015. Oh, big difference.
Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And
Yeah.
that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue.
Yeah.
And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and
Savant
I
memory?
was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I expressed that to him. He says, "Who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking?" And it was such a bizarre conversation, because it had already started to feel like he was not making. It was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it.
Yeah, I do that.
And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and
What the fuck?
he's accusing me of having just told him about it,
What the fuck?
which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing.
I will admit, she probably didn't do that.
He was
Yeah?
so worked up,
Sure.
incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out,
Yeah.
and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Abstain?
Too late.
All right, January 25, 2015, Tokyo.
Yeah.
Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip.
I never saw
And
this.
plans were moving
I don't know
for
what
us
this
to get
is.
married
Okay.
shortly
okay.
after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him. We got in an argument in the hotel room, and I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him, and when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall, and I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me, and I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair. And what felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him.
That's so horrible.
Or else, you know, I would have at this point even like I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean,
Johnny,
like, really
no.
screaming loud.
Johnny, no.
And what I remember of
She's
that
so brave
is
to tell
trying
this
get
story.
up and him kind of wrestling me back down, and at one point put his knee on my back.
What?
It was kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this like...
So the security does this. Yeah.
struggle with him. And I look at him and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so... I mean, he just looked like he hadn't been through anything.
Irrelevant
he still had his
anecdote.
glasses on, sunglasses.
To increase veracity of the story.
And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over,
Uh-huh.
he didn't want to marry me. He was disgusted. Disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake. And everyone hated me.
And then they got married after this, by the way. Keep this in mind.
And
Johnny, wow.
I remember crying on the floor. Just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe he was serious. I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way.
Jesus.
Broke my heart.
Jesus.
Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. This is the man I loved, you know. Yes, it was awful at times, but I loved him and what he was
Objection, Your
saying.
Honor, non-responsive.
Wrap it up, Domi.
What he was saying to me hurt just as bad as anything else.
Yeah.
I just remember that he left me on the closet floor, and it's embarrassing, or
Where's the pictures? The
as
afterwards.
embarrassing as it is to say, I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had.
Yeah. Embarrassing again?
It's so... I know it may be hard to understand. It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I felt... I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano, and I just leaned my head up
on his shoulder, and of course I was mad. Of course I was mad and felt it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand,
What was the question? I don't remember.
To be okay.
I don't remember what was this question?
Could just put this other. I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person. So
He's just drawing.
Put my makeup on and like.
He's just drawing the whole time.
Walked a red carpet with him, and
it's like,
I
oh, this one's
remember
turning
in
out
the
pretty
car,
well. Just
checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress.
Oh my God.
And then I was just looking at I was looking at pictures, and I was on the red carpet. It was surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me, and we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet.
Thank God you checked for those. That way nobody could see them. Wow. That was smart of you to do, Amber. That's very
like
smart.
That.
Uh-huh. So that's why nobody could see them.
It's embarrassing.
What did I say?
You know, it's hard to. I'm sure it's hard to.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to take you to February, the next month, 2015, to your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about
No,
your
she
wedding?
obviously cried there. She did. She obviously cried. Yep.
So we get married.
Well, she was
in
talking about
Los
being
Angeles.
embarrassed. Of course she cried.
I get a sense that we were just, it was a wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was
Yeah.
getting married that day, and I remember running around getting, I went to therapy.
Remember, this is all before wedding time.
You know, got ready.
Totally
and
normal relationship.
Johnny and I met at the penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress and a veil and bobby pinned in my hair. And
Yes.
I walked out of that penthouse. I met with Johnny in the hallway.
Yeah.
And I thought he looked so handsome.
He punched you in the face.
And he seemed happy.
Yeah.
And I felt we were making the right decision. I was so looking forward to having this. I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car, we get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove drove us in his truck. It was weird being in the car with him alone. You know, we didn't have that. And
I see, another one.
And we drove to his mom's house.
Relatability. Here we
And
go.
a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised.
Justice of the peace.
And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together.
What? Wait, what?
My best friend, my mom, his mom.
Well,
we ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful
turn of
evening,
events.
And then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the
I
day
didn't
after,
expect that to happen.
and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the better, we had planned for the better part of a year or so.
Wow.
Maybe
What a twist.
8 months for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15 people.
Okay. I'm sure they'll
And
testify.
we had these little houses built, like tent not tents, but not houses.
Oh, like Fire
these little,
Fest.
for the guests.
Yeah.
We had them built and designed on the island, and we had people come out, and it was magic. You know, I was marrying the love of my life. It was complicated, but I thought,
Yeah.
it was the love of my life. And we had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate, with our relative parties. So me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and
Just
drink
laughing
wine
about this
and,
shit.
you know, have our own, like, you know, girl party separate. And then the next
I don't know
day
what
have
that
the
is.
wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset.
That's what rich people do in Hollywood.
On this beach.
We don't get
not
that.
the beach that Johnny had named for me. Although I think we had originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach, and we walked down the aisle, well, the beach aisle, and said our vows, and the sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around.
That's funny.
Us while we were on the altar.
I believe that part.
And
They should have shot it
danced
down.
and celebrated.
Fuck that.
And then I left the island because I had to go work.
That's so
When
disgusting
you
to
say
do
you
that.
left the island and you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I
Vowels,
had been
yeah.
in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia.
Okay.
So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August.
Right.
So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the plan for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
It's referred to as
The plan
Danish
was
Girl.
always for me to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming Pirates 5.
Okay. And when approximately was that?
Yeah, what about Poop in the Bed 5? Yeah.
That
What's
was
Poop 5?
March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay. And then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
All right.
It was about 24-hour, I think it's about 24 hours. I could be mistaken on the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming
She can't
in London,
recall
he was
that, but
filming
she
in
recalled
Australia.
the phone conversation.
Effectively, you have to
That's right.
fly 12 hours,
True.
stop,
It's crazy how
get
these
on a
things
different
happen.
plane and fly, I think, around the same amount of time,
Incredible.
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when you arrived, before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separate, it was so hard to leave right after you get married.
Yeah.
especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started.
Yeah.
So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently, and it was positive until it started to change. And I got the sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
Of course, I was not. Not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of subside, and I thought things were okay.
Okay.
And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he, I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, he calls my hotel room, apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think I was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because Johnny...
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
So don't tell what the staff said. What happened next?
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
Okay.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had to prove that I was in the room because by answering the phone.
Yeah.
And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone. Why I didn't answer the phone immediately.
Yeah.
He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is
who's not connected to reality? Wait a second.
An affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was cheating or that I was hiding something, and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door. That was right before I left.
So before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Oh, that's right. Yes, of course.
Because I would never, since that time,
you would never
I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia. I would never do MDMA with him. That's, I'm
like,
asking for a problem in that case. Like that, I would never do that.
Okay. So you flew to Australia and met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, can we pull up defendants 1809? And Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that Mr. Kim, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone. Okay. And then those were given, so I don't have
Thank God. All right, we have real, bona fide, actual evidence. All right, here we go.
Correct.
Let's see it.
I'm just going to show you a few pictures. Amber, do you recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 1809 in evidence. You can publish.
Let's see it. Let's see the actual evidence. I'm ready. We don't get a whole lot of this, okay? Let's be honest.
To the other side, we tried to.
Probably been hyping up evidence every time. It's left every time. This guy, it's gonna be different. It's gonna be a picture of like him like this, right? He's like right about to.
Yes.
Or maybe he'll have like a sword and he'll have her backed into a corner.
Amber, do you recognize?
Yeah, it's gonna be some bad shit, man.
I do.
And could you tell?
He'll have like a gun and like just a handful of cocaine.
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to make
driveway.
this a little faster.
Holy shit. They got a picture of the driveway?
10.
Take it off of Google Maps.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to show council what they are, maybe
Oh
we can
my
get it all
God.
together, and then you could just
Yes,
go on
Oh
with your
man.
questions.
yes, in fact. And these are all
Let's
I
see-
will
let's see what
represent,
this is.
ones that we got from Mr. King.
All right, if you want to take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay, that's fine.
I can't see these. Where are the pictures? I want to see the pictures. Where are the pictures? It's binoculars? Yeah, I know. I can't see anything, man. It's called an 8K. Yeah, it's just like... He's got the, what is it, video description? Well, I don't know if it's in video description or not.
By the way, Amber, do you see those kangaroos in there?
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos.
Oh, well, that means
As well.
Johnny beat the shit out of you. Well, that
This
settles
was a
it.
pretty big driveway.
It was a pretty
I don't have any
isolated.
objection. Sorry.
It's
No,
kangaroos
no
there.
objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your
But
Honor.
make sure you look through them all, too.
I
I just
mean-
want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you.
go ahead and read them into the record.
Think that
once
pretty
you
much settles
have
it?
looked through them all, and then
Your Honor, I rest my case. It's kangaroos. You ever seen what they can do? Sounds more like a kangaroo court. The fuck? What are we talking about this for? MDMA, yeah, there's yeah, were there really kangaroos or what?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
I've
she got a water
reviewed
bottle
them. I have
filled
no
up with
objection
purple
to any of
drink.
these photographs.
so we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804,
Huh.
1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810, 1811.
It is funny.
1812.
It's probably not, but it is funny.
1814, 1815, 1816, 1817, 1819, 1820, 1821, 1825, 1827, 1828, 1829,
That, yeah,
1830,
okay,
1831,
yeah.
1834, 1835, 1837,
Okay.
1838, 1839,
Imagine if she loses count.
1840, 1841, and 1842. Did I get them all?
I certainly hope so, so you don't have to say
I
that
wanna make sure
again.
more than believe, so we agree that's all in evidence? Okay. They're all in evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on before you
keep it
publish
moving.
them.
All
Thank
right,
you, Your Honor.
let's see it.
Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was this in Australia?
They left out multiple pictures in the middle. Oh, those are probably the pictures
It
of
was
Amber
a,
hitting him.
I
Yeah,
think
they
a-
didn't want to have those in there.
a well-known.
We're not going to put those in evidence.
Sports.
Yeah,
Sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, if you can pull up 1810. Is this another picture from that home?
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Okay. And then let's go, Michelle, if you can pull up 1811.
Okay. Just random pictures. Yeah, random pictures. Change stream. Is there another stream that's
Is
showing
that a
them?
picture of the home?
That's the
If there's
house,
another
yes.
stream that's showing them, I'll go to the other one.
And let's go to 1812.
NBC. Let me see. I'll check NBC.
And that's,
That's the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
okay. And then let's look at 1813.
I'm just waiting to see what this is. Okay, yeah, let's watch this one.
$18.12.
Okay, I'll turn it up too.
And that's,
That's the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
Wow.
okay.
I think
then
Johnny's guilty.
Let's look at 1813.
Let's see another one. Let's see it. This is the one with Johnny with the gun pointing it at Amber. Let's see it.
I guess that's just another view,
Holy
a little
fuck.
over of the swimming pool, correct?
So they're
Yes.
Okay. And then let's do one more, 1814.
it's a $50 million Zillow listing. I can't believe it. Wow.
This is inside the house.
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Okay.
What?
If you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some, what if anything is that back there?
That's the kitchen.
Okay, and this is the dining room, and
That's
this
a
is
wall.
on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
He's guilty. Yep.
Now, I'm going to ask you to take this jury through your experience, what happened in Australia once
Okay.
you arrived there.
So they're going to show pictures of the house and then use that as evidence for what she said is true? What?
Well,
What the fuck?
I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him before
Yeah, let's get those
I
sunflowers
left.
in here. Have them testify.
And then in transit, I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too.
Okay.
So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said I missed my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai, and he said I miss my wife. I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to it's good. And I missed him so much. That's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new
It's too loud.
husband.
Yeah, I think it is.
I flew in. I arrived early. I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him,
Yeah?
and he was so like he had lost a ton of weight. So
Okay.
I just knew something was up.
That's not good.
He kind of quickly,
Where are the kangaroos?
kissed me and kind of we had some interaction. It was brief. He was
Yeah.
leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There's some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the sides.
Incredible.
And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We'd just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was.
God.
And he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time, that
Wow.
was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that. Or so
Yeah.
I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay? He had already gotten clean and sober. I
Yeah.
was, touch and go. But for the wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue, right? Just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together.
Okay.
And I was like, absolutely not.
Okay.
Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected and what I wanted. And it just seemed delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him.
Makes sense, yeah.
If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point,
It does sound crazy.
he
She's right.
drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something.
It does.
And I remember we hadn't, like, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off.
Yeah, sure.
And he grabs me. We have an argument about me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier.
Oh.
But for this part, the first night,
so you don't remember this,
remember
because she can't remember
is
most
at
other
one
things,
point,
right?
I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room.
What did the chef make?
But when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, I just slid, screeching my skin against this
that must
beautiful
have left
wooden
a
floor.
really bad mark.
We had another argument.
Wow.
That was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of
Victor,
this
thanks for 5 cents.
on off sort of thing.
Dude.
That I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge.
Yeah.
He has me by the throat.
Oh my God. Johnny.
And he just was holding me there.
Johnny.
By my throat.
Oh my God,
and
Johnny.
I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him.
Oh no.
It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long.
God. Oh my God.
He has me up against the throat.
Whoa.
He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face.
Yeah.
Screaming at him.
Deserved.
Screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off.
Good job, Amber.
I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's there's a back door, there's patio.
Uh-huh.
But at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015 by this time. I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point.
Oh, it happens to me.
Kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. He confirmed that when I asked him that he had not slept. He had not eaten, so I tried to get him to eat.
Okay. Okay.
We get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I had just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a
Billy
concert
Bob.
in London. You know, my co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
I left that out. That when we had the argument about the
you forgot this
MDMA,
part of the story.
he suggested to me that
Remember
it wasn't
that? Oh,
on
yeah.
the no-fly list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his that was his defense. Like, this isn't the. You didn't say I couldn't have this, and over and over again.
Yeah, she forgot.
Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he
It's a
was
leading
getting sober,
question?
but I was the reason
Oh,
he was
it's not a
staying
leading
sober.
question.
I had saved his life and all this stuff.
It's a question
it wasn't
that's leading
like
somewhere.
it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation. It seemed like in his mind, when he would express that to me. So he
course.
took a handful
Obvious.
of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10, I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
That he had taken or that were left?
I don't know. I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took.
Come on,
So I remember saying,
keep her on track. Keep her on target.
Objection, hearsay.
Stick to the script, Amber.
Okay.
That he had taken. He took 10 pills.
There were
Oh my
only
God.
a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took.
What?
And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
he confirmed
Oh my God.
that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10, 8 or 10. I can't recall.
And when you say at this point, is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day.
This
This is
guy's
after
out of
I've already
control.
fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs. Come
That's
back
a mega
downstairs.
amount of
he was
pills.
still awake.
Okay. Please continue with that second day.
He was accusing me of being mean to his sister.
I took a piss. Somebody about.
He was accusing me of not liking his sister. Something about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And then when it came up with his sister, he was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he, I mentioned that, well, I can't say what I mentioned. He, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who was on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off.
Nothing.
And that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out. He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney to do a post-nup, because we got married in February, and there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had interactions with his sister, and so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce
got
attorney
upset.
and fired her
Yeah.
and said the only way out of this was death. Again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015, probably 25 times. So he's screaming at her.
But
He
you
calls
gave
his
him the
agents.
knife.
I hear him talking incoherently.
I'm sure he fired her.
screaming
I'll believe that.
incoherently
Sure.
at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all.
Yeah.
At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, you need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it
Yeah,
off. He needed
sure.
to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good.
Okay.
I had recognized that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off, clean up, sober up.
Makes sense. Yeah,
And
sure.
I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge. I got out the steaks so that they would, be
So
ready
Johnny-
to cook.
yeah, I'm
and
curious.
I got out some of the food I was going to put together for dinner. I went upstairs.
Just chilling.
I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but
Do you want me to go back to the other one
the
so we
next
can
thing
see
I
both of
remember
them? And I'll just swap to this one for the
is,
evidence.
coming downstairs
Okay. All right, let's do
and
that.
looking for him.
Yeah, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something.
Okay.
Try to say what he's
I'll
saying.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
He was just belligerent. I don't know how to describe to you because it wasn't making sense. It wasn't making sense.
Refresh. Sure.
I don't know how the immediate next string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard.
Jesus.
My head hard. And this
Oh
is
my
the wall
God.
next to the, I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar. I remember there were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut,
Yep.
the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling. I said,
Had he been drinking by this time?
Lawyer's like,
he was
Calls
drinking.
for speculation, leading.
Like that's the comment that they make a comment
What
on,
if any
you know?
drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by this time?
Well, I had already seen him drink right in front of me. He took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs right in front of me as as in a gesture of looked right at me and took a big swig out of it as a
Was it a mega swig out of a mega bottle?
show for did it right in
Oh
my
my
face
God.
to make a point. And then when I
Wow.
came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both.
Yeah.
But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started
my God.
to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that
got
he
good
wished he had
friends.
never married me, wish he had never met me.
Yeah.
No one liked me. You know, it sounds
They were right.
Childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me.
Okay.
And he shoved me back and he said, "You want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table, like a ping pong table. And
wow.
I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive.
Oh my God.
We struggle
Johnny.
on the games table. I don't know.
Johnny. Is this Johnny or Stone Cold Steve Austin?
He pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we.
Oh my God.
Were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar.
Oh shit.
And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking.
Then
and
the Undertaker comes in with the chair.
He holds up this bottle to me.
Hell in a Cell.
You know, I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really, if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on. Kept saying, "Go on," and kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it.
Uh-oh.
I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor.
Okay.
And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off.
Oh my God.
So stupid.
Whoa.
Sorry.
It's a mega smash.
It was like a light bulb switch went off. And he starts screaming. I
Breathe.
don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand.
Broken glass all over
He threw it at me.
Whoa!
It missed, thankfully, but
And she
I
didn't
kind
get
of
cut
pulled
by
myself
anything?
back into the bar area.
What? Oh my God!
I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face.
Wow. He's like, wow, I think she watched
I don't
Edward
know at what
Scissorhands
point
for
in the
this
evening.
one.
I couldn't tell you what sequence-wise when that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well.
So did I?
But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown.
No.
I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is...
It's crazy how she
after,
didn't remember that one
there were
thing.
some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after...
Where's that? I thought she fell on the floor. Was she wearing shoes in her own house?
I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes.
Why aren't her feet cut?
He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans,
Is he on
like
10
the
pills
soda
of MDMA?
cans, beer or soda cans. And they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's
She's
a bar
dodging him.
behind me in like a, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you
Matrix.
can exit, so I'm
I got it. It's
kind of
the
trapped in front of this sink, surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me-ish, kind of front off to the off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity.
Damn.
I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area, because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from
But I thought there was
wall
glass everywhere.
to the countertops. At one point, he has me up against the wall, and he's punching the wall.
Oh my God.
He had my, nightgown, and it kind of ripped it off my chest.
Wouldn't the imprints of his...
I remember at one point he's teasing me.
Of his
taunting
rings
me
be
that
on the wall?
He has my...
Couldn't you find that out?
My breast in his hand. My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off of me. So I was naked, and I'm slipping around on this tile and trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this
No
tile.
cuts
The
at
glass
all?
was underneath me, and I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really destabilized.
She
and
dodges
felt
better than Neo.
really vulnerable. I'm naked. And he's flinging me around, and at some point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that it ruined his life.
Oh my God.
I remember
He's
I ruined his
like,
life
finally,
over and
some
over.
element of truth to
And he
this.
starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There's a wall-mounted phone on the
phase 2
on the wall next to where my head was.
Phase 2.
And he went from punching
She really did, didn't
the
she?
wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's "Rah!" like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you! I fucking hate you! You ruined my fucking life!"
Oh my God.
And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall, against the wall where I was just being held. And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden.
Oh
and
my
he's just
God.
over and over again, smashing this phone into the wall, over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing. He's smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall. And
then what?
At some point, he's on top of me.
Phase 3?
No phone, but screaming the same thing. I fucking hate you. You
So she
ruined
was
my
laying
fucking
down,
life.
naked, on a floor full of shattered glass?
On the countertop.
Oh my God.
By the neck.
What?
And he felt like he was on top of me, and I'm looking at in his eyes.
Yeah.
And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was
because he
black.
wasn't there.
I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny.
Never mind, thanks.
And I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe.
And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping, my arms were slipping on the countertops. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing.
Slipping on the glass?
I don't know how.
There would be blood everywhere. Slipping on broken glass.
I'm sorry.
Cut.
I couldn't breathe. Please. I don't.
Cut. Come on.
Please, I don't want to
Oh, Jesus.
I don't want to do this. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get
Oh,
up.
my God.
I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand.
Yeah.
The next thing I remember, I was bent over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this. My back was on the countertops, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was. I'm sorry. He was. I felt this pressure. I felt this pressure.
Yeah.
He on my pubic bone. He thought he was punching me. I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting me. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still, not wanting to move. I remember looking around the room. I remember.
What was the question? I don't know.
Looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass.
Where's the blood?
And I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken.
But you
I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it. I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. If he would know,
guys.
I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not, and I just remember thinking, please God, please, I hope it's not broken. I don't know how that ended. I don't know how I got off the countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom.
This is still
I
going.
remember retching. I remember the sound my voice was making.
There's no cuts or like.
I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching. I remember there was some blood on the floor.
Oh my God. Didn't she got punched still naked, but she doesn't remember? I don't know.
I got up at some point.
Where's the medical report? You know.
I don't know how that night ended. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember going outside the front door. I remember him coming out to the front area, but I don't remember.
But I thought you were naked.
If that was before or after this, I don't remember. I just have that memory. I remember taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch, like 2, which is a lot for me.
Okay, sure.
I remember falling asleep, or I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep because I woke up the next day. I assume it was late morning.
Yeah? Wow.
I could hear him downstairs.
Johnny, how could you have done this?
This
is
hear
horrible.
Marilyn Manson. Music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring. It became clear.
Yeah.
Obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs. And the brown on the walls became clear, like lettering.
Uh-huh.
And then it was obvious it was dried blood.
Holy shit.
He had written down this that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet.
What?
I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips. So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name.
So you wrote your name in blood on the wall.
Make out most of the rest of the message walking down the stairs.
That's crazy.
I saw a bird in the house.
There's a bird in the
surreal.
house.
I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was blue, navy blue paint, and then brown paint.
Yeah.
And then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. My canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had
a
painting that the owners had that had
oh my Lord,
giant penis on it, and some other.
He drew a dick with his own blood.
A bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, and that's where I found him. Blaring this music. He was in the study, which is by the bar games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and broken windows and a broken window, and it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I
bet.
I walked into the study.
Oh my God.
There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from.
There's always more bottles.
And he just looked, he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there.
I kept the extra
It
ones out of
wasn't
my car.
Johnny. He was standing at the office desk. He had his hand wrapped in this, like, rags, or, you know, bandana rags. And I think he took them down or somehow showed me, and he said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you," something to that effect.
Yeah. Make sense.
And
Thank you.
I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that that's, like, he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes.
What happened
around.
to his finger? Wait, what?
And we didn't have
His
any sort of,
finger?
like, coherent conversation, as you can imagine.
What happened?
Figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and
How the
I
fuck?
said, "What did you do? When? Like,
What did you do?
What did you do? When?"
What
and
did
I
you
realized
do?
in my head that there had been many hours
Oh,
since this probably happened. There's
True.
something that was happened with the phone.
what did you do?
In any case,
He cut off his
I
own
knew it
finger?
had been way too long, that he had this blood, you know, that he was bleeding.
Ugh.
And I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now." I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security.
So
At some point
he
when we
cut
went
his own
upstairs,
finger off when he drew a dick with
came
the blood.
upstairs, but he went up to the third floor.
She
while I was
literally
in the
said
main
that.
Floor, the entry level floor. I went to make
Oh
him
my
a cup
God.
of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull.
Give me more Red Bull.
I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was.
Wow.
I thought maybe,
Johnny's the Elden
sober him up,
Lord.
or I don't know. Help was coming though, and I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him,
Oh
he
my
threw
God,
it
this is like a
at the
phase
TV
2 of a
and
boss
started
fight in
screaming
Elden
again.
Ring.
It was like back to square one.
What?
Shortly after that, security arrives.
Yeah.
I don't know
Then
how long,
what?
maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but
Uh-huh.
they kind of find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah.
And as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was
What
going
the
on,
fuck?
Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing
Just pissing on him.
outside of the house,
Just took his dick out.
saying that he had more messages for me.
Oh,
And this is in front of security.
He's trying to piss
And
on
they
the
kinda
wall.
just like looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half
the
you know,
nervous
played it
laugh
off
that
and
you have.
corralled
Yes.
him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling
Just
a wild
pulled his
animal
dick out.
back into the house with, you know, with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the
He's
wall.
just
of the house and
swanging.
I remember him standing at the wall trying to leave me more, saying he had more information for me. He was gonna leave me more messages, more information for me. It made no sense. And Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the
Jerry's gone, by the
nurses,
way. Jerry's passed away. So
shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Trying to give me
very
drugs
convenient.
to sedate
Yeah,
me.
Jerry saw the whole thing.
Keep going.
Yeah.
And I just remember crying and rejecting what they were trying to give me.
Yeah.
And fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea. Like,
Just
could this
imagine
be something he
Johnny cutting his
could
own
die from?
finger
If
off.
anything, just the
Now I
the
fight
drugs
as
and alcohol.
Horaloo. Warrior! Like fucking
That alone,
writing your
I
fucking
didn't-
name on the
you know,
wall.
I just remember being scared and being in this theater room,
front of her.
this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was going on. I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and they, I'm sorry, Debbie, and
Wow.
or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take.
Housekeeper testified there was
And
no urine?
I eventually fell asleep.
You know.
I came back downstairs.
Well, the only person who saw the urine was Jerry. Jerry's dead, so, you know.
Which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone and said, "We're going to get to the bottom of this." And
Yeah.
He wasn't making any sense at the time.
Well, let's see what the
understandably,
pictures
just,
were that you
different. Nothing made sense. But he picked up my phone and was saying, "We're going to get to the, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this." Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that.
Where's the video?
I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up and went downstairs to get it.
Where is it?
It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting.
It's his own finger.
Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this.
What did you do to your finger?
And fell asleep. And then I think the next day, went to the closet and
Where's the
took
video?
out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had
Where's the video?
it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. Just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed.
This really is something, man.
And eventually
This is
left
something.
Australia with Ben King, who you met on the way there.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3
Thank
days,
God.
and then we can talk about Ben King
Holy
and going
shit.
home.
Wow.
So, do you recall
Wow.
what bottle
That was a good one.
Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had
Holy
that
shit.
back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Like,
Do you
we're even.
recall
What
what
was
the
the
bottle
question originally?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor.
Oh my God.
The wine was upstairs.
Do you recall what color
Excuse me.
it was?
Well, I believe it was white, or I mean clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it. And I did try to reach for the bottle.
Yeah.
It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember what brand.
Okay.
They're not going to get a
When
hashtag
you
ad out of
woke
her.
up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food did you see?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Overruled. There was mashed potatoes
You didn't forget that.
smeared all over the bedroom door,
Okay.
on the wall, and various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. Had little specks of green in it. I assumed to be spinach. And
Oh my God.
Throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places, just countertops, walls, doors, as I mentioned. And later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak,
Uh-huh.
all over the house. There were pieces of it. It was cut up.
Yeah.
And he had ripped my nightgown into pieces, into shreds, and wrapped the meat up, wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown.
Oh.
It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift.
Irrelevant personal anecdote to add
And
veracity
it was
to the
wrapped.
story.
I found it. I continued
Again.
to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer. in the closet drawer.
She forgot this part of the story.
I mean, just raw meat.
Man, I
wrapped
can't
up
wait to
in
see
this-
the
in my
crime scene for
nightgown,
this.
As well as
This
the
must be a
smeared food on the
bloodbath.
walls.
Holy shit.
It was.
I can't wait to
bizarre.
see this. This is
What,
not
if
looking
anything,
good,
do
guys.
you recall seeing on any mirrors?
He
Mirrors.
written.
How's that not a leading
He had
question?
written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had, there was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one
Yeah.
that I went to, which is on the very bottom level.
Yeah.
Where I was
What was written on there?
retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What did he say?
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages
Blood or
to
paint?
me,
Well, which one?
you know, things to the effect of go-getter, you know, horror sort of thing.
No shot.
That sort of language.
That's like 9
But
letters.
calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, you know, like just things about ego and what a whore I was. But it was hard to make sense of it
It was
because
8? Well, you forgot the hyphen.
it was clear he was just out of his mind. It was, I mean, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood. And you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like,
Yeah.
It took in fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages became, the markings became clearly letters. And the letters kind of became, like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood or it wasn't bleeding enough and went and got paint. And then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I
Damn,
could see where
second
the
draft?
overdried blood was. And then I could
Whoa.
see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to go back to
That's
the
nuts.
time in the bar.
He didn't
and I
bleed
know
out
this
or
is very
faint or anything.
Painful. Do you recall what Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
Oh my God.
Said that he would fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again.
Damn. Damn.
He said, I'll
Wow.
fucking kill you.
Wow.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
And did you experience any pain later?
I wasn't thinking about that. I was heartbroken. Eventually, I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding.
Yeah.
But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken or else it would be a lot worse. And the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how
Yeah.
scared, shocked I was. I'm scared. I just married this man. I just married him.
Who could have expected this?
And forgive me for
Who could have
asking
this-
this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear.
Okay.
You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina?
God, bro, I don't want to hear this.
I'm so sorry.
Do this.
I am so sorry.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me. And was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
This is the second time he did this.
Did you experience any cuts on other parts of your body?
Yeah.
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did you have any other bruising or swelling?
I had a bruise across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs.
No shot.
I think
Did she go for the doctor to this?
I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
Jesus. Wow. That's
I'm going
too
to
bad.
ask you to turn to.
That is just too bad. Wow. She didn't make a record of any of it. Wow.
Let's go to.
Damn, man. If only she had done that.
10. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Bring
Damn.
that up.
Could she be
Defendants 1815.
lying?
I think
No.
these are all in your Honor, so if we
Yes,
could publish.
yes, they can all be published.
No. Of course not.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this, based on your
Do we get to see
testimony,
this?
is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me
Oh, so we can't see it yet. Okay, that's too bad.
and was pushing on my throat, actually, at some point when I was on the table. I had forgotten about that. And
Okay, it's on their
this,
end. It's
though,
on their end.
looks like it
Oh, there it is.
is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't
Wow.
look quite like this.
Bro, there's so much blood everywhere. Oh my
Did
god.
the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
Wow.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
Bro, it's
The table
destroyed.
collapsed underneath me when Johnny threw me into it.
Yeah, I know it's
on
got
top of
echo.
me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
We could look at 1816,
Okay,
please,
let's see it.
defendants.
All right.
Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
She's not showing it. I'm trying to get it to see it. Let's see it.
Yes.
What is it?
2 players audio? No.
Looks
It's
like,
echo from this one.
The bottles that were by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up. Still
She's just
drinking.
smiling.
If we could go to defendants.
Oh my god. You see all the
1817?
blood everywhere? What the fuck? Oh no.
The bottle shape. The bottle shape.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
Go ahead.
I don't, I have not,
Go back to 1816, please.
Wow.
Your Honor,
I had,
fused. Is there a question?
Ask a question.
What more do you recall?
I'm gonna mute and open up this one for now.
1817?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute and open up this one for now because it's fucked up. Okay,
the
here we go.
bottle shape. The bottle shape.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Wow.
I don't, I have not,
Go back to 1816, please.
That's horrible. Look at all that blood.
I had,
Fused. Is there a question?
You want to ask a question?
What more do you recall?
Those aren't even the same
you
bottles.
sorry, it took me a minute to respond
Yeah,
because
Bro.
it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing
Yeah?
the bottle that Johnny was using on me.
Yeah?
I hadn't,
She doesn't
I didn't have a
remember it.
memory of seeing it.
That's
and-
convenient.
This picture, I wasn't aware of until just the the other day, yesterday, the day before. And
Was that it?
and I felt my stomach tighten up, like I was going to be sick when I saw it. Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure, like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me. I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought he was,
Oh
his
my
arm looked like he was
God.
punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Objection, Your
until this
Honor.
trial.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817.
Okay, here we go.
Do you recognize this
Oh my God.
area or this picture?
Oh my God.
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar.
Wow.
Obviously, this is sometime
There's a bunch
later
of shit
because
on the floor.
all the liquid is dried up. It was quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
And what color did blood dry to, Amber?
And then let's go to 1818.
What color was that? What color did it dry to that you
I'm
just
sorry,
said?
which-
Yeah,
what
I
was?
don't have that.
That's
no.
not in evidence.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819.
Huh.
My apologies.
Okay.
Do you
Wow.
recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the countertop by my neck, my feet were slipping on the tile,
Sponsor,
and I just
Asmon's Lair,
remember
yeah.
my.
It's close.
I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck.
Bro, there'd
He
be
was
blood
crushing me.
smeared everywhere.
That's around
What do you
that.
mean?
Not around. That's next to that. All
Would
the way
be
at the end of the picture
everywhere.
is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
Can we go to 1820?
All right, let's see it.
Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Oh my God.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was.
Oh my God.
Right to the left of that. To the
blood
right of that
everywhere.
is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you
Oh
about,
my God.
where I was trapped and.
Such devastation.
And when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean? Is it off the picture or on
Oh
the
my
picture?
God.
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine
Wow.
up and to the left
Wow.
at person height, at site height.
It's a war zone.
And I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. It looked heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. It looked like these like really heavy glass. Excuse me, it's really thick, heavy, not plastic, but like a Bakelite or something heavy material on it. That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and
Yeah.
then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
Wow.
All right, let's go to 1821.
Okay.
Defendants. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photo.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Okay.
Oh my
Now,
God.
I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
That also, those
And-
phones can be wall mounted.
You see straight ahead at the very, if you look straight
It's
ahead.
just there's
at the
so much
picture,
blood
on the
everywhere.
top
Like, I'm gonna get banned,
part of that,
guys.
it
Like, this
appears
is
to
my
be
last
some broken
stream.
glass. Do you recall,
This is it.
what do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing things at me. My body was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of
Oh
the
my
picture.
God, guys, it's over.
I suppose that's some of the glass I felt though on the backs of my arms. Like when the window shattered.
Okay.
The hole on the left is the.
1822?
Go back. I will talk about it later.
1822, I don't have in evidence.
Uh-oh.
1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825, I think. Is that the next one you're on?
Yeah.
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Do you
see it.
recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up. It was certainly not early morning.
Is that the dick?
And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring.
Oh my God.
When I found him and told him that I was going to call
That must be it.
911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
And so where is it? Where are the threats?
Then let's go to 1827.
It wasn't on there. But you but why wouldn't you show that? I mean, of all the things.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first.
Where's the walls?
Where the stairs empty into this room. Kind of my
Oh my God.
painting area. And those are the canvases that he
Show the dick that he painted with the
repainted.
blood. He cut
Do you
his own
see, if you
finger
look
off.
By the white tablecloth
To paint a dick in
table to the
blood.
right of that. Do you see a lampshade there?
Where is it?
Yes.
I wanna
I don't
see
know
it.
if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828.
Show the dick.
And do you recognize what's in that one?
I do.
What's that?
Those are were my paintings.
They were?
That I don't know when he did that, if it was before or after the writing on the walls. but
Okay.
He just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure. So the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's two or three, and then there's a smaller one in the center, and that was his
No
daughter.
way, you
I
covered
was
100%
trying
of the
to
canvas? Yeah,
paint a
it's
portrait
black,
of.
too.
And that was untouched.
Look, it's black. There's no blood
And then-
anywhere.
But just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was
Oh.
that dark colors before, or
I am
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it
Okay.
dramatically.
And then to the right, side on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified to.
Yeah.
Is that what that picture looked like before, or is that?
Objection leading.
What, if any, changes were there to that picture?
Well, the three canvases were portraits.
Yeah.
So they looked similar to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
Okay. And the white that's below, what, if any, changes were there to that? The white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was, it looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, just saying.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was
course not.
around.
That's convenient,
Do you
because
have
if
any
they were,
reason to
they could
believe somebody
testify.
other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What,
Yeah,
if
because
any,
there's nobody else
what, if
there.
any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection
That was not. What, if any?
What's the
leading.
What if any? Oh my God.
Overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days, roughly. There
That's
might
like
have
a
been
get out of jail free card.
somebody,
What if any?
his
Okay,
assistant
keep
or
going.
something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
I'm also going to take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
Okay.
And also, Johnny was covered in paint, so
Of course he was.
to answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there.
Okay.
Does it appear to have some paint on that as well?
Yes, there was paint all over the place. to say
Meanwhile,
plain.
his fingers cut off, by the
No,
way.
the painting that you indicated there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was.
Oh my
just-
God.
like,
No
if you're
way.
looking
Eric,
at this-
things are 10 subs. Thank
I
you.
believe it was on the
No
wall,
way.
almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at.
No
That's
way.
my
Show
best
it.
recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Ah!
Okay. Let's go to 1828.
It's just out of frame. Oh, it's just
I
so
think that was
close.
1828.
Oh, 1829. My apologies.
Fuck, man. We were so close.
And do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And what was this?
This is one of the lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay. And if you could just look to the left, and I'm going to go ahead and circle it over here.
What the fuck?
You see red and black there. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
That's
And
lipstick. That's not
Based
blood.
on
Like,
looking
it's
at
not
this area
blood.
that I have circled, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Next.
Right, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go ahead and have our break. Do
Yep.
not discuss the testimony with anybody.
Oh,
and
my
do the
God.
outside research. We'll come back here in
Oh my God.
15 minutes.
Wow. Wow. Wouldn't the blood of drip marks? So here's how confident I was that her story was bullshit. I showed it. I didn't even hold it off screen. I knew it was going to be bullshit. There's not going to be any blood.
All right, so we'll come back.
Yeah, I knew it was bullshit.
4:02. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
That's what it was. Oh my god. It's like, I could just imagine, like, again, fucking Johnny Depp just like right in front of her with like the broken, just a second. All right, let me mute all this real quick. With like, he's got his finger, right? And his finger, he's holding his finger up and like all this shit's happening. And like he's in front of her and he's fucking naked. She's naked. He holds up the wine bottle that he broke off, smashes it against the fucking table, and then he cuts his own fucking finger off. And then he starts writing her name on the wall with the blood. Look at that. You missed it. What did I miss? Johnny said something to her. Did you hear what he said? Oh, well, I'm not gonna, I mean... Okay, all right, we'll go back.
All right, you have
Okay, let's see, let's listen.
in 15 minutes.
All right. Okay.
All right, so we'll come back at 4:02. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
He's just immediately smiling after it, like... Did he... I don't know if he said something to her or he was just trying to, get through the door. I don't think he said anything, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure he didn't. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he didn't. Yeah, because he was gonna walk down there. Yeah, she backs up like he's a monster. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, here's the thing. It is like, you said cool story, bro? Yeah. She was too afraid. Yeah, it's just like, so today is the last day until they take 10 days off, right? Today's the last day? Yeah, I just want to make sure. Yes. Yes. I am amazed that they are letting, like, because, like, Johnny's team is going to have 10 days to work on a fucking counter story for this. Imagine that. You have 10 fucking days to do this. Like, that sounds pretty, there's a lot of stuff that you can say, right? There's a whole lot of stuff you can say. And, I just, man... It's like until it's over, they just need 5 minutes. PoE announcement. I'm not going to watch that. I'm watching this right now. Yeah, I'm watching this. I'm not going to watch the PoE announcement. So let's see here. I'll probably look at it later on, but I'm going to just stick and watch this. So, thinking to myself, that's what she's going after. She's a horrible actress and can't even cry on cue. Well, to be fair, I mean, she's putting on a pretty good performance for this one, which makes sense because it's a $50 million contract. But in general, I think that it's not a surprise to see this stuff, right? It's really not. I mean, it's... The thing is that, check Twitter. All right, I'll look at Twitter. I'll see what's going on here, okay? Is there anything that's really worth looking at? I'm going to go ahead and just double check. If anybody is sending me any DMs, I never respond to DMs, so you're just wasting your time. But like, here's one thing, right? Is like somebody sent me, I'm not going to put this up, right? Because it's kind of fucked up. But like, they showed a picture of Rihanna and another picture of Amber Heard underneath. And like Rihanna, after she got the shit beat out of her by Chris Brown, you guys remember that? And it's like her face is swollen. There's blood everywhere. It's like, I mean, Chris Brown beat the shit out of her. And so I don't know, man. Like, it's just, it's nuts. Let me see this. She slammed my head multiple times, by the way. I had no side effects in this kind of assault. Doctors didn't even need to check for concussion, by the way. Yeah, it's just like, how the fuck did this happen, man? 3 punches from Chris Brown did that. Yeah, exactly. And like, how does Chris Brown still have a fucking career? Well, because people just forgot about it, right? I remember listening, there's a Chris Brown song on the radio. I'm like, hey, didn't that guy beat the shit out of Rihanna? And, you know, he's just singing away. That's it. And if once she performed a few seconds more for jury and look at her face, I added you for it on Twitter. Okay, let's see what this is. I see this. Let me go back over. I'm gonna pull this up. Let y'all see it, okay? All right, here we go. Take a look at this. It's the turd's mask slips whenever she's still being recorded and has to feign sadness again. I don't know. That's not really. I mean, I don't know, guys. Like, yeah, that's nothing. I think that a lot of people do that, right? I mean, like, it's a bit of a stretch. And like, also, like, I'll give like a personal anecdote that's very personal. Is like, whenever I was seeing my mom for like, you know, whenever she was in the hospital, I would go out to the car. I would walk out and I would see people on the way out and I would smile and I would nod at them, and then I would get out into the car and I would cry in the fucking car for like a half hour. So I can fully expect somebody can put on a good face for a couple of seconds to be, you know, like nice and everything, and then after that it's fine, right? Like that's what it was. Yeah, but she does the opposite. Well, what I'm saying is, like, she's clearly acting that way around, like, people, right? I mean, that's what it is. But this is the other way around. It's hard for me to say. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? It's like, it's hard for me to say, like, yeah, humans are capable. Yeah, I mean, it is the other way around. I get that. I understand that. But, I mean, like, I guess I don't really take, like, for example... Like, with not this one. Where was the other one? Yeah, this one here with, like, her blowing her nose. Like, this one is, like... That one is just, like, way more damning than, like, this other one. I just feel like this is just really not... It's, like, not that... It's not that much. You guess what I'm saying? Like, I just... It's body language is pseudoscience. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, but it's just, like, right now, I don't think it's that big of a thing, man. And, facade? Yeah, I know. Do you think they swabbed the bottle for vaginal fluids? You think what she's saying is true? They could have checked them? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that they could say. I mean, there is. I don't know why they didn't say that, honestly. I really have no idea. Emotions are weird, man? Yeah, I agree. And, no kit done ever. Tons of photos of mild property damage, no real evidence. And also, like, body language is not pseudoscience. I think, I don't know, guys. Is body language pseudoscience? I feel like whenever I look at the different videos of people analyzing body language on YouTube, I feel like a lot of it is pseudoscience. Like, yeah, sure, you can have some degree of certainty on that, but I feel like it's like I don't take it very seriously. Yeah, I don't take it very seriously at all. I'm gonna be honest with you. Crazy how she went from bawling to calm and collected a second later with no red or puffy eyes. There's no 100% exact science to mannerism yet. Yeah, no. And so anyway, I don't want to get into that too much, but like that's generally how I feel. And overall, I see this shit, and it's really not a surprise. It's really not. I mean, like I cannot wait, bro. Like I cannot wait for this shit to come back. And like for them to actually ask her real questions, because I feel like they've just kind of let her run wild. Like, if you want my honest opinion about this, I think that's a little bit weird, don't you think? That like she just gets to sit there and talk uninterrupted for hours. Like if it was me, I would like segment these things out. So it's like, yeah, I mean, she's just telling your whole story because there's so many other things that are going on, man. Cross-exam is going to be juicy. I think they'll rip Amber apart. I feel like she's going to completely pop off. Like, she's going to massively pop off and get really, really upset. It's going to be pretty bad, I would say. Yeah, they interrupted her a lot. They were like, yes or no. They need to whine and dine her story, catch her up in the details. I think they did it on purpose so she could exhaust everything. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, definitely. When does Johnny speak? I'm pretty sure he's not going to talk today. I'm going to be totally honest. I find it very unlikely that he's going to say anything today. Yeah, I have no idea. It's like I remember people laugh at funerals because pressure is too much. Brain doesn't know how to react. Well, I don't want to get too far into the body language stuff. All I'm saying is that I don't think that every single time that somebody does something or changes emotions quickly, that is somehow evidence that that person is, that person is being disingenuous. I think that's just general, like, culture stuff, right? I don't think they're immediately guilty for it. In my opinion, also, like, there are a lot of things that she does that are, how about fake crying? Well, that's different, right? And so, like, that's what I'm saying, right? So it's not just one thing, and you have to make a distinction on every single thing. This is one thing that happens a lot in cases like this, where one person has decided to, why are you even reacting to this? You're streaming on Twitch, for fuck's sake? Well, that's why I'm reacting to it, is because I'm streaming on Twitch, obviously. Yeah, what do you think? Like, yeah, obviously. Yeah, of course. What do you think Twitch is for? It's for reacting. Yeah, duh. Like, what the hell would you expect? Anyway, so let's go back and talk about this again. This is something that happens with a lot of, like, cases, and it happens with a lot of things very regularly. Is that Rogue of the Heart, thanks for 5 gifted subs, ban him? I actually did. Anyway, I feel like people are just so really, like, ready and willing to accept anything that they can to like make them believe or make them feel good about the opinion that they have. Like, they're willing to accept things with less of a burden of truth because they already believe the premise. You see what I'm saying? And so in my opinion, I think that whenever you look at something that's more, I don't know really what the word is for this, that's something that you agree with, I think that you have to be even more skeptical. You have to be even more discerning. You have to make sure that you look at it from even more perspectives, because that's whenever you really get taken advantage of. That's whenever you let that confirmation bias take control and make a decision for something that you wouldn't necessarily do. Yes, you want to be critical of things, but you want to be even more critical of things, you want to be even more critical of things that are things that you agree with. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's how I see it. True objectivity doesn't exist. Yes, I know it doesn't truly exist, but it is still something that's worth working towards. Is this a refutation? Are you saying that what I just said is wrong? Like, what are you trying to say? What are we making, a psychological argument? Some philosophy? I don't care about that. Yeah, absolutely not. There's no bias here. Yeah, there's always going to be bias, guys. There's always bias with everything. And it's important to be aware of your bias. And I think that by the nature of the person who is bringing this up, I think that, yes, you have to know that that's what your bias is, and then take that into consideration whenever you're thinking about things. Disagree equals ban? Well, yeah, sometimes. And sometimes I'll just ban people if they're annoying. Like, that's the way it goes. Like, people that try to get my attention for things I don't want to look at or talk about over and over, I just ban them. People that are rude to me, people that try to catch me in some misunderstanding that they have that they turned into a gotcha moment for me, that's a ban. I just don't think about it a lot. It's easy. It's simple. I don't worry about this. It's not something I'm going to stress myself out over. I'm just trying to enjoy myself, and that's all there is to it, you know? Like, that's it. I want to believe her. Here's the thing, right, is I don't want to believe or not want to believe anything. Like, from what I've seen so far, I feel like it is not very certain, but I feel pretty confident in assuming that most of her story is not true. Because if you're standing around in a fucking kitchen full of broken glass, and you're saying Johnny is just, bro, he's like dual wielding wine bottle, just throwing shit at you. There's glass going everywhere. And like, you're naked as well. Not a single one of those pieces of glass hit you.
It's just like all of the evidence that is actually finally shown, there's very little glass that you can see. And like, if you guys ever had glass on your floor, like it shatters into like a million fucking pieces, and you have those little tiny shards that you step on, and like it's so fucking painful. And there's like, if you walk through there would be blood fucking everywhere, man. Like that's just the way it is. There's a lot of blood. I don't think that shit was blood, man. I really don't think that was blood. Here's why, is that none of it was clumped up in that weird way. It didn't look like it at all. It was red. Like dried blood looks way different. Trust me, I have dried blood all over the side of my wall. And like, I know what it looks like. It doesn't look like that. Yeah, it doesn't. 50% hit chance. Yeah, exactly. So like, do you think she wrote the text? No, I don't. I think Johnny wrote the text. I think Johnny wrote the text, and after she cut his finger, allegedly, of course, after she allegedly cut his finger, he wrote the text because he was pissed off. I do actually believe that he did that. Yeah, absolutely. Sure, I think that's plausible. You know, brownish red color and blackish under moonlight. Yeah, exactly. Amber should have used your room for pictures. Yeah, exactly. Usually dried blood is brown, isn't it? Yes, it is. It turns like a brownish, like almost like a brownish, almost green, but not really green. A million times more blood in the dressing room whenever I stepped in a single shard of glass and walked 5 meters. Yeah, exactly. It was from a finger, not his throat. There won't be rivers of blood. You'd be surprised. Like, think about how little amount of paint that you need. Like, really, whenever you think about it, to, like, paint an entire canvas. Yeah, you don't need a ton. Yeah, fingers bleed like crazy. I'm not gonna argue about this. I don't know. But all I'm saying is that, yes, I think that even if there wasn't a lot of blood, there would still be enough for it to be very circumstantial and easily visible. Like, for example, like I've had teeth pulled or things like this happen, and I've cut myself, and there's just blood everywhere, right? I remember one time I cut myself on a
Sure that Friday's good with them.
That works for me, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, sure.
All right, let's focus. I cut my leg on like a 4th of July on a boat, and I like slit my leg open enough to where there's a scar on my knee. I guess I can't really see you. Yeah, I can't show you guys really, but there's a scar on my leg, and like I remember there was just blood dripping down my leg, just like all the way around my feet and everything. And you can ask Izzy about this. Like she actually, like she was there and she like actually bandaged me up, and it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. I was so sad. I should have taken a picture. It looked pretty fucking cool. But like, yeah, it just didn't happen. Like I didn't think of it at that moment. So yeah, I don't know. Like, do you think Johnny Depp's also acting? I think people are trying to. I think that they are both trying to portray themselves in a way that's advantageous. Yeah, I think it would be naive and it would be stupid to say, oh, only she is being disingenuous and Johnny Depp isn't being disingenuous. That just sounds like bullshit to me. Of course that's not what's happening. Absolutely not. Yeah, of course they're both trying to behave in a way that's advantageous for them. Like, absolutely. It's common sense. Okay, here we go. It's just that there's more evidence that supports what Johnny Depp is saying. Okay, we'll move over to the other one, assuming that the audio's okay. That way we can see the responses on both of them. Okay. And we'll move back to this one if we have more evidence. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment.
Okay.
1830, I'm sorry. Remember, we were talking about this right before
I'm gonna just mute it then. Sorry. I'm gonna open up this one.
Sorry,
Thank you, Your Honor.
sorry.
Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment.
That way people can see the evidence.
1830, I'm sorry.
Give me a second. Why is it so low? Why is it so low?
Amber, we were talking about this right before the break. It still has my highlight. Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Okay.
Based on your perception, which color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
How's that? Is that better?
All right, let's do
I think this
this.
should be
Let's
good.
bring up defendant's 375, which is already into evidence.
Okay. Got it.
I think I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have the control on mine. There we go. Thank you.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. There it is. My menu was hidden. Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is the picture that we saw earlier, and do you see the area that's written in red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
Nothing.
Do you, before this trial, did you know who Carly Simon was?
I might have heard her music, but
Okay.
no, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right.
And how does she know she did
And
music?
then, if you can just remember this picture.
Yeah, how'd she
and
know
the
she did
red
music?
area there that I've
Did
circled.
it say that?
And then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and
I don't
put
know.
1830 back up.
Okay, here we go.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I mean, obviously.
What, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture
Of all the things that aren't incriminating. Yes, we know.
It was the picture we had right before this, is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and stuff like that.
And let's go to 374, please.
Okay, let's see it.
That's already in evidence.
Here we go.
Is that the picture you're referring to?
Yes,
Oh my
it is.
God.
Okay, and I'm
Look
sorry, I
at the
just want to make
blood.
sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another
Oh
mirror,
my God.
which also had writing on it.
Wow.
The bathtub had a few of my clothes
Oh,
in it
no.
and paint, and both.
It's
of
the blood of
two
a
mirrors
demon.
were
That's why
painted.
it's
I believe I
black.
took a picture of both mirrors.
Johnny Depp is a demon.
And then I'm
Oh,
going to ask
no.
you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831.
Is this the dick? This has got to be the dick.
And did you take this picture?
No.
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
Yes, I can.
We can see that.
Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And that had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see.
Okay.
I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in
All right, let's see this again.
evidence already.
Come on. Let's go.
And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Yeah, we looked at this.
And now let's go to 1829, please.
Okay.
Does that appear to be the
Oh
same
my God.
lampshade, but in color?
It does appear that.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look
Wow.
at 1834.
That's bad. That's bad, guys. Holy shit.
And
What?
what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Oh my God.
Okay. And let's go to 1835.
Wow. Such devastation.
And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, it really is. That is
What
hard to
does this
fucking
depict?
say.
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838.
That's poop? No, that would be in Johnny's room.
And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
Okay. Let's go to 1839.
Okay.
What does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
Then let's go to 1840.
I don't know, guys. I don't know about that. Like, that does not,
What
like...
does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay.
Well, if you cut his finger off, wouldn't
You
that
didn't
kind of
try
make
to
sense?
play the
Objection, Your Honor.
what
Call
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
Overruled
out.
At this point, your question. Go ahead.
Okay. What, if any, effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to 1841. What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while
Okay.
holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
I don't know.
The bottle into the wall.
Convenient spot for blood there? Yeah, it is.
The best of my recollection happened in the
So if they were next
kitchenette
to your head, was
bar
your head
area
there?
downstairs.
Then
but
where's the
I can't be
cuts?
100% certain.
Wouldn't it be pressed?
And let's go to 1842.
Because he'd probably have his right hand and his left
does
hand
this
with the
depict?
bottle. So she'd be on the
Another
right.
broken lamp.
Because I think he's right-handed.
And then I've just got a
I
few
would
more
guess.
left. 1805.
He is, yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's probably hard to even find out that information. But like, yeah.
And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And it looks like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was
the
in the
red
house?
coloration from the wine
Well, it
sure
looks like a
looks
bedside
familiar.
table, but I can't.
It
be
sure
certain.
does.
Okay. Let's go to 1806.
Very interesting.
All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808.
Blaze it. Oh my god.
Do you know what this depicts?
There's no way that's blood.
Wine spill.
I was about to say,
Okay.
no way.
All right.
Don't even try.
Now you started to
Is that a Yeti?
testify about, well, before we go there,
Okay.
in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, why, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass.
Well, nobody else cleaned it up.
On the
You said nobody
countertops,
was
there
around.
a lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up.
Where?
And I could feel it underneath my feet. So
What?
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay.
Wait, so the pictures were taken way after? There's no
You
way any of those
indicated
spots would have
that
been red. There's no
that
way.
Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded, is that correct?
Oh my God.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your
Yeah, I thought
iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later, there was this 5-hour long
fix her?
recording, and naturally I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our, struggles to figure out our relationship, this one was, 5 hours was unusual. And that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of that Australia incident,
Compartmentalizing it.
if you will.
And did you
Because it
listen
makes her
to
look
that
bad.
recording?
I have heard it, yes.
Yeah, she's
And does it
compartmentalizing it because
accurately
it's the
represent
end
what
of.
was
You see what I'm saying?
depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure.
Oh my God, man. Like, it's just like, so where's the recording? I mean, dude, I thought she took those pictures the morning after. If this is like days after, like, and she said there was nobody else around. She said there's nobody else in the house and nobody else around, period. She took some of them, she said. Well, why didn't she take any of the ones that were more damning in that case? Why? I don't understand. Oh, it was the kangaroos. Oh, you know what? Yeah, now it's all coming together. That's why she brought up the kangaroos earlier. It's because the kangaroos came in and they cleaned up all of the incriminating evidence on Johnny because they were on Johnny Depp's payroll as well. And so they were on his side, and the kangaroos cleaned up all the bad stuff that he did, and they left all the bad stuff that she did. That must have been it, guys. Yeah, I understand it. And they also made him do the drugs. Exactly. It's case closed, guys. Yeah, we have to bring those in and see what happens. Like, it's just now we're in kangaroo court. I feel like it's so shocking to me to see this stuff because, like, it's just so obviously bullshit.
So exhibit number, so I can...
378.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Housekeeper testified he cleaned the house on the next day.
Remember, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you describe, let's take you
That
to
guy's job sucks.
the point you left the Australia house.
Just imagine coming back for
to
that
go to the
in
airport
the morning.
and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period of time?
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger.
Yeah,
And
my understanding.
Ben King was going to accompany me.
How would
on
that
the
have
ride
happened?
On the way to the airport.
Johnny cut his finger off, man.
Johnny calls me. And we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. He asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but he was kind of asking me in that way, is it done?
Don't remember the
Is this
words, but you're
over?
going to paraphrase it in
we
a way
kill
that
it?
it's his fault.
Did I
How
kill it?
convenient.
That sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings.
Let's get back to the script, Amber.
Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Okay. Do you, when Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving.
Okay.
I obviously didn't want to stay, but
yeah,
I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask your question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said,
it was a different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask.
Okay. How did you feel?
Another
at that time?
sustain.
I felt destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do.
Did you feel like Johnny's finger?
I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him.
Oh,
He might
man.
die or kill himself. Because it certainly seems like the trajectory he was on.
Mm-hmm.
He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before, and combined with all the, when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with white residue on them. In them. They were in books, in the bedside table.
Okay.
There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there. So I was worried he would die, and I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened.
Oh, it's pretty bad.
I was worried that there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back, but shock. Shock.
Yeah.
So you flew out of that airport. Did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Shock.
Objection, relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
Overruled.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand, and I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece,
I got it.
And I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide.
So you gave her a book.
And I...
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
So he gave her a signed reading.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
So, but that doesn't make sense.
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much.
That he would give her the book after
And
he
it
popped
was
off?
So toxic.
You see
And
what
for
I'm
some reason,
saying?
I couldn't get him to.
She said she bought the book? I misunderstood.
Not hurt me.
Sorry.
I
misunderstood.
And it seemed like I was hurting him. But we loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship. It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me, and I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
So when you got back to LA,
Just
how
hard at
long
work.
before Mr. Depp
at
came
work.
back?
She's working, she's chilling.
A few days. Johnny came
work.
back within a few days.
Yep.
He went to his Sweetser house, the main house, which was what we did. You know, if there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof once, you know, the fight had either paused or ended, depending. But he would go
back
to
together after
Sweetser,
this?
and I would stay at the ECB.
Oh my God.
And so he went to Sweetser
would
upon
be-
landing, and
That'd be something.
there was some conversations with the medical team, you know, doctors and stuff, and I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me, it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using Coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using Coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the Coke. So,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll
Lock
sustain as to the
foundation.
last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
It
So,
seems pretty easy to
When
verify.
did you next?
Seems very easy to verify. You just figure out what it is.
When did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
It's very easy to verify. Like,
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was.
Okay.
But it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery.
see how she
but it
blames
was,
him
you
for his
know,
finger
like,
being
it
fucked up
became
now?
very,
Because
very
he wouldn't stop doing
about
coke?
getting Johnny through the next step. You know, getting
see that?
Johnny home, getting Johnny off the coke long enough to
Oh
get
my
the
God.
procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps, and before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect, of course, of him being done with all the drugs and drinking.
Oh,
because
that's right. I've heard of this one.
that's what necessarily had to happen
Yeah.
for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little,
Yeah, I heard that one.
you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015.
Okay.
Which is a few weeks.
I'm sure she
after-
remembers this exactly.
2.5 weeks roughly after Australia.
Yes.
Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying
Okay.
at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd,
Okay.
which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you,
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out,
Okay.
and I saw what he was texting.
please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married. Like upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with. And
What did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately confronted him about it. I was, I didn't care in that moment if
Johnny was a jealous one?
he did kill me, which is likely in confronting him at that stage of our
Of
lives.
course she's jealous.
I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. It's like I've just been through after having been through what I went through in Australia.
Uh-huh.
Just weeks prior, I see this. It was like,
Hold up. Yeah?
unbelievably painful. Unbelievably painful.
So, what did you do?
I'm yelling at him.
Is this where she shit in the bed?
So
Uh-oh.
yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him.
Uh-oh.
Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a
Everybody has the same name for him, man.
how do you
Oh my
describe
God.
it? Pushing each other. you
Yeah.
know? And I just remember being so mad at him for cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down. And
If her story is true, I would be mad as well. Yes, I would be
hurt.
upset.
Anyway, I break out of his
big if.
grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments in the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment
Yeah.
where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time.
Where's the poop?
And then you could go from that apartment into penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do? Can you
Objection, Your
believe
Honor,
this?"
Hearsay.
Sorry.
All right, sustain.
I don't know. That was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Asserted
sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so you went to Whitney's. Don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next.
Yeah.
Johnny comes into penthouse 4 and grabs me. I don't know why. I don't know what he was doing.
No, of course
but
not.
At
No,
one moment,
why would she?
I'm aware that my sister's somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
Okay.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have, the physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, I'm, trying to stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like
Jesus,
all I could
Johnny?
do is just try to fight back, or try to
Oh my God.
not get more hurt
Again?
than not doing anything would have certainly left me. I don't really recall specifics.
monster.
I remember at one point
A fiend.
he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. Don't know how we got into. I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet. And I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there.
That's a lot.
And then it had another level, the mezzanine,
You used the
which is
whole
an
room.
it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I used that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him, and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. My understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him, I came into Penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was.
I don't know what the fuck a
and
mezzanine
I could see
is.
him and a security guard and
Yeah,
Debbie,
I don't know what that is.
the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, was drinking Red Bull and screaming at me.
Okay.
And Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie.
Damn.
And
So he's going in on her too.
I called him a pussy. And
Damn.
And said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily.
He did that to her.
I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened.
Yeah.
And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs.
Hey,
And,
Red Bull gives you wings.
There's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs. Bolted up the steps.
Oh my
And
God.
I don't know. I don't know how he managed to get his hands in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair.
Yeah.
And kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had.
Jesus. It's like
I
Doom
just remember
Fist.
this
Oh my
brief
God.
struggle we
It's
had
Doom
before
Fist.
kind of break away. Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself
Johnny
in between Johnny and
Doomfist.
I. She just threw herself.
It's a charge
in
punch,
the line
yeah.
of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase.
Oh my God.
And Johnny swings at her. And
It's going for
I
round
just
two?
see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first time, hit him. Like, actually hit him. Square in the face. He didn't push my sister down the stairs. And all my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I had tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away.
Lunge?
And
well,
I went
is
upstairs with
Doomfist.
my sister, and
oh my God,
we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it.
Yeah.
And at some point, I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
All my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs.
Yep.
Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch,
he fucked shit up.
Tried to
yeah, I get
turn
it.
over,
He fucked
destroy,
shit up.
smash, but my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes, there was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Okay.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward
To the part where you
to
shit.
December 15, 2015.
Oh, that's whenever they went to the island.
Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th, yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument.
Oh, yeah, she probably did then. Yeah. Yeah.
We had periods leading up to that were really
Yeah, it makes
beautiful and
sense.
really good, and then periods that weren't.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about
That's
the
when. That's
December
whenever
15,
she threw the can of
2015.
mineral spirits at him.
What do you
Remember that?
recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum.
Throwing something in his direction.
I remember him screaming.
Oh man. Ooh.
I remember him getting on top of me
Thanks for 10 subs. Appreciate it.
at some point, toppling me.
Thank you.
Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Again, this is another example of when I wish
I can
so
see
much
that.
I could tell you an exact sequence, but I can't. It's flashes.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what I do remember.
Okay.
I remember
This is the stuff,
at
the
some
bad
point,
stuff that he does.
trying to flee upstairs, and we had he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs and grabbed me by the back of my hair,
Jesus.
my head, and slammed his hand on my head. And I went down on the stairs.
The Elden Lord. You got to keep that in mind.
He overtook me. I remember him so well.
Really?
I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way.
No way.
He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's
What?
like a salon foyer area. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat. And I hit my head on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up.
That's
and
bad.
I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go. And he did that thing where he's like,
I feel like you would not be able to stand up after
that way, challenging me to stand up.
There's no
get back
way.
Up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go?"
I've
now,
hit my head
tough
against
guy?"
things a lot.
Shoved me back down.
Especially the back of your head.
"Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This
I
time
don't
he
know,
hits me in
man.
the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it.
Yeah.
Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just
boom.
Right as I stood in front of him. I was
the first Elden
a
Lord.
foot from him.
Horaloo. There it is.
Sent me right in the nose instantly. Searing
Boom.
pain. It's one of the few memories I have in this long relationship that I actually remember the physical pain in that moment. Just searing.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me?
He's a warrior. He's the Elden Lord. Obviously.
I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff.
This is where she.
We had another.
It's her nose.
Struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the.
It's too bad you have a doctor that can describe it.
I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair.
Yeah.
And dragged me.
Pummeling.
The rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room, the neighboring apartment. I remember the door that connected these two these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent him from dragging me into the room. But I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal.
Makes sense.
And he wrestles me, drags me up to the bed, throws me down onto the bed, kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you.
Yeah.
And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself
Think
anymore.
about, like, put together all the amount of times Johnny hit her in the
just
face.
Hear him say
Well, she'd
that he
be
was
dead.
going to kill me. And that he sounded like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking
Put them all
hated me.
together.
He sounded like he was almost crying, or something in his voice was different. He sounded different, like he sounded like he was in agony. It was high-pitched and loud. And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still. And it felt in my body like quiet.
Yeah.
And
no, there's no police report.
I thought,
well, there
this
is
how I die. He's going to kill me now. And I'm not. He's going to kill me, and he won't even have realized it. I couldn't breathe.
Someone's dead? There's no proof
trying
of
to
this?
scream, and
Yeah.
I couldn't scream. I was suffocating in this pillow top with him holding me down, punching me over and over, and I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
Let's see what Johnny's doing.
When you woke up, was there anyone there?
Is this before or after they got married? It's after. This is after they got married.
I remember hearing my best friend's voice. I felt like it came, felt like it was
This
like
is
on
after
the
the honeymoon?
speakerphone.
Oh, this
like
was
it
the
came
honeymoon,
from
Gus.
everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming from two directions.
Yeah.
I realized that I was sitting on the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed with a really thick wooden frame. And it was broken from his boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was...
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it. Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed
Yeah.
and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my
Objection,
God."
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
telling what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called
Of course, your friend
the
took a
nurse,
picture, right?
Nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone.
That's good.
I thought I probably
That's
had a
good.
concussion.
So the nurse never actually saw her.
and Certainly thought I had a broken nose.
Ah,
There was blood everywhere, blood all over those pillows.
sure. Absolutely.
My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor all over the place, actually.
Yeah.
It was just all over the apartment. He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
Not blood.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510.
Okay, here we go.
Do you
Here's the
recognize
evidence.
this photograph?
Let's see it.
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
Okay,
objection.
let's
All
see
right,
it.
510 evidence. You can
Here we
publish it,
go.
please.
Thank you.
Oh my
And
God.
could you describe to the jury what that is?
It was chunks of my hair.
Oh, my
trying to
God.
ripped out while dragging me,
Oh my
and
God.
punching me.
Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up
Wow.
513, please? Defendant's 513.
That's bad. That is bad, boys. Case closed. Johnny, let's lock him up. Get him out of here. This is disgusting. Can you believe he just pulled out her hair there?
Does this picture accurately depict
Okay.
you and the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of
She's saying
Defendant's
that
513.
because it's not as incriminating.
Objection.
All right, 513
It's not going to make her
evidence.
look that bad.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture.
It
but,
is.
My
I thought he broke her
two
nose.
black eyes. One is worse than the other. Like I said, maybe a day or two later. And my
What?
broken nose.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 514?
I don't know. Broken? Yeah, it does. I mean, it didn't look that way to me. I'll say that. Like, I don't
Does
know.
this accurately portray the scene depicted?
It's like makeup not swelling.
Yes,
I'm
that's
not
my
sure.
face, sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 514.
No objection.
514 evidence. You can publish.
Sip and lean.
All right. If you could just briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
Okay.
That's my face. Some time after, and Johnny beat me up.
Okay.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could bring up Defendant's 515.
10 to 20 punches? Yeah.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Going to move the admission of Exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515
Oh.
before.
It's 515. 515.
No objection to 515? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
515 in evidence. You can publish.
Okay, here we go. Let's
And
see it.
What does this depict, Amber? Could you tell the jury?
This is my face. Sometime after.
All right. Let's look at defendants 516. Please.
Okay.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Broken nose didn't go to the doctor. No, they called the nurse.
Yes, it does. This
I'd
is maybe.
Wait, let me move it first. May I move
Sure.
the admission of defendants exhibit 516,
No objection.
516 in evidence.
published to the jury, please? Okay, Amber, go ahead and explain what it is.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night after Johnny left me on the bed.
Let's go to 517.
Okay. Okay. It's kind of dark, so it's hard to say.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence.
Amber, please describe for the jury what this portrays.
That's my face after this incident.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It kept reopening. You know, it's a mouth. The lips move.
Let's go to 519.
I don't know, bruh. I don't know, bruh. It just, I mean, like, you know? Yeah, like, I've had that shit happen before, too.
Portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of 519.
Like,
No objection, Your Honor.
what about him headbutting her, man? Like, wouldn't it show?
Tell the jury what this...
Wouldn't it be like a huge fucking lump on your head?
This is my lip a few days later.
Let's go to defendants 520, please.
Of course it would. Yeah, like, looks like herpes. I don't know.
Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520. Is it 521 or 520?
Doctor's opinion on the matter? It's they wouldn't say. How
No
the
objection.
fuck could they know based off of a picture?
Can you please tell the jury what's depicted here?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing from when Johnny was dragging me by my hair.
Let's go to defendants 521, please.
Just cut over to him. This guy would have a scab? I don't know. I've never seen what it looks like whenever somebody's hair gets pulled out. I have no idea. I can't speak to that. I have no idea.
I don't think that's the same. Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522.
Okay. Let's see it. Where we at? What it is? What it be? Let's see it. Let's get it.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Well, it's a
Wait,
few
what
days
about the
later.
lump on the back of her head from hitting the
Move the
brick?
admission of 522, please.
No objection.
What about
522 in
that?
evidence.
And what shows there?
My face
What?
is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523.
Yeah. Accept the plot twist? True. Where's the lip mark? I mean,
Does
lips
this
heal pretty
accurately
fast.
Portray the scene depicted?
At least it's happened to me.
Yes,
It's
I
been
think
pretty
this
fast.
is day or so after, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe longer. I can't tell, but yes, it does.
Move the admission of 523.
No objection.
523 in evidence.
And I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any,
I see it.
bruising did you sustain in that area?
I see it.
Objection leading.
Massive.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Do you see that giant bloody mark?
It's
It's
What,
right
if any,
there.
bruising did you sustain?
Holy shit.
Same objection.
Wow.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you
How did that
What
yellow
injuries
get on
did
her
you
face?
have?
Did Johnny piss on her
I had
face?
bruising on my temple.
Oh my God.
chin,
He really is a monster.
my neck, the back of my head. I had
Jesus.
swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped, torn.
Yeah.
They were gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple from one of the blows, several of the blows, I don't know.
Let's go to 524.
All right, let's see the next one. Another one.
It says accurately portrayed.
Another one. Let's go.
The scene.
I want to see it.
Shown.
Let's
Yes.
go.
Okay. Move the admission of
With
524.
eyeshadow?
objection.
I don't know. I'm just like, let's see what these are. We're going to look at all of them.
And what does this show?
That's a good
It's,
question.
I had a pretty. Can I touch the screen?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light. but
Yeah, it is.
I remember it was pretty ugly.
It was bad. You just can't see it. Okay. All right.
Let's go to
That's good. Next.
defendants 509.
Yeah. Rich person, no lighting. A professional actor,
Does this
no lighting.
accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
Okay, let's
No
see
objection.
All right, 509.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke while on top of me.
All right, let's go to defendants 511, please.
it. Okay. And there is no blood on the
Does
bed
this
either.
accurately portray the scene depicted?
After she had her lip busted
Yes.
and her face was
Move
pressed
the
against
admission of
it.
defendants 511.
Remember that?
No objection.
All right, 511.
Her
in
face
evidence.
was pressed against it
What do you see in
after
this
she had her
picture,
lip
Amber?
broken.
Just more destruction from a part of the
Wow.
fight that happened in the bedroom.
Wow, that looks like my house.
Not the bedroom that I was
That looks exactly like my house.
just talking about.
I don't know what
It
that
was,
says.
the main bedroom.
Calendar back
There'd
says
been a-
January. No, they could
Part
get
of the
the
fight
metadata
that happened
from
in
it.
there too.
Most of my calendars say January too, because I never change them.
Let's go to defendants 512, please.
They didn't provide the metadata? Oh, that's convenient. Why?
Does this
Hit
accurately
Y.
portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Good question.
Okay,
How
let me-
can you even
let me
do that
move
without
the
providing
admission of
metadata?
it.
That's
Move the admission of
horseshit.
defendants 512, please.
Thanks, doesn't Easel Club.
No objection.
512 in evidence.
Okay, let's see it again.
Okay,
Another
please Tell
one.
the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Wow, more blood.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Let's go to defendants 525.
There's just blood all over the floor. You guys saw that? That's brutal.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the
It's just
admission of
nuts.
525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 in evidence.
Okay.
And please tell the jury what this is.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen counter that he left up.
What does the
on
bottom
his way
say?
out, I
All
suppose.
is such bullshit.
All right.
Wait, that's what I
And I
say.
think defendants
That's such bullshit.
526
Yeah.
is already into evidence.
Damn.
Just bring that
Yes,
up.
526 is in evidence.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Now, Amber, after,
Okay.
as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and
Was you all
celebrate
along? Yeah.
Christmas
obviously.
together, as a married couple.
Imagine that.
And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend
Yeah.
at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance,
This is where she threw the bottle at him of mineral
and
spirits.
my parents, and my sister, and we were all going to go to this
Yeah.
island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
Right. Okay.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on December 16?
Okay.
That's right. I was
They didn't want to
promoting
see there. Yep, there
The
it
Danish
is.
Girl, the film I had done earlier
Witnesses?
in the year in London.
Guys, stop.
before
Stop.
going
Don't.
to see Johnny
Why
in
do you even
Australia.
ask about that?
So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to
Yeah,
make an
why do you even
appearance
ask
on
about that?
a night show called The James Corden Show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it,
Okay.
meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray, because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup.
Of course, yes.
And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy, matte red lipstick.
Okay.
I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was
Nobody questioned what they were?
one of my favorite colors to wear.
It's not their
and,
job.
And this occasion,
I don't think
we
they
had
would
no
do that
choice
anyway.
because nothing else would hide my busted lip.
Yeah, probably true.
And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay.
And nobody knew.
And did there come a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually I did.
Yep.
Okay. And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was
There he is.
obviously I didn't see Johnny
just
after
chilling.
this because he didn't
Yep.
face the damage he caused in my experience.
Jesus, man. Oh
He
my
was never
God.
around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days.
Oh my God.
And I eventually
He's writing a
heard
book?
from him.
Yeah.
And he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, you know, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him.
Mm-hmm.
Made it easier somehow to talk to him. You know, I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, you know, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, you know, allow for us to
Missed him laughing
have
before?
one last
You want me to swap
conversation,
over?
I suppose.
Do
But
you want me
I
to
just-
swap over so we can see both of them?
You know, it's like,
Yeah? Okay. All right. Give me a sec.
I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. Every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
Okay, dude.
No, I guess I was trying to explain.
Wow.
Go ahead.
That, you know, just after
Sure they'll
you
fix
think
it in a
each one
minute
of
here.
these is,
What are the odds?
it's almost like for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. You know, it's like every single heavy coin you put in this
They
piggy
did
bank
this
is
on
like
purpose.
an
Yeah, I
investment
know.
into the future you're going to get to.
Reload it?
You know, and then
Okay.
before you know it, you know, and then before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy. You can't leave.
Okay.
You know, for every single time I went back or allowed him back, after this sort of thing would happen, I lost
Yeah.
a piece of myself, a piece of my self.
I'll see if it fixes itself in a minute or so,
My-
okay? I'll give it a minute.
Trust in myself to leave and move on.
It's fine.
You know, I lost the fortifications, I lost myself, and it was somehow easier to stay.
Okay.
I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved.
Okay, let's go back.
Vacations, I lost myself, and
Yep.
it was somehow
It's fucked.
easier to stay. I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved.
Yeah, we just heard that. All right, now we're caught
So
up.
I put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment and hope and future. And
Another one.
I forgive him. It wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again.
That's
Clean and
nice.
sober
Okay.
once again.
Sure.
This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse. And part of me thought
heard that
maybe
before.
I just needed to get this bad to get, you know, like now we can't go back. There's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island
Right.
after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it was going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me again. He'd rather die than do that.
He's
is
gonna
what
be
he
a
was
good boy.
saying. And I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting,
Yeah.
not knowing what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually, I got in the car with Johnny, and we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island. for the
Okay.
Christmas holidays, and what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp?
This
at
is
the
where she
island
threw the thing
over the
at him.
Christmas holiday.
Here we go.
Towards the end of the trip.
This is the Christmas
trip itself
death
was pretty
match.
nice, but towards the end,
The Christmas Rumble
he started
Royale.
drinking again.
Oh, God.
Started with wine, and we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room
Holy
kind of cabin.
shit.
And we were sitting on the couch, and
Yeah.
Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off. I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that.
Okay.
And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with.
You thought he was
because
doing drugs.
They made a huge difference in my life. So if I
Yeah.
knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him and he's nodding off. And every single time he kind of like nods off, he dumps this glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happened like 3 times.
Is this the
First
mega
time,
pint?
whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it like a little weighted. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just had promised that it was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And
Nope.
the third time
Still fucked.
this happens, I jump up. I already changed my pants
Still
twice. And I jumped up and I shout at Johnny, like, what are you doing? Or, Johnny, spill on me again, something to that effect. And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It explains what's coming.
If you could approach, I just don't know.
Okay. All right, there it is. Oh my God, bro. Like, she's just been going on. This is nuts. Like, what is this? She's just going wild. Remember correctly, she said something at the start of her career, took minor jobs such as doing makeup so she could easily fake any injury. Yeah, she did say that. But I don't really know if it was a faked injury or not. I'm fully willing to accept that those injuries are real, but we don't know the context behind them because we only see them from a one-sided perspective. We don't see what he said besides that. Like, I'm sorry, but if I hear about somebody shitting in somebody else's bed, I'm going to assume the shitter is the unhinged one. I am. I'm going to assume anytime that somebody shits in somebody else's bed, I'm going to assume that the bed shitter is the batshit one, right? Like, that's what it is. None of the pictures said any swelling. Bro, like, the way she describes it is like Johnny is just, like, as I said, the Elden Lord. There's no way. Like, she'd be dead. Like, the big lump on the back of her head. Like, I've hit my head like that.
Sad.
it says, are you okay or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say to Jack, but really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. To make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off.
She's being
is what I
passive-aggressive.
assume.
No, Jack is his son's
So
name.
I kind
Jack
of say
is
this
Johnny's
in a
son's
pointed
name.
way at
back
Jack,
on.
thanking him
Oh, it
for
is.
offering.
Okay.
And I don't know, I don't recall
There we
who
go.
told Jack
All right,
to
we're
leave,
good.
or
We are good.
I don't really recall having an awareness of where he was at this point, but I leave the closet, go into the bathroom, which is right next to it, and he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me.
Brutal.
Before he does that, I said something snarky to him, "Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again," or "I hate you," or something in response, just something, so that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag.
Yeah.
And
Said something.
kind of like get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have
Something,
the door
I mean,
shut
you know,
before he was in the bathroom with me. And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door or if he just shut it. But again, bangs me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my
oh my
vagina.
God.
Like
the face, man. Oh my God. He can't hold himself? Yeah.
I was wearing this peach, kind of like netted kind of style swimming suit underneath.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit.
So he
out of
pulled
the
a
way.
Donald Trump?
And just kind of held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough.
What the fuck?
Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?"
What the fuck?
He's kind of taunting me while jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, just like teasing me. You know, like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough, now what? Now what?" I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room, or he went into the room. I don't know who went into the main room first.
Yes, this is probably the part where she throws the giant can of mineral spirits at him. Yeah, but we're not going to hear about that one.
His hand landing on the back of
Yeah,
my
of course.
shoulder.
I mean,
neck
come
area.
on.
I remember trying to get him off of me. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do remember I knew I needed to get away from him. At some point, I ran. I ran
Yeah.
out of the back door, ran out onto the patio. At some point before I ran, he swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it meant.
Imagine how confident they are to just be laughing and smiling the whole time during this bullshit.
I threw something.
Imagine
in
how
his
confident they are.
When I was getting away from him, I ran down the deck,
Jesus.
ran out into the kind of like parking lot area, this gravel parking lot area outside of the house.
Yeah.
And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me.
You can't outrun
Grabbed
the
me by the
Elden
hair,
Lord.
swung me around. I remember he hit my face at least once, but I'm not quite sure in what sequence.
Yep.
Was it before I broke away or after? I don't remember. I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV. I remember the headlights. I remember separating from him.
Mm-hmm.
Or them kind of running up and saying something and separating us. And I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening, is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
I like how everybody's fidgeting around because they're just waiting for her to stop so they can leave.
It's at the end of...
Wait, look
Yeah,
at them. They're
this is a
like,
good
all
breaking
like,
point.
okay, all right, yep.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get away from him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going
They're ready
be
to wrap
breaking-
this shit
again,
up.
this is the
Like, holy
time
fuck,
we
like,
go
let's
for
go.
the week. Okay,
Let's
so
get
we're
out of
just
here.
seeing
Like,
until
all
May
right, yeah,
16th.
yeah, yeah.
But I wanted to talk to you a little bit
Okay.
about how the remainder of the case will progress.
Okay, here we go. Let's hear it.
All right, so we promised to get the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay?
Okay.
One thing is, starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30, so I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay?
Okay.
The other thing I need from you is Friday, May 27th, which is the Friday before Memorial
May
Day, is gonna be
26th.
a court day.
All right.
On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments, and the case is going to be turned over to you for deliberations on that day, okay? So I wanted to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you have time to schedule what you needed to do. Now I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities.
I thought it was Taco
responsibilities you have as
Thursdays.
jurors, okay, in this case?
Okay.
All right, so you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram,
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to happen.
Snapchat, et cetera, or any similar sites.
Yeah.
In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. Okay? So please enjoy your week off. Get plenty of fresh air and rest. All right? And then I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 16th. Okay? All right, thank you.
All right, that's the day. That's the return of the of this. Oh my God. Like they get a week off. Yeah, like as if they're ever gonna be able to fucking like. Bro, people are gonna find out about it. They're gonna hear about it, etc. It's like, how do you really expect that shit not to happen? I mean, god damn. I don't know 100%, but like.
Again, ma'am, since you're still in the middle of your testimony,
here we
you
go.
can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys. Okay, you can step down though and have a seat with your attorneys. I have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of before we finish.
Yeah, well, all right. Let's see. So I got a lot of shit to talk about. Well, what is this? Can't wait for the finale. Yeah, I know. Headlines just repeat all the bullshit Amber just vomited. Well, it won't really matter a whole lot because, like, I think most people, like, you can always post headlines for that. Yeah, sure. But, like...
I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we finished all the depositions. I want to thank all of you for last Friday.
Let me mute this real quick and move on.
But we got them all done, and I really appreciate all your work on that.
All right.
It does mean a lot. And now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So no more depositions. What I'd also, for planning purposes, though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, the day is going to be a little different. So we'll start at 9. We'll probably break for our morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30. So I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably
Imagine
be
she cries
between,
if she loses.
I don't know, 3.
I find it unlikely that she will lose.
Maybe even a little later.
But I don't know.
We'll see.
I mean, it seems.
Then, we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury.
Here's why I think it's
just wanna
uncertain.
Make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow,
I'll explain
I want to go
why.
ahead and give you your
Let me
times as
finish.
of this very minute of what you have used and
I'm gonna let you
what you
finish.
have left. Okay. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Let's wait.
That's
There
why
we go.
we're here.
There we go. That's right. Okay. There we go. All right. So plaintiff has used 35 hours and 6 minutes.
Jesus.
Defendants have used 36 hours and 31 minutes, which means the plaintiff has 26 hours and 9 minutes left, and the defendant has 24 hours and 44 minutes left.
That's a long time.
And just a reminder, as we said from the very beginning, once
60
time is up,
hours?
once your time is up, your time is up. If it's in the middle of a witness, I'm going to stop you. Okay? So make sure, I mean, the 9 to 5 schedule, when we start back on May 16th, will give us a little buffer, but not much. So I will be keeping everyone on task for those last 2 weeks.
A lot of content,
so keep that in mind as well. Enjoy the next week. I don't anticipate I will hear from you for this next week. If there's an emergency, I understand that, but just remember what my definition of an emergency is. Okay, we all remember that?
She
All right,
means
great.
shut the fuck
So
up
other
and
than
leave
that,
me
does anybody have
alone.
anything else for me?
Yep, shut the fuck up. Leave me alone. Don't want to hear this shit.
Sammy says 24.
Yeah.
If you add 36 hours and 31 minutes and 24 hours and 44 minutes, you get what? Well, you can get with Sammy when we're done, okay? Is it right or wrong? What's
Okay,
that?
I think this is wrapped up. Like, this
61
shit is wrapped up. It's done.
61 hours and 15 minutes. Does that add up then? That is right. Mr. Ronenberg says I'm right. Okay.
Wait, I'm
So
looking
that's the
to
right
see
time.
this.
Sammy did it 3 times over, so I thought that was right. You made him very nervous.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
I
that's
got
good.
another one here.
Everything else? Anything else?
Give me a
Yes,
sec.
ma'am?
I'll show
We
you
do
guys
have
this one
our,
real quick.
Updated exhibit
Okay.
page that you requested.
Oh, perfect.
I'm gonna just
All
mute
right,
this
folks.
shit, right?
That's
It's
fine.
like,
I
this
think
is
that's-
all just fucking, like, accounting shit, right? Like, this is just, like, accounting. It's basically over. Like, that's it. She won't win this case in past arguments. Amber's lawyer tried to say Johnny Depp's team couldn't prove that she wrote the op-ed, and Amber herself said that she wrote it on the stand. Yeah, it's just all admin stuff. Wait, what? Keep going? No, don't. No, wait. Okay.
Exhibit
Okay.
page that
Okay.
you requested.
Oh, perfect.
From
All right.
plaintiff.
All right.
Approach.
All right.
That's fine. I think that's something
Finish
we
it.
need
All
to-
right, we'll wrap it up.
All right, we'll get that. All right, anything else? We're good? All right, we'll see you Monday, May 16th, 9 a.m.
Thank
right?
God. Okay,
All right, thank you.
there it is. All right. Now we've been formally dismissed. Okay, that's good enough. And Andrew, what's this here? Good one, chat. Yeah, thank you guys. Like, I'm so glad that I didn't miss that. Absolutely. So let's see here. Gotta understand the law here. Burden of proof for Depp's team has already been there. Like, look, I'll read this. Watch this. Watch this shit, man.
My relationship to
Watch what he does.
any other
Watch what the guy does.
Wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and stairs, and I swung in.
Yes.
And all of my relationship.
Isn't that interesting?
I swung in him.
He's like, we got her. Oh, we got her. She must have said some kind of shit. I don't know what it is, but it's some kind of shit. And like, it's funny to me. Photo on the airport. They returned to Australia. He had his hand in bandage, and she's fine after all the stuff he did to her. Check Twitter, bro. It's so obviously bullshit. And like, the reason why I've covered this, the reason why I've talked about this so much, I'm going to go ahead, I'll explain this real quick, because I know some people might be wondering, like, why have I talked about this a lot? And the reason why is actually pretty fucking simple. It's because I think this is a big deal. This is actually a really big deal on like a cultural level. Because for the longest time, there are a lot of guys that get accused of stuff like this, and they have no recourse, and they're shown as being people like, and to be fair, people like Chris Brown. Chris Brown, notorious piece of shit. Absolutely. I don't know how he still has music, how people will work with him, but they do. He's in radio. He's on the radio. I heard him on the radio like 6 months ago. How the fuck did this happen? It's a new song. How the fuck? And so I'm not saying this shit doesn't happen, but what I am saying is that this shit sometimes doesn't happen. And whenever sometimes it doesn't happen, we need to find out about that. Because it's not like this thing is going to go away. It's not like it's going to not happen. It's very, very worrying to see people, and this is something I've heard. It's like, believe all women, believe people categorically, believe these accusations, and you see where this gets you. You see where believing things based off of a person's gender gets you. You see where you go from this. You end up right here, and that's why it matters to me. It's because I've had friends of mine that have been negatively affected by this on a personal level. And I also just dislike it. Like, that's really what it comes down. I dislike it. It pisses me off to see this, and I don't like seeing it. It's literally that simple. And that's all there is to it. Cody's situation, I mean, Jeff, like, I've got a bunch of my friends. Stream on Monday, May 16th, where the shit show goes on. Of course I will. Absolutely I will. Yeah, of course. Older generation isn't old enough to remember what he did. Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of guys that get away with that. There are. And what's in the bio? Relevant people, a Twitter account? Well, I don't know about that. Let's be honest. Rihanna provoked Chris Brown. I think that being provoked. So, like, what level of provocation
I mean, what did she say? Like, what was the word that she said to him that, like, made him get mad? Like, I can't say what that is. It's just ridiculous, man. And girls on me, yeah, it just, I don't know, it pisses me off to see this shit, and it's just really annoying. I fucked all you dickhead. You're voting for what's this here? Johnny or Ambi? I feel like Johnny Depp. Here's what I'm assuming is that I'm assuming that some of the violence was probably it did come from Johnny Depp, but we don't know how it happened. So, like, for example, if like she threw like, there are no visible injuries on Amber Heard that we can point to and say this happened. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing that we can say like, okay, this is an injury on her and we can say this happened. That's all there is to it. But the difference here is this. The difference is that with Johnny Depp, his fucking finger is gone. You see kind of what I'm saying? You see what I'm getting at here? Yeah, his finger is gone. Like, how the fuck? Like, I mean, really, at a certain point, how many times did Johnny punch her in the head? How did you not get a concussion? Like, I remember whenever I slammed my head against this desk, that really fucking hurt. And that was the last time I ever did that. That's really what the difference is. And so, Ori levels, yeah, exactly. He's a ring wearer too. Yes, he's a ring wearer. Yeah, he's wearing multiple rings. Like, how the fuck did she survive this at all? It's just so weird for me to see that, man. It really is. Should have had brain damage at this point? I don't know. But, like, what I do know is this whole thing, I feel like it's just so fucking evident what happened. I feel like it is so obvious, so evident, all of that stuff. It's super fucking frustrating to see. And here's why. And I know some people, oh, why do you watch it? Why do you watch it? Why do you watch it? The reason why is because this shit needs to be shown. This is a cultural important event. This is very culturally significant because this is going to change the way that people see these interactions. And I think that it will change it in both a positive and a negative way. It will make people unnecessarily skeptical for different women that come forward. And I think that it will also shed a needed amount of skepticism on it at the same time. Because I think that you should be skeptical, but it's different than being skeptical and assuming somebody is lying are two different things. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it looks really, really, really fucking bad. Everybody deserves justice. Yeah, exactly. How people do our makeup for movies and stuff, never see bruises on her or anything if it was that bad. I don't know. I mean, like, you can clearly say that they were under NDA, that they can't talk about it. Like, there's no real reason to bring that up because you can always come up with like 100 different reasons why that would be logical for it not to happen. The common people will see this as a drama between two celebrities. I don't think that's what's happening. I actually don't. I don't think that's what's happening. I feel like every single time that I see any controversy or any commentary about this, anything whatsoever, I always think to myself, what are people thinking? Like, how are they looking at this? Because that's what really matters to me the most. Because regardless of who loses $50 million, who doesn't lose $50 million, who goes to jail, who doesn't go to jail, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I literally don't fucking care. Because it's only two people. I don't know either one of these people. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is the impact that it will have on the culture. The impact that it will have on society. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what I think really matters the most. And is that a cultural flagship for the Western world? Yes, exactly. And that's the way I see it. You're on the top of r/videos. Let me see. I'll pull it up. Let me refresh here and I'll see where it is. Looks like I am, actually. Let me go ahead and show you guys. I'm on r/videos. There we go. And it's on mine. There it is. Caught posing for a crying photo. Yeah, I'm surprised I was able to catch that, man, or somebody was. She wipes her nose with a hand after posting the issue. Exactly. 100%. It really is something. Yeah. It really fucking is something. Oh my god. How much Amber Heard tea they gobble up? They really want to paint her as a saint? Well, the thing is, like, there's always going to be people that believe something that's different. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way life is. You have people and they have this big opinion about stuff, and guess what? That's what it's going to be. They're going to have this opinion, and they're going to be delusional. Oh, wow, people believe Amber Heard? Oh, my God, what a massive fucking... I can't believe this would happen. They believe Amber Heard in the world where people think that the Earth is flat? You think that the Earth is flat is a million times more verifiable than Amber Heard shit. But, like, they believe the Earth is flat. People that believe in all kinds of, like, crazy fucking religious shit. There's people that believe all kinds of crazy stuff just in general. People think that, I'm telling you guys, like, there are some dumb fucking things that people believe. There are people out there that believe that white people were made by a black guy with, he had like a massive brain, and he made white people in a laboratory. Yeah, Yakub, there it is. Like, this is something that people believe, and you can look this up. It's verifiable and all of that. So for me to think, oh my God, the humanity of people believing Amber Heard, guys, this isn't even the tip of the iceberg. Like, this is nothing. This is like one of the small little bits of specks of ice that you hardly ever even see, man. It's nuts. Yeah, show a video, please. I didn't see it. There's too many drugs in the case. I don't think it'll go anywhere significant because of the drug use. I think that too, man. I really do. SQC wants a call. If he does, I'm down to talk about it. But like, I don't know. Like, I never know if that's true because it's like, is that true or is that just people that are like fucking like Mimi? If he wants to, he wants to. If not, it's whatever, right? I'm down to talk about it. It doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, it's whatever. But like, just in general, I always worry about that because I don't like people forcing content. But yeah, that's it. Let's see here. Sad thing about the story is he killed Jack Sparrow for a lot of people. Well, what do you mean for a lot of people? Is it literally kill them because he's never going to make content again? Yeah, he literally said that he's not going to make content anymore. You see kind of what I mean? Like, yeah, he's not going to make content anymore. And he's never going to work with Disney either. So not only are we not getting this, but we're also not going to get anything else. Imagine the fucking bullshit with that. It's a good trilogy? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they probably did us a favor. There's been enough Pirates of the Caribbean movies, okay? Like, we've had enough. It's good. The characters fleshed out. It's great. No one to hold them. No one to fold them. You can take a fucking bow, move off the stage, move on, do something else. So I'm okay with that generally. But yeah, it is a little bit bittersweet for sure. Especially with how it happens, right? It'd be one thing if it happens and it's just something else. But I don't really know. Yeah, that's what I'm really trying to get at. So let me go back over. I'm going to look at the rest of this, okay? There are celeb breakups. Let's see here. Why is there a homeless man in the bottom left corner? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's just about right, isn't it? MMO streamers trying to branch out. Millionaire, by the way. They prefer to be called influencers. Actually, please do not call me that. Of all the things like that, he's the only man still willing to date Amber Heard. Okay, stop. Yeah, chill out. Literally the leader of a sex cult. He's richer than anyone, chat. Who cares? Yeah, link without the annoying dude commenting. Yeah, I fucking hate that guy, man. Yeah, there it is. Listen, it was not annoying. Give me the link. Yeah, sure. Following your testimony for the past few days, she manages to cry and break down constantly in her span of 2 hours. Yeah, sure. Fuck being an actor. Amber should be a writer. How good her stories are. I mean, to be fair, it's not her stories. Remember, she plagiarized the whole thing from different movies. Remember that? So, like, it's not even really true. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, that's probably the worst idea. So, I don't know, guys. It's just so fucking weird, man. I'm gonna be honest. It is so fucking weird. Acting, not writing. Yeah, true. I just hope that they can work this out and actually, like, do something about it. Like, I do hope that she loses, but I don't think that she will. The reason why is, like, I don't know, maybe she will. Like, I don't know enough about the actual law. You know what I mean? Like, I know about, like, what seems to make sense to me, but, like, what the fuck do I really know? Like, because, like, there's a lot of, what I mean by this is, like, there's a lot of technicalities, there's a lot of, fine print and stuff like this that you have to, have or not have in these cases. So, like, how many of these bits of fine print and technicalities are here? I'm not really sure yet. And that's kind of what I'm curious about, and that's kind of what I want to see. And I think we'll find out about that sooner than later. We'll look at a few things on my Reddit, see what the content is, everything like that, then go from there. She has in her Twitter bio that she wrote the piece. Yeah, she does. I saw that. Prove defamation, they have to prove that it's both false and also made with intent. I mean, I feel like it was like made, yeah, I think those are the two things that you have to prove. And actually, I think that you're wrong about the second one, because am I right about defamation that if something is stated, especially by somebody with like any sort of like an amplified voice, right? Let's just say that, like a celebrity, a person that has like an audience, if it's mentioned even recklessly, if they say it even recklessly instead of with ill intent, it's the same thing and can also be considered defamation. This would be my understanding, but I could be wrong. I think that's the term, willful neglect. Yes, exactly. So I don't think it's that simple. I'm not sure, but I don't think that it's that simple. The case for a defamatory article, so if it's proved that Johnny abused Amber in any way, she technically wins. Exactly. And so that's what it is. So in order to prove defamation, let me explain this, right? And again, like maybe I'll talk with the legal guy, I think his name is Rakita Law. Maybe I'll talk with him in like a couple of days or like at some point in the future here, and you know I'll figure more about this. But in order for her, if they can prove that Johnny Depp abused her, they can prove that the article that she wrote isn't defamation because it would be technically true. You see what I'm saying? That's what I think is going on. But again, I don't know. See Muffin Mom? Okay, sure. Can we get some? Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Dude, she got so fucking mad the moment that, like, she like, the second time the judge accidentally called her Dr. Curry, that shit was fucking funny, man. It was so fucking funny, because she got pissed. Come on, tears out now. I'm sure that she's gonna cry. I mean, like, yeah, sure. I'm sure some of it was emotional to her. Absolutely. The burrito reference is good. She sure is an actor. Yep, that's true. It was so funny making her absolute disgrace. Yeah, I know, man. It's a whole lot. Asmon bitrate, what's this?
After I upload it, but it can't magically put detail back in. So, even if you're watching in the best quality you can, what you're seeing now is still the limited version. This is 200 kilobits a second, 200,000 ones and zeros going over the wire every second. Doesn't look too bad with modern encoding. You might lose some fine detail on the hair or hand gestures, but you can still see what's going on pretty clearly. But now, it's about the movement. If we freeze all this stuff in midair and just make it a background, over the next couple of seconds, the quality of the video will come back.
That was actually pretty good. To be fair, that was pretty good. I like that. That was really, really good. Nice. Okay, spot the difference when the shit takes a stand.
I kept telling myself, it's not my time. What's happening to me? The next thing I know, I take a tumble and there I am on the bed sheets, on Johnny's side of the bed, where I should not be.
Yes.
I mean, I shouldn't be on either side of the bed. I shouldn't be on any bed.
Mm-hmm.
I look around to my surroundings and all I could think was, why am I so dry? I'm sorry, could you? Thank you. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Jesus Christ. I like how he doesn't even try to finish it. He just makes it look stupid. Yeah, what is this? What? Asmon explaining Johnny Amber's... What is this? Like threads in my head? How does this make sense? I'm not sure I fully understand this. Yeah, it's a meme. It's understand. I'm a Karen? I just don't get it. Let's see. Johnny's fighting for all guys society threw under the bus. I think so too. It's great content, however, I love it. If Asmon would listen to whoever doesn't like content, he'd do nothing. I'm glad he took the route of doing whatever the fuck he wants. Referring to people being negative? Oh, I mean, this is it, right? Watching summary each time, watching whole stream, his trial gets tiring super fast. Well, I think a lot of people like watching it. I think that's evident. And so I'm going to keep doing it. That's it. The thing is, as I said many times, you can't take the statements of a handful of people and then make a decision off of that. It's just impossible to do that and actually be right about it. Fuck the complainers. Well, it is what it is, right? And like this guy can be happy because there's not going to be any more trial for 10 more days. So I'm going to be streaming probably at least some of those days and you'll get different stuff then. Let's Zook with the 20 gifted community subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, let's see here. Definitely deny Zach makes amazing content, though. Aw, look at that. Wow. Okay, let's see. It's just for some of us. Trial's no different than watching a Kardashian show. I find that to be very stupid. Like, I think that's very stupid. I mean, it's not stupid, but, like, it's reductive. Because you guys see, like, what the importance of it that I think there is? Like, do you guys see, like, kind of why I think that this is important? Tree Balls, thanks for the 5 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm glad people agree. There's something different with his look. Did he brush his teeth? Actually, I do try to brush my teeth every single day, but that's always what I've done. Okay, let's see here what Johnny's concentrating on in court. Oh, God. What is he playing? Vampire Survivors? Oh, come on. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not Vampire Survivors. It's something else, though. I think it's balloons. Yeah, that's like the hitting the ceramic, isn't it? MMO fans when Asmon plays MMOs. True. MMO fans when Asmon watches Depp versus Herd. Yeah, everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a RuneScape Andy. Any of these, right? It's just crazy. Not pictured people during Lou oppression laughing at people mocking a trial who have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, absolutely, we have no idea. Like, we don't really know. Like, we're just watching it and just making our opinion. I'm sure that I'm wrong on a bunch of stuff, but I think that really it's about the impact that it will have on the culture more than actually like the ruling itself. That's where I would say the importance really comes from, or at least to me, that's where it comes from. Let's see here. Updated sentiment over Twitch chat for Ian feedback. I did see this. Yeah, people were very happy about the Ian interview. I thought that went very well. Why does Bernard Hill just always look like he walked in and saw how I live? Okay. I didn't even realize that guy was Theoden. I never recognized him from any of the other roles. Let's see here. Look what lawyer this is. Yeah, sure. Amber claims Johnny maybe broke her nose the night after the Met Gala. This is them at Don Rickles one night only the very next day. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, why are you even trying to show this? This is like, what are you trying to prove here? Are you trying to prove that she's lying? I think that we all know that. Like, yeah, listen, guys, it's just, yeah, we know, man. Like, there's just so much evidence. There's so many, like, I'm telling you guys, like, I bet that lawyer is going to be, he cannot wait for that next thing to happen. Over 3 million people have signed a petition to remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. I don't really think this, like, try again later. Thanks to the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Again, you know, that's fine. That's really kind of whatever to me. Message from Elon Musk. Don't stick your crazy. All right, this one's not real, okay? I know people would make it out, act like it is. It is not real. No, it is fucking not. All right, let's see here. You and Asmon's watching celebrity drama on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Corporate needs to find a difference in 2 pictures. Oh, God. Actually is kind of sad. You're not entirely wrong about that either. Okay, well, I'm going to watch a couple of videos here, okay? Because there are a few other things I wanted to look at. Check Devo or Twitter. Yeah, I saw that he was not happy. There are people that are unhappy about streamers watching the trial for content. And I do it because I think it's important. I want to give my commentary on it. Like, I give my opinions on everything, basically, and this is what I do. A lot of people like watching it, and I mean, do you have to televise these kinds of things? Wasn't it their decision to televise it? Like, I don't even know. Yeah, I have no idea. Like, are they, like, they chose to? So, yeah, I mean, it's state courts. Yeah, I'm actually curious about that. You do because it's entertaining? Shut the fuck up? Yeah, of course I do. Well, you're not, what, was this like a trick? You're trying to trap me into saying I want to, yeah, I think it's entertaining. Yeah, Depp fought for this to be public. So Johnny Depp wanted it to be publicized? So he wanted it to be televised. Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, then there's the argument right there. Is that he wanted it to be televised. I am on his side. I think that he's right. I think that I think his story is much more believable. I think that what she said about him and the information, the evidence that I've seen is very negative to her, and that's why I'll show it. And also, a lot of people want to see it. Like, it's just that truth. It's just that fact. Like, don't fucking televise something. Don't make it public if you don't want people to look at it. That's the way it goes. Johnny wanted it public. Amber didn't. Well, fuck her. That's too bad. Yeah, it's too fucking bad. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, think about that. I wonder fucking why. And also, like, there's another thing is that, like, I feel like, and this is probably this is like an ego Andy opinion, right? But, like, I always worry that, like, if I'm not covering this stuff, what if somebody else covers it and they don't say the stuff that I think that they should say? Well, then what am I supposed to do? What, do I type in their chat and tell them they're wrong? Well, I get banned. I can't do anything. I've got to come out here. I've got to talk about this because who else is going to say it? You know what I mean? That's it. I'd be a Twitcher. I'd be getting pissed off. Yeah, of course I'm going to talk about it. Absolutely. I put out my opinion on everything that I can. Did you see TSM owner Reginald suing former employee Doublelift? Yeah, I saw that. I saw some pretty bad stuff about him. I'm also an org owner, and so, you know, I don't want to make a lot of comments about that for professional reasons. But I hope whatever is true comes to light. Let's just say that. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really make as many comments about that because I am in the same thing. You know, but that's about it. Let me scroll down and look at the rest of these. 31st of November. No, I haven't showered since last year. Friend, you're supposed to say that tomorrow. Me? Did I okay, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, I guess so. Tell the world about being violated, though. You don't want that? Makes sense that she'd not want it public. Yeah, but if she didn't want that public, then maybe she shouldn't have said all the other stuff that she did and ruin his fucking career. That's the way it goes. On something that was already proven false in many other regards. Yeah, if you didn't want that, then maybe you shouldn't have made up a bunch of other bullshit. That's the way it goes. Don't make up bullshit if you don't want people calling you out for making up bullshit. That's my opinion. Are you scared of commenting on something that you've changed? I'm not scared of commenting on it. I can comment on it however much I want. I don't think that there's anything that's explicitly written for me not to comment on it, but I view it as professional courtesy to not comment on other orgs because we are a competing org, and I would have a vested financial interest, you could argue, in something negative happening to another org. And so that's why I don't do that, and I would generally, like, I guess, like, recuse myself from talking about the situation because I would be seen as a biased source. That's why. It's not that I am afraid of talking about it or anything like that. It's just that it's not what you should do professionally in this regard. That's all. No, I've never been unafraid to talk about stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, it's simple. And level it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that it makes sense. Oh no. See, this is how I look at it. Yeah, where's the evidence exactly? Okay, let's go ahead. We'll take a look at a couple of videos, okay, guys? I wanted to go through this. First thing I wanted to look at today was the Nixium video that he made about our favorite game, Raid Warcraft Legends. And we're going to watch this here. And then there's also something about Lost Ark I would check out. And then maybe I'll just, you know, do a little bit of WoW or something like that. I don't know. PoE 1.8. Actually, yeah, let me watch that right now. Path of Exile. Yeah, it just came out, so I'll look at the new trailer. Sentinel official trailer. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's watch it. I heckin' love Ark Knight. Yeah, there's so much chaos.
In the wake of your power, something has arisen.
What's that?
Dark sentinels, hungry for a share.
It's the Arks.
But these cruel constructs could be harnessed. Take them, bind them to your will.
Oh, whoa, hold up.
Will.
Can only empower rare or unique enemies. 5% chance for empowered enemies to have a currency reward. So these are like additional modifiers that you can empower to enemies. These are like additional modifiers you can put on enemies beyond the map affixes. More mods, yeah. That's a big boy.
Test and tinker, combine and reconfigure.
Okay.
And together, you will find your fortune.
Big dick.
Some sentinels are powerful. Others are dangerous.
That's interesting.
But in a world with shifting stars...
Oh, another menu. All right.
Monstrous new threats.
Fuck yes, dude. Oh my.
And valuable treasures.
Apparently they did Painsmith.
You will need them.
Yeah, apparently they did Painsmith.
Await your command.
Great. That was the best boss in Sanctum. I'm glad they stole that idea. That's a great idea. This looks really cool. Everything about this looks good. I think that having more things like this, didn't we have this before? What was the fucking league that you had those little circular things and you would enter into a zone and it would buff the mobs? It wasn't Legion. Like, this was a long time ago. Like, I'm talking about like 5 years ago, 7 years ago. Heist, Breach, Synthesis. No, it's not Synth. Legacy. Legacy League, Tempest. I don't remember. It was just so long ago. And it would say like all enemies have like Onslaught or something like that. It might have been Legacy. I don't even remember the name. I thought that it would remind me whenever I heard it, but I actually don't remember it. Tempest or Old Man. Yeah, so this is an idea that they've used before, and I'm glad to see them trying it again. I'll probably try to play this league. I've got so many games right now that I have to play. I don't even know how much time I'll be able to put into the league, to be honest, but I really want to try this out. Last league, I played it, and I played it 20 hours straight, and I got a Crest of Desire and like 4 Exalted Orbs on like the second or first day of the league, as the second day, I'm pretty sure. And then Lost Ark came out, so I played that. But before then, and then I went back to streaming on my main channel, but before then, I was going hard as a motherfucker on Path of Exile, man. Yeah, I got really lucky that day, to be honest with you. I really did. Okay, let's go back over here, and we're going to watch this, okay? First impressions of Warcraft Arclight Rumble. Here we go. Is there going to be any more Lost Ark streams? Yeah, I think this week coming up, I'll do a honing stream. I don't think I'm going to do it on Saturday. I might do it on Saturday, but I'm not sure. And I'm going to go all the way up to 1490. I have the resources. I have the power. We are going to do it. Yes, we're gonna get all the way up to 1490. That way I am totally fucking ready for Vaulton. That's the plan. No? No, I think a lot of people like watching it. There are people that don't like Lost Ark, but I think they're just a very small minority of people who are extremely loud. Now, I don't take the criticism seriously at all. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is Nixium, and no doubt you have heard about Warcraft Arclight Rumble, a new mobile game from Blizzard Entertainment.
Imagine that.
I think it is safe to say at this point that Blizzard now truly believes that we have phones. The game was announced yesterday, and so I figured I would make a quick video just sharing my fast, quick, and dirty thoughts on the game, sharing my opinions on it, and whether or not I am going to be playing it. But if you would like to watch my full reaction, raw and unedited, and just my in-the-moment impressions of Warcraft Arclight Rumble, you can check that out via the link down in the description below. It's a link to my second YouTube channel, Nixium Highlights, where the entire thing is uploaded. So let us begin with this. Before the announcement even began, before anything was said, and all we knew was that there was going to be a mobile game.
I feel like nobody even brought up the fact that in the first scene, before you even see the game at all, they're already conditioning you to spend money on it. Which is like also, apparently this is like not true, because I heard on Wowhead it was a mistake. So we're going to look at that after this.
I was excited at the prospect of another Blizzard mobile game. I remember playing Hearthstone back in the day on my phone.
I've never played
Hearthstone. I was
Hearthstone.
traveling around on road trips in someone else's car, or, you know, just on an airplane flight over to Europe or something.
Cora would always
nice.
try to get me to
great.
play it. I never did.
So seeing another Blizzard mobile game, I thought could be interesting. I was thinking that maybe it could be a brand new IP or something, but one thing that I really wanted and I even said this on my live stream, I really wanted to see a tower defense game from Blizzard Entertainment. In fact, I still would like to see just a old school tower defense mobile game from Blizzard one day.
Sure.
Having like a Warcraft
Like
3
Bloons or
inspired
something
tower
like that,
defense game where you're like the orcs and you're defending against waves.
What they should have done is they should have just taken a lot of the custom mods for Warcraft 3 and turned it into a game and based it off of that at the beginning.
Humans or vice versa.
That would have been really cool.
You could have humans like the humans of Lordaeron defending against waves of undead. I thought that would be really cool. You know, different towers and all that stuff. And you know, Blizzard, if you want to steal that idea, you are more than welcome to, because that's a game that I'd really like to play. Did we get a tower defense game? No. We got a tower offense game.
Wow.
Tower offense, which is okay, I guess, but I think tower defense games are better. Something that I was a little disappointed by, though, I have to admit, is that as soon as the cinematic started, and I was like, oh, it's World of Warcraft, I was kind of disappointed that it was World of Warcraft inspired. Blizzard already has a Warcraft inspired mobile game, and so I thought, I mean, I felt it was reasonable. Whatever Blizzard was going to do, they were either going to make a brand new IP, like a mobile game set in a new universe or something, or they were going to
But they said it was going to be a Warcraft game, didn't they? I thought they did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said it was going to be set in a Warcraft universe. So yeah, it's like, I don't know why you think that.
Down the StarCraft route. I don't know if anybody here is a fan of StarCraft, but dude, you guys have gotten
like it a lot.
Screwed over by Blizzard. Like, Blizzard has abandoned StarCraft entirely. I don't even know why they've done it. That's ridiculous.
Because RTS is dead.
A StarCraft mobile game, like a StarCraft tower defense, but
that'd be
Warcraft.
That'd be the last
again,
nail in the coffin.
Not that I'm
wouldn't
complaining. I love Warcraft. Just a little disappointed.
I hate this game.
I was also happy that it was not pinball, because when this scene came up in the cinematic, I was like, oh lord, please don't be pinball. So let's talk about the game itself. What we got. Warcraft, Arclight Rumble.
Okay,
the cinematic I thought was very cute. I do admit that I do find that Blizzard has really, like, cute-ified World of Warcraft lately, or just the Warcraft universe. A little bit of this stuff, not a big deal, but like it's like Blizzard has really stepped away from the idea that World of Warcraft is this epic fantasy, and they're just kind of making it very silly lately. Like, even the lore in Shadowlands, very, well, I mean, it wasn't silly, it was just kind of dumb.
Yeah, I think that we should have more human sacrifices and crucifying people. You know, like just blowing people up, cutting them up. Like, yeah, I think that'd be good. If you go back and you see the original Warcraft 2 manual that was like all the artistry was done by Metzen, like it's got people fucking cutting their heads off, like holding up a dude's head, like all this shit, right? It's like some brutal, crazy shit. And so, yeah, they're trying to make it less like that. I think that's to make it more of a mass appeal. And I think the reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to make Diablo their franchise that's much more that dark fantasy, that dark, like, you know, fucking, like, brutal fantasy. And I think also, like, mobile games they're aimed in a lot of ways towards a younger audience. It's for, like, kids and shit. So, like, yeah, big surprise they're going to have that happen, because that's what kids are going to want to see. It just kind of makes sense in an unfortunate but a true way.
I liked the cinematic. I thought it was cute. I mean, it reminded me of a mobile game cinematic, if I'm completely honest. But it was nice. I did find the visuals of the game, like the actual look of it, the gameplay, a little strange. In that I found that the character models themselves, like the units and stuff, seemed very high quality compared to the environmental textures, like the ground and stuff, especially in these kind of like close-up shots. Like, you could really kind of see that the character models were so detailed, but the ground was not. But they might still be in the process of completing all the artwork, so I don't know.
I would assume
now,
that's
I've played,
the case.
You know, Kingdom Rush,
I
for
think
example,
it looks fine
on my phone, and Kingdom Rush looks absolutely gorgeous as a game. Like, when I put it side by side with this Warcraft game, I think Kingdom Rush looks way better.
Wait, they have other games
At least
like this?
I think so. So I really want to see the graphical look of this game get a little bit of an upgrade. The shading, the ground textures, like the environmental effects and stuff. But again, that's probably coming down the road. This is just a little teaser of what's to come. I completely understand that. The gameplay, though, looks all right. I mean, I've never played a game like this before, but it looked like something that I would play, like, again, on an airplane or on a road trip, or maybe even while I'm sitting on the toilet taking a fat American shit. you know, it really is that kind of game. I mean, that's
Spits
what
it
it
on
looks
her
like. It
face.
looks just like a simple, you know, time passer, and there's
Oh
nothing
my
wrong
God.
with that. Man, I think that's fine. And
Yeah.
I can easily see how Blizzard is going to expand on this game in the future with more heroes and units and all this stuff being added to the game, maybe even cosmetics, like instead of your orcs being green-skinned, they can be brown-skinned orcs, like from Draenor or something.
Yeah.
You know, I could see them doing that. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of this stuff is locked within a cash shop. Because let's be real,
I'll be very
like,
surprised.
the mobile game needs to make money somehow, especially if they decide to
it's
make
gotta
it
make
a
money
free
somehow.
mobile game. So having like little cosmetics and stuff, whatever, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they had something like that, and hopefully they just keep it purely cosmetic. Hopefully the game is not buy to win. So especially if they're talking about how it's going to be multiplayer, PvP, and like, you know, PvE.
Yeah,
like
that would be
bosses and stuff.
awful.
It's like, oh great, you know, I just got teamed up with this like random asshole in Switzerland or something. Oh wait, oh he bought the Jaina Deluxe skin or whatever with like, you know, where Jaina has like all these extra superpowers or something, and so now the raid boss is like piss easy and there's no challenge behind it. Hopefully Blizzard doesn't go down that route, but I think considering how much hate Blizzard has gotten recently with their PR, I'm assuming they're going to tread very carefully in that regard with making a game that is not so obviously greed. I don't really know.
So, okay, let's be honest. You don't have that happen at the beginning, do you? No, you wait later on after you get the hook in. It's like the fishing example, right? Like, you don't start the pay to win stuff. You don't fucking pull the line the second you get a nibble. You wait for the fish to really take a bite into it, and then you fucking pull that hook. That's whenever you wait. So of course they're not going to do this on release. They want to build up good favor, and then they do it after that.
Else to put it. I will say that the announcement video itself with the two people saying chaos over and over was very cringy. You don't gotta say it. Like, we all know it. It was cringy. It was kind of stupid, but you know,
it was kind of dumb. But like, the way I looked at it is like, man, I mean, they had fun doing it. It's whatever. It's not my thing. I think it's like, you know, it's just kind of dumb. But you know, they had fun doing it. I feel like that matters, right? It's like somebody, you know, they're doing something like that and they're enjoying it. They're having fun. Like that's good, you know. Like I'm glad about that.
I think Blizzard, you know, Blizzard is strange. They're a strange company.
They
can
are.
either do like really epic, like wow, like jaw-dropping stuff, like the feels you get when you watch like the TBC cinematic trailer and you are not prepared and you're like, whoa. It's like either Blizzard is up there or they're down here and they're making the most silly nonsense bullshit that you can imagine.
Well, I mean, they're kind of farming L's right now. And like, I don't know, because I think a lot of the negativity is built around an expectation of bad quality. But like Overwatch 2, for example, a lot of people were really negative about that game. They said Overwatch 2, this isn't Overwatch 2, it's the same game. They said it's the same game. Like, it's the same, like, it's the same thing. And like, yeah, they made some changes, and I think that those people have a point. Like, I do. I think that they do have a point. Now, if you own Overwatch 1, you get the PvP for free. So, like, really, I mean, is it something I would complain about? No, but it's something I'd joke about, sure. Like, I played Overwatch 2. The game seems pretty much okay to me. It seems just as fucking stupid as Overwatch 1 does. So it's not like there's anything different there. You still get caught in these chaotic fucking firefights where you're getting meleeed around by a gigantic gorilla and some other fucking robot with a giant hammer. Like, yeah, you have no idea what's going on. There's nothing that really changes that in Overwatch 2, but that's the game. That's the game. That's the way the game plays. And so it's like, am I not happy about this? Like, yeah, but maybe it's just not the game for me. I think that's the case. So I don't necessarily think Overwatch 2 is like a huge positive in the eyes of the people. And like you saw, for example, what was crazy about this is like you saw whenever Overwatch 2 came out, everybody was playing it. And now they're not.
So isn't that interesting? Right? For the drops? No, the drops were on day 2. I'm talking about day 1. Like the viewership for it went down very quickly. It's just, you know, people just didn't really hold people's interest as much. It's the beta. Nobody cares about that. They just want to see the gameplay. Say that's the beta about Classic WoW and you'd just be wrong. So like you can't use that as an argument. I don't think so at all. Hype viewers? Yeah, exactly. And so anyway, the Seagull's still playing? Yeah, but that's like his main fucking game, man. Like, yeah, exactly. Can't compare that. I mean, man. Like, look at Lost Ark, for example. Like, Lost Ark came out for a long time. It held the viewership. Lost Ark came out for a long time. It held the viewership. A lot of people kept playing it. Like, there's a lot of games. Like, Overwatch 2 fell off very, very, very fast. It's not a beta. Like, guys, are we really going to argue about the fact that Overwatch 2 had a very lukewarm reception by the public? It's obvious that it did. It's obvious. Like why are we talking around this and trying to create these irrelevant points of difference? It obviously. So besides that, we have Warcraft Dragonflight. Now, I'm very positive about Dragonflight. I'm really excited. I think that Blizzard is doing the right things, but there's a lot of people out there who don't think so. They're not happy with the direction Dragonflight's going in. They see it as a boring expansion where there's not a lot of stuff that's happening. There's no crazy big bad guy. They're not excited about it. Then you go over to Diablo 4. What the fuck is going on with Diablo 4? You go over to Diablo Immortal. Who the fuck cares? You go over to this Warcraft Arclight now, and you have a game that is, this is not an innovative new idea. This is just basically an existing idea that is hopefully perfected by Blizzard. And I think that the trailer for it put a lot of people off. They thought it was stupid. They thought it was cringe, etc. As I said before, I dislike the word cringe. I think cringe is cringe. But, you know, it's important to keep in mind what people's opinions are. So it's like Blizzard has just been farming so many fucking L's lately. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for them. It sucks. It fucking sucks. Like, I can't fucking goddamn moth. Anyway, yeah, it sucks.
And this was definitely on the silly nonsense bullshit like side of things, but it was harmless. Yeah, you know, it's whatever. It looks like an okay game.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not going to throw Blizzard under the bus with this game because of, you know, past grievances or my opinions on the current state of WoW. I'm just going to look at the mobile game as what it is. It's just a brand new mobile game coming out, and it does look like something that I would check out as a fan of Warcraft. It ain't no Diablo Immortal where it's like as soon as they announce Diablo Immortal, I'm like, I do not want to play Diablo Immortal on a phone.
Oh, I don't know if that's how I feel.
In the world, like who you surveyed that said, yeah, we need to play it on our phone now. No, Diablo belongs.
Well, I don't think they surveyed anybody. They don't really need to. All they need to do is look at the data. Diablo Immortal was a great idea. I think Blizzard's really smart for making a mobile Diablo game, and I think they're smart for making this game too. The only thing that was bad about Diablo Immortal was that it was announced instead of Diablo 4. That's literally it. Like, that's the only reason why people were mad. Like, it has nothing to do like, oh, the game's bad. Like, I mean, like, these are people that just hate mobile games in general. And like, big surprise, Blizzard is a PC gaming company, primarily. Yes, I know some games are on console. They are primarily a PC gaming company. And big surprise, you announce a mobile game instead of a PC gaming game at BlizzCon, and you're going to have a lot of angry boys. It just makes sense.
It's on the PC. Like, everybody, I don't even know anyone that doesn't hold that opinion. So the game looks good.
Luckily, now it's going to be on
PC. It looks harmless. I'm going to play it. Are you going to play it? You can play it?
I'll try both games.
You know you're going to play it. You're going to sit there, and you're going to give Blizzard some shit, and you're going to be like, in my comment section, and then you're going to play the game when it comes out. All right?
Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of people are, is they're going to say, I'm not going to do it, and then they end up doing it. That's 100% true. I totally agree with that. And I ain't going to touch it. Yeah, well, I mean, like, there's a lot of people that just don't play mobile games, period, right? So, like, that's not really their audience in general. But the mobile games market is bigger than the PC and the console games market combined. Okay? Like, there's a huge amount of people that play, even if you're not one of them.
Maybe. We'll see. Guys, those are my quick thoughts. What did you guys think of the announcement? Are you guys going to play it? Are you going to check it out? What do you guys think the cash shop is going to be like? Because y'all know it's coming.
I'm going to look for the post about this
some feedback
on,
in advance before this game comes out. Thank you all for watching.
Yeah, let them know.
Please subscribe. Please hit the like button. Please leave a comment. And I'll see you all with my next video.
There we go. All right, so that's kind of the way that I see it, right? And the new, same people say mobile games suck, happily lose Twitter, TikTok, and everything else. I mean, look, here's how I see it, right? Is like, I look at it from this perspective. This is a new market of new people, and that's why Blizzard is trying to get into it. That's obviously what it is. Yeah, that's just what makes sense. What? No? Wait, new comparison? I'm confused. Holy false equivalency? Wait, did I say something wrong? Yeah, I'm not sure what this is. Yeah, wait, what did I say that was wrong? No, the question was dog shit? Oh. Okay, yeah, never mind. All right, yeah, okay, I was very confused about that. No, guy in chat was talked about Bobby Kotick lawsuit yet? No, I haven't. I don't know what happened, so I don't really want to get into it. Dumb chatter comparing games to Twitter and TikTok. Yeah, I mean, look, I think people, like, this is one thing I see all the time online, is people constantly feel like this need to justify or to validate or to rationalize their video games. People have to know that the video game, the media that I'm consuming is good. They have to, like, I have to justify it. Like, if you shut up, just play the fucking game if you want to. Don't play it if you don't want to. Holy shit. Like, stop trying to, like, make this video game congruent with your worldview. It's a fucking game. It doesn't matter. Who cares? So, yeah, that's generally what I think. Yeah, people constantly try to figure out these arguments and stuff like that. Where are we at Lost Ark numbers? Oh, my God. Let's find out, guys. Let's see. F5, 493. So, it peaked today at 573,000 players on Lost Ark. There are a lot of people playing Lost Ark. And so anyway, let's go ahead and figure out how many of those people are actually players. Because I was actually going to look at this already. There's a Silo video and there's also this video. I don't know really which one I'm going to watch, but I think that we're going to watch this one first, okay? People, no, 70% bots. That's still a lot of people that are playing the game. We're going to have our favorite gentleman here. One of the most reasonable, ethical, and good people, just very, very well balanced. This guy is going to let us know about the state of Lost Ark. Here we go. Oh, let me pull up, actually, before I do that, sorry, I forgot about this. I wanted to see the thing about the Warcraft Arclight. Okay, let's see here, Warcraft Arclight monetization. Okay, so then there we go. Mini show and pay to win. What is this?
Hammers up, everyone. Towley here with a...
Okay, actually, I want to see this because this is about the microtransaction shop for Arclight Rumble. I want to watch this, okay? Because this is Towley talking about it, and we'll just listen to what he says in his video, okay? Here we go.
Another Warcraft Arclight Rumble video. Today, we're going to talk about the mini shop. We have to talk about this. I didn't really want to make a specific video for this because I already had made a UI video, but there's so much information out there just being just spewed out, and I just want to give you all some clarification. Now, once again, anything is subject to change for this game.
Okay.
But as of right now, let's get you the information you need. I spoke to some people from the team.
Not necessarily.
And they gave me some clarification. Because obviously rumors spreading around, people, sometimes the internet, it is what it is, right? One person says one thing, then it's on Reddit, then it's on 4chan, then it's on Twitter, then it's on TikTok.
Yeah, then it's true.
Could be false, could be true, but let me give you clarification.
Right
now we're watching this video of basically the mini shop as is right now in action.
Okay.
Number one, there are no loot boxes. There are no loot boxes in this game.
No loot boxes.
I'm not sure if there's a error on the iOS pre-registration page where you guys pre-register for the game, but there is actually no loot boxes.
Alrighty.
The mini shop is capped weekly. Okay?
So you can only buy so many things?
Now, as you're watching this video,
so I have to have 2 accounts.
You'll see that at the bottom there, it does say claimed 0 of 1, 0 of 2. The XP tomes or Epic XP tomes also claimed. You do get a daily coin drop. That is weekly, and it refreshes
to log in
every Sunday. So at about 11:59 p.m. Saturday.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sunday.
Sure.
That's when the store refreshes.
Got it.
You're looking at about maybe 2,100 gold a week that you can actually purchase.
How much is
with
that?
money? But that's the cap. There's a cap on that, and there is no straight gold purchases outside this window. Even myself, I looked at the top right where the gold amount is, and I said, if I press, is that a plus sign? You could press to, then a big window comes up with like, hey, you want to buy like 10,000 gold and get every single mini and leader in the game? And that's not the case. What that button does, a little plus sign, is it just takes you to the mini shop.
Okay.
I believe is what I was told. And even if that's wrong, I'll make sure I get clarification. I'll put it in the comments, but that's what I was told as of today. So,
an apologist. Well, I mean, I think it's important getting that sweet Blizzard money. So is this sponsored? No, it's not sponsored. So, I mean, you can definitely make an argument and say, like, oh, well, he gets to talk to them, so it's sponsored because he's getting something out of it. And, like, yeah, sure, like, you could definitely say that. But you guys cap this. You realize it's, like, literally, like, fucking massively against the law to have a sponsorship and not disclose that, right? And, like, Blizzard would actually get in trouble for that, too. So it's not only Tally that would get in trouble for this, but Blizzard would as well. Yeah, it's massive. Like, he's not. What do you think, he's going to commit a crime just to simp for the Warcraft mobile game? Get the fuck out of here. Tally's not going to do that. Like, it's the thing is, massively, who polices it? The FTC. I think, is it FTC? I think it's FTC, isn't it? Yeah. So those are the ones that. Those are the ones that police it. FCC. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one, but it is policed by a governmental agency.
They basically want to make sure that every moment of the collection progression has a choice.
KFC. Yeah.
And now let's look at the top, right? The top has the minis and leaders that you can buy with gold. And for that, any mini or talent that gets cycled away will not come back for a while. So if you're looking at Blood Mage here and a few of the other
so it's
minis.
Like the corruption vendor.
Anyone that gets cycled out, they won't come back for a while. So as I purchased this Blood Mage, if there was any other cards below me or next to me, it'll cycle itself out. Now the grid itself should present you with options for tools that you lack in your current collection.
Right.
So you're not going to get dupes here. These are cards that you currently don't have in your collection. So there's probably some sort of back-end math or algorithm that checks what you currently have and just doesn't double it up for you. So that's great to know that, you're not going to get like extremely bad RNG and just be like, all right, well, I just saw Blood Mage. Why do I see him again? Now I got to pay either, 10 gold to shuffle him to the left or the right or swap him around, or I have to buy that row and it's useless.
Where do they get the money?
So that is just some information on the store. And I just really want to get this information out there to the public because
that's good to know.
This is something that I think we need clarification on. So once again, the two major things though are there are no loot boxes and that mini shop is capped weekly. To quote the team, they did say, "We care that everyone has a unique journey and we care that player choice is available at every moment you grow your collection." So there's that. There's my video on the mini shop. Hopefully this helps. Obviously, everyone's going to say, oh, but it's still money. You can still buy gold. Yeah, I mean, look, man. It is what I tell people, and I'm brutally honest.
Well, I mean, like, obviously, this is the way every mobile game does. Like, I mean, if you make a mobile game, you're going to have microtransactions in it. Like, I know there's people that don't like it, but that's all there is to it. This is going to suck so much cock. I mean, then just don't play it. Like, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. To be honest, like, yeah, brutally honest, I'm paid by the developer. I always find it to be very funny where people think that like he's actually like paid for like his opinions, right? Like, what do you think the odds are? Like, I mean, he's clearly friends with people at Blizzard. He's played Blizzard products for probably 20 years. They don't have to pay him. Like, it's stupid conspiracy Papega stuff.
It's a mobile game. This isn't. It's not like this is the first mobile game that has an MTX shop or any kind of transaction shop where you spend, real life money. When you play mobile games nowadays in 2022, you kind of know what you're getting.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
Nothing here should surprise you, but I am actually excited that there is weekly caps. on what you can get from this mini shop, and that there are no loot boxes. But once again, everything is subject to change. So if we have to revisit this situation in the future, I will make another video for it. Catch me on twitch.tv/Tally. Thanks for watching the video. Any comments you guys have, put them in there. Please don't make me remove you. That's inappropriate. Be nice. Don't be a douche. Peace.
All right, let me link this video real quick for you guys so y'all can see it. All right, give me 1 second. Let me just link this. Top up video. How long you have to play the game? Yeah, I don't know. Tally's a huge sellout. He'll do it for favors. Yeah, and like you can clearly say that. Yeah, sure. But like, why would it really matter if he's a sellout or not if he's showing it on the screen? Because like, wouldn't it just be on the screen indicating the opposite if he was lying? You see what I mean? Like, yeah, like you'd have to see that like there'd be a loot box or something like that. Yeah, it's how he frames it. I mean, I don't know. I think this is I think he framed it pretty fair. Yeah, I do. You have to disclose if you're sponsored. Yeah, I know. We have all the info. People need to chill. Stop feeling themselves into it. Yeah, people get into their feelings way too much about stuff like this, man. Having a positive opinion doesn't mean he's paid. Yeah, I know. He still gets benefits from Blizzard even if he's not sponsored. He won't criticize their games or be on good terms with the developers. Tally's criticized Blizzard multiple times, and he even made a video criticizing Shadowlands at length that we watched on my stream. It's not that he can't criticize the game at all. I don't think that's true at all. It's very indicative. Like, again, like these are just... I'm very disappointed to see the same dumb opinions repeated over and over and over, especially whenever they just have, like, literally, like, there's no foundation for these at all. There's like literally like no foundation, no evidence for this. It's just, this is what's going to be. Now, what do I think it's going to be? What do I think is going to happen? I think that this is probably true. I think everything that Tally is saying is true. And I think that after a couple of earnings reports, Blizzard is going to turn up the monetization on the game and introduce new mechanics that will allow them to allow players that are already halfway invested into the game to then stay invested through a game that then has loot boxes, thus creating a gateway to them buying loot boxes or buying other types of things that are more predatory. But this is, again, my assumption. I don't really know this. I'm just guessing. There's a conflict of interest, but he's a good dude. Yeah, I think it's important to keep that in mind, sure. But like, I'm just looking at what's on the page, right? I mean, like, fuck, I care what's on the page, not necessarily anything else. Like, I could have watched this video with mute on, and that would be enough for me. You see what I mean? Still an RNG aspect of what you get, even if no dupes, might be why it says it on Google Play. We'll have to see what happens. All right, here we go. It's time. Oh boy.
Greeting, comrades. I hope you all doing well. So, as you know, my friends,
he's on vacation?
Cosmos decided to bring us all together.
Is that right?
Beautiful news. So today, I decided to grab this opportunity with my fatty hands.
Okay.
And follow this uncertain path. And you know it, I know it.
Everybody knows it.
That without all of you, this mission is impossible to complete.
Okay.
So before we start the adventure together, and I will ask you for any kind of support and, usual YouTube shit.
Yeah.
You should know who you're dealing with. And decide on your own about destiny.com. Please enjoy.
Okay. 2004. Oh, this is a bunch of little squirrels, right? Wow. Lineage 2. I never played this game. There's 2 moons. This isn't even realistic.
This epic tale starts with hardcore PvP MMO Lineage 2. Game got huge potential, but it have unfortunate release date. Some casual shade game cast shadow on this godlike title.
Yep.
Copium were strong, but deep in our hearts we know that the end is near.
Yeah.
Finally, after a couple of years, adventure were over. It ain't rather violent, but this is the story for another time, my friends.
Lineage 2 died. That's sad. Damn. And then what happened after that? 2012. Southwest Germany. This is whenever Mists of Pandaria came out. What game is this? Terra, I'm assuming?
Almost 1 year passed, and wounds were healed. It was 21 local time.
Oh my god, what game is
I
this?
was casually crossing the bridge over the raid station. In my hands,
Bro.
the classic, large spicy
Is this
kebab.
the new Metro game?
Kaboosh! Violent ray of light blind my eyeballs,
Yeah.
cocking my view. Voices in my head.
Jesus Christ.
Voices of heaven. They told me to stop being a pussy and rise from the ashes. Vision of greatness displayed.
A phoenix
in front
reborn.
on my cocked eyes. And the legend continues since this fateful day.
Oh, that's how he got his name. Okay. What the fuck is this shit? This looks like minute 29 on Vampire Survivors. Terra? Wait, I was right? Did I guess it? Yeah, see, I remember a lot of these old games. Arcade? Well, if it's Terra, I got it right. But I don't think this looks like Terra from what I remember. This game probably was really cool whenever it came out. Oh, it's BDO! Shit! Wait, so he played BDO, he's level 57? Okay. Okay. Damn, 56 now. He leveled down. I tried to play this game. This shit was rough. PvP in this game was a clusterfuck. And then what? 2021. Suspicious Summer. Let me guess. This is whenever you started playing Lost Ark.
It was summer 2021. Beautiful beach with singing seagulls and hot sand that invade my socks. My pale gamer skin absorbing sheeny sunrise, turning red like potato.
Oh my god.
Then I notice her. Small, fragile figure, having fun with her friends. I shouldn't look, but her pointy nips shine through school swimsuit, get me hypnotizing.
He's leading into Lost Ark.
She noticed my lustful look and blushes over her face.
He's fucking
like peach in Texas sunset.
He's fucking. I know it's gonna be
look
Lost Ark.
away,
It's gotta be.
pretending mistake. After a while, I look back, only to realize she's approaching. My heart was racing faster than your mama race Walmart sales. I fix my sandals, bracing for impact.
Yeah.
I open my eyes. Oh, there was no parents, nor police. She sat next
No
to
police?
me, squeezing her undeveloped bust with her arms. I do not dare to look in her green eyes. Suddenly, her small hand feelingly grip my inner.
It's Nia from Punica.
Thigh. Oh!
It's
I
gotta be.
moan like teenage gear in her prime.
It's fucking gotta be.
Look at her. She was licking her rosy lips looking on my erected beard. Oh, my pilot were ready to eject from its cockpit. Oh, Isabel.
Isabel?
That's right. It's exactly what you think, my friends. That's how I meet Lalafell Isabel, played by Bob on Costa del Sol.
Oh my god.
As things were not dodgy enough, Bobby visited me one day saying,
god.
Get rich or die flying.
Back then, I have a lot of numbers of my bank account.
Wow.
The issue is that there was some wrong symbol on front of them. Also, from time to time, my house was visited by some sad gentlemen. So I said, fuck it, and I agreed to Bobby offer.
Okay.
That's how I joined.
Plainity?
What is Plainity, you ask? Well, cryptocurrency.
How dare you?
NFT. Play to earn games.
Yeah, exactly.
And Drin 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 drin. Drin 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 drin. Drin 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 drin.
Who is this guy?
Drin 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 drin. Drin 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 drin.
Some random guy?
Yes, hello. This is Coli Plainity.
Hello, boss. What we actually doing there?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Finek, for the last time, we are playing games, Web3 games, play to earn games.
God.
And by doing that, we are earning money. A lot of money.
Oh, God.
You are one of our trainers.
Here we go.
We teach scholars how to get good and earn a lot of money. Please, stop drinking vodka.
Play to earn games. What could be better?
Goodbye. Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Better acting than Amber Heard. Yeah. Why is he wearing shorts?
Anyway, you hear the guy. You need to do what you need to do, and it is what it is. So, on this channel, I will not talk any about cryptocurrency or NFT, because I have financial incentive to put pee-pee in your poo-poo.
That's smart.
So, it is what it is. But just this once, we will do exception. So, as you know, I am not financial advisor, and this is not financial advice.
Okay.
But I give you advice. That is not financial advice, because I'm not financial advisor.
Okay.
Most crypto and NFT projects work like musical chairs.
Yeah.
Cash flows, everybody is happy, dancing, happy people, la 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 la. Then suddenly, melody stops, money pull it out, and who is left without the chair is getting fucked. And hey, let me tell you, there is far more people than the chairs, my friend.
It's actually so accurate, yeah.
But hey guys, there is always bright side
to
all of this. 10% of the time, you are getting rich all the time.
Yeah, I heard that. That's the problem. 2050? The future? Wait, what? Oh my god.
There should be no secret to 101 that I am angry, fat, old, balding fuck. Okay? And this is how my daily schedule look like.
Yep. Yeah, that's about the same for me, but without the red one.
Fit you guys in, I need to change my lifestyle a bit, alright?
Yeah.
So I should drop the AsmonGold diet and eat some green shade. Plus do some workout. At the moment, I have only enough energy to complain about lost stack and nude to hentai.
Green cans,
Nothing
green bottles.
More. I'm planning to slowly departure from the lost stack content only, but you already know that. We will talk a bit about other MMOs. Then I am planning to show you this type of the games that gonna make to the channel maybe. And you may probably not know it, but now you know that I have some IT background. And I can do some, performance tests.
Okay.
And
that's a lot
experiments
of stuff.
for all the niche and MMO games that no one cares.
That's a lot
and it
of
should
stuff.
be fun. Unfortunately, I know it, and you know it, that it costs monies.
Yeah.
All cards on the table now. And you guess it right, guys. Your part is kicking in. So, if you want me to do more content, streaming, usual influencer stuff, then unfortunately I need to monetize the channel.
Fuck that, you need to stream. Like, what do you mean, monetize the channel? Fuck that. Like, you don't make any money on YouTube unless you have, like, a huge audience. Like, you make way more money on stream. That's what I learned, right? Because, like, my channel was getting popular, and then I go on Twitch, and I make, like, I remember... So this is the first time I ever fucking made any money on Twitch, is I had a stream, and my dad was like, he thought the streaming was stupid. And I told my dad, I'm like, Dad, I made $150. And he said, why? I told him, people gave it to me on my stream. He said, what were you selling? I said, nothing. He said, why then did they give you money? I said, I don't know. And I still have no fucking idea. But that's what happened. Then after that, he was my biggest fan. So you got to stream if you want to do this. Yeah, you've got to stream.
Because I have
That's how you make
with
money.
The world-class expert, and he told me that you cannot grow your YouTube and influence and stuff like that if you are free to play, okay? You need to turn on the ads. I hate ads. Hey, but you need to do what you need to do.
No, you need to run ads. The reason why you need to run ads is that YouTube does not circulate videos, and it does not promote videos in the same way if they're not monetized, because they don't have a profit incentive to do so. So you have to put ads on your videos if you want them to even be shown to your whole audience. It sucks, but there it is. Shy-Tam, thanks for 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, you kind of have to do that.
So, if you want me to create more shade,
it's the same thing on Twitch.
Let me know in the comment down below.
Big streams that have a lot of
thumbs
viewers
up or thumbs down.
aren't affiliated.
You know everything now. There is
They
no
get unlisted.
secrets, no hidden hot dogs. And no matter what the results gonna be, I'm always gonna drop angry video from time to time. But if you want to degeneracy to rise the level not seen on internet, and you want to fuel my rage, you know what to do. My molding will not hold back. That I can promise, okay? Molding will not holding back.
You needs to come on Allcraft.
Thank you very much for coming and for watching this. I hope some of you probably are disappointed and angry, but hey. Thank you. See you next time.
So I thought this was a lot Lost Ark, and to be honest, it kind of was, because it was about monetization. Yeah, it was. I thought this one was about Lost Ark. I'll be honest, I had no idea. I saw like the bear there, and I'm like, oh, I see where he's going with this, but it's something else. Yeah, we've watched this guy a number of times. I think he's pretty fucking funny. As I said, I would love to do an Allcraft with like him and Stoops, just having a conversation about the pros and cons of Lost Ark at this point, Like, that's it. Elden Ring Summer video. There are so many other videos for me to watch. Like, I am just, like, honestly, guys, like, I am videoed out. Like, I'm gonna be totally fucking honest with you. I am videoed out, and I am tired. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play some WoW and chill out, run some ads, and just hang out with you guys. So if you want to stick around to just hang out and chill, I'm totally fucking down for that. I want to feel more fresh to do Alt F4. And so I'm going to hold off on doing that until Saturday. But Saturday, there's no trial or anything like that. So we've got plenty of time to just chill and do all of that. Yes, intro is finally over. Exactly. And so what do you think of Star Citizen? I don't know. I'll let you know whenever it comes out. So, yeah, that's basically how I see about it. And I'm glad that you guys, glad everybody was able to watch today, hang out, have fun, etc. So, yeah, that's currently what my plan is. That's what I'm going to do, and that's what we're going to get into. So, yeah, on Saturday, I'm going to do Alt F4 probably. Like, if the Vampire Survivors update comes out, I'm going to do that. But if it doesn't, then I'm going to just probably do the same thing, right? That's it. 8-hour intro. Ape Gang. Will I be on tomorrow? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Like, just follow my Twitter, twitter.com/AsmonGold, and you guys can follow me for that. And you'll know whenever I'm going to be live and what I'm going to be doing whenever I'm live. 9-hour intro record. As I said, we just have to kill the boss. Yeah, I don't know. And smear the Szechuan sauce all over yourself and let your dog lick you? Oh my God, man. Yeah, fucking right. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to just chill for a bit and relax. Am I allowed to attention seek on Discord? Vampire Survivors update is on Sunday the 8th. Oh, well, then I'll play it that day then. Yeah, maybe I'll do Alt F4 before that. I think that'd actually be really good, yeah. Full streams just courts, that's fine. Nothing super interesting games right now. Well, I think to me, like what I want to do, and this is like just, let me actually start the game. I'll run some ads and we'll just chill for a bit, okay? Give me a bit. Final Fantasy. I want to do Final Fantasy. I don't know. Do you think that me and McConnell could beat Elden Ring co-op in the time in between now and the trial for next week? I don't know. I feel like maybe we could, but like if we could, maybe I'd do that. Yeah, I don't remember. Like it's just, what about one small golden saucer run? Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Co-op in that game's annoying as hell. Well, if we can't do it, then we can't do it, but I'd be willing to try it out. Do Final Fantasy MSQ is great. Yeah, no, it's not that I'm not going to do that. It's just that I know MSQ will probably take me longer. That's all. That's really where I'm at. You can beat Elden Ring in 6 minutes. Well, that's actually a good point, yeah. What's up, 7-hour plus intros? I like doing them. I prefer them over just gaming the whole time. I like that more. The reason why I like it more is that I feel like my strength as a content creator is more or less commentary. And I also feel like I'm not very good at video games. And so, like, I don't want to do something I'm bad at. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, just on a very, very personal, obvious level. You know what I mean? Like, shit. Why would I want to do something that I'm just, like, always bad at and I get shit on for? That sucks. And yeah, I mean, what's the point? So, yeah, nobody is really? Yeah. Final Fantasy should be after trial, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it should be too, because I think a lot of people are going to be excited about it, and they wouldn't want me to just like stop doing Final Fantasy content randomly to watch the trial. I think that'd be disappointing for them. So that's why I wanted to hold back on not doing it before the trial. I think that just makes sense, to be honest. Okay, let's see here. Did you see new requirement for Tower Ranger? Yeah, I did see that. I saw it a little bit ago. I did. We consider making video game reviews. They're great. The problem is that, like, it takes a long time to make a good video game review. And I know this might be a surprise to you because you've just been seeing people that just put them up as soon as they come out. But, yeah, it actually does take quite a while to come up with an actual good, authentic video game review. And that's why I do that. And you do a week of Final Fantasy, take pause for trial, and you won't burn out. I think this is the better way to do it. Personally, you know, that's it. Final Fantasy and Lost Ark, just to see how split the chat is. I don't want to do any more of that. It's just like it's boring to me. Like it's funny for like you know, to a degree, but it's also just exhausting to deal with like the constant fighting between the players of these games. You know, it's unnecessary. Chat wars are boring. Yeah, exactly. Like there's no reason to do that. Do whatever, man. All entertaining. Yeah, I think so. And like just in general, I think that there are going to be people that, I mean, this is just how it goes with any stream, with anything, right? There's going to be people that like to see one thing and like to see other stuff, etc. And I think just in general, I like playing video games, but like if there's not a game that I feel like playing really that day, I'm just not going to do it. Because if I do, then I'm just going to I'm just going to make myself unhappy and burn myself out. And like, what's the point of that?
Getting the Golden Turpion soon. It'll be a while, like probably another month or so until I get it. If I had to guess. Just some shit about WoW you want at the beginning. Dragonflight's doing a lot of the things that I wanted, actually. Like, I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah, that's the truth. I'm actually quite happy about it. I think it's good. Use Stormblood in a week. Actually, my friend Dylan, you know, he came over yesterday, or recently with his wife. They actually just got married about a month ago. And like, Dylan just finished Stormblood, and he said it was, he liked it more than he liked Heaven's Ward. Because, like, Dylan's played Final Fantasy longer than I have. So yeah, I mean, he asked me if I was doing the new PvP and just all that stuff, and so yeah, I'll probably get back into that in general. I like Stormblood more than Heaven's Ward too. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to wait and see. You know what I mean? I'll have to wait and see. Are you gonna try Genshin soon? I don't know. Like, I want them to sponsor me to play it because I know they'll give me a lot of money for it. So it depends on whenever that's gonna happen. That's generally it. Stormblood made me seethe. Yeah, sure. I've got to do this one again. This one's so fucking annoying, man. The Silo Lost Ark video? No, I haven't. I'll probably watch that next time I'm on. This meme for you? Okay, I'll have to look at that whenever I do react stuff again. Contraries make it grow. Keep on pushing for 50. I mean, I don't know. 10 million to play Genshin? Yeah, that'd be great. Predictions now have multiple choices. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's great. Stormblood's really political. Yeah, that's not a bad thing. I don't think things are like fundamentally bad or good if they're political. I think that it depends on how it's displayed and portrayed to the audience. Yeah, I don't think political content is like these are really bad. I guess I'm gonna go with Piercing Howl. Like, oh, I'm so dumb. Like, I'm literally just, I should probably just leave. But this is a pretty easy map layout, so I'm just gonna do it. I'm so dumb for just getting hit by that right there. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna leave. I feel like this one's already off to a bad start. I'm just gonna die. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Is that chair comfortable? Yeah. In-game Game of Thrones like politics, not IRL. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's different. Do well for a Wednesday soon? Yeah, maybe at some point. Sure. They should make expansions theme neutral Torghast. Yeah, I think they should do more stuff like that. Absolutely. Okay. All right, let's try this again, but with not getting hit by things. Just go rogue. Yeah, sure. Torghast can be challenging if you're playing a certain class. It definitely depends on which class you're playing, how difficult it's going to be. And try and kill this guy here. Okay. I died again. I just can't, like, fuck. Let me restart again. I'm like, this is why I don't like playing video games anymore. Is like, I'm so bad. Like, I just can never think, and like, I'm just fucking garbage, man. Jesus Christ. It's embarrassing, to be honest with you. Okay. Yeah, it's just fucking embarrassing. Do Torghast each time. I like Torghast. I mean, it's fun. Like, there are at least some fun things about it, I guess you could say. Okay. Just stream 9 hours. No, it doesn't matter. Like, that wouldn't make a difference. Like, I know myself, and I really just wouldn't. Just pop this right now, I guess. I kind of feel dumb for using this right now, but whatever. Oh, that's a bad boy. What's this? Vengeance. What's vengeance? Vengeance. Enemies grant them haste on death. Oh, I see. Okay, so I have to make sure that I don't let that happen. Okay. Sounds good. Let's go. I have to make sure I keep these stacks up too. The stacks are very strong and very important. Starting out's lame, but after the powers roll in, yeah, it can be pretty rough at the very beginning. I agree with you there. I'll make sure I kill these too. This seems like a decent run so far. I mean, but I'll probably throw it away. I just don't know yet. We're gonna do healing for Whirlwind right now. Whirlwind healing is pretty important, and like my survivability is pretty bad, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. Okay. I don't know if I can kill these guys in 10 seconds. I feel like I can't. There's no way. It sucks to lose all those stacks. At least I killed one of them though, that's good. Outside of WoW, what's your favorite game? Favorite game? I can't really tell you like what my favorite game is. Massacre, we get Frenzy, like both of all these suck, it's just a complete waste. No music? Yeah, we're good. We're chilling. Okay. What's Alta for? Oh, it's a new it's not a new game. It's like a platformer game that's like really like fun and like goofy and stuff. I played it a little bit last year whenever it just had one map, and they came out with new maps for it a while ago, and so I figured I'd play that. It's a little bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. You got this? I mean, I don't know if I do or not, to be honest with you. Like it's pretty hard, and like I don't know. I have to think a lot whenever I do this. So it's like if I can beat this one, I'll be happy. I don't have a lot of confidence, to be honest with you. Ever play Hades on stream? No, I don't. It's not a platformer though. You think Alta 4 isn't a platformer? Yeah, I think it is. I mean, if you don't think it's a platformer, okay, I guess. But yeah, I feel like it's a platformer. Okay, what's this? Damage a Whirlwind. Okay, great. So we've got 2 Whirlwind buffs. That's going to be really helpful. I'm going to pop CDs whenever I get up to here in the middle. Platformers, 2D games? I don't think it fundamentally has to be a 2D game. I don't think so, at least. I mean, I would say that it doesn't. I'm going to pull everything here. Okay. It's actually pretty bad. Okay. Great. Okay, they're both dead. Critical damage is pretty good too. Nice. I'm gonna do the death save. Death save's pretty important. I'm just gonna kill these guys since I have the empowerment buff too. Esports ad POB. Talking about Genshin, you got an ad for it? Yeah, dude. There you go. So they can afford to pay me too. I mean, come on. Pull this guy too. You have to kill everything in here. Playing FPS story games like Metro Exodus. Yeah, I tried playing Metro Exodus. It was not a good time. As I said, I don't really do very well for story games in a lot of regards, especially if they're like complex, because it's hard for me to keep up and like think of everything. Kill this one here. I just want to make sure I kept my buff up. Okay. Got his ass. Final Fantasy can be very story-based. Yeah, that's the exception, not necessarily the rule. And also, like with Metro, I just felt like it was slow and boring and nobody cared, to be honest with you. That's just really the truth. I mean, it just wasn't that hype of a game. Like, it's like, why would I play this game if I could play another game that's not this game? You know what I mean? It's immersive. Yeah, to me, like, I just didn't really care about it. So, like, I feel like for somebody else it would be immersive, but for me it wasn't. We're gonna go with Sylval. I feel like I probably should have gone with Whirlwind, but I didn't. Really care if viewers like it was good? Yeah, I think so. I think that if viewers like something, I'm gonna be more likely to do it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what would make sense, right? How did I get hit by that? I was over it. That was stupid. Why didn't I just use my other ability? I'm so dumb. Okay. Whatever. Now I lost points for that, for getting hit by that, that thing. It stalks you, eager to please. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, kill these guys. There we go. And there we go. Perfect. And these things almost never drop into the balls either. So if critical is recent? No, I've always been like this. I feel like I haven't really changed at all. I think some people are, they have like an opinion about something because, like, I don't know, maybe I think a lot of times, as I said, people like disagree with what I'm saying, and so then that's why they're outspoken about, you know, disliking it or whatever. Or thinking that it's different or there's some sort of a change. Okay. Try and kill these guys as much as I can. Okay. Those are terrible. Why can I not re-roll my buffs? Yeah, why am I buffs? Why can I not re-roll my buffs? I'm confused. You need garlic? Yeah, I don't know. You can only do it 3 times only? Yeah, it didn't let me do it at all. Yes, you have? You always change when you have bigger picture things? I don't know. I mean, as I said, I don't want to, like, I don't want to argue about this. Like, it's just that in general, I find that I struggle a lot learning new ideas and like, concepts, especially on stream, and so I don't really like doing that as much because I think that it's something that's, that actively makes me look bad, or I feel uncomfortable doing, or I feel insecure doing, or something similar to that. Right? It's hard for me to do that and feel good about it. Okay. This is going to be hard for me to kill all of these guys. There's a difference between playing games on and off stream. I think it's just like reading chat, right? I mean, obviously that's a pretty big difference. Okay, let's get that. We're going to pull both of these, and so I can cleave this one down and keep the buff up. There we go. Move out of that. Oh, I just wasn't paying attention how long that. Oh my god, how does this last so long? Okay. Notice I quit playing Star Wars. I don't really have a lot of interest in playing Star Wars, if you want me to be totally honest. I really just don't. Like, I never really cared a lot about Star Wars, and it's just not really a big deal to me. I know a lot of people like it a lot, but to me, I don't really care. I like the, oh my god, I died. Okay. Condemns damage, like it won't even matter. Like, I hope I don't die again. Okay, let's go. Try and kill this thing again. What does this buff even do? Reduces my haste? This sucks. Can I spell reflect it? No. I'm just dying, like. Mothra's fucking me up? Yeah, I know. Your first death doesn't count against you, so I'm not gonna completely, like, write this one off, but it's not looking good. I feel like I'm probably dead here.
Oh my god. Just gonna leave. Manning shout, I just couldn't think. Like, oh my god. Alright, what happened? Like, it's this shadow dust thing. Like, it just did so much damage. Like, what the fuck? 15,000 damage? Oh my god. That sucks. Why is Torghast so different between classes? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna give up. I'm never gonna get this anyway. Who cares? I'll do it later on whenever I have way better gear and it's easier. I'm just wasting my time. Focus more. I just can't. Yeah, I just fucking can't, bro. Like, I can't. He was in Rage Region on CD. No, I didn't know it was gonna do that much damage. Like, I didn't know he had a, like, I didn't know. Consider a Tower Ranger change? Yeah, I did. They changed it from like Jailer's level 8 to level 4. I did see that. What the fuck is this? Oh, I need to kill these. Oh, nobody's even doing it. Fuck. Okay, Slay Gabathoth? I feel like I have Gabathoth. Don't I? Yeah, I do. I think I already killed one this week anyway, so I'm not going to get anything out of it. It's soloable? Yeah, but like, it just takes too long. Like, I'd just rather not do it. Okay. Doing all content? Yeah, I don't know. Check Chronicles, the Second War. It's fan-made version of Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3. Oh. Yeah, I probably should look at something like that. Will you do Transmog Comp on Sunday? I hope so, yeah, it would be fun. Yeah, I don't know how many I'm really going to have in a month or not. I'm not sure. It depends on how lucky I get, more than anything. Oh, I went to the wrong place. Fuck. I meant to go to Zereth Mortis. I went to the wrong place. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, I gotta... because I was gonna use the thing, and I went to the wrong place. Are you gonna do all content Final Fantasy 14? I mean, I want to. Like, I don't know how much I'll really end up doing, but, yeah, pretty much. Blizzard's making a survey about what price you want to pay for next expansion. I mean, like, the thing is, like, here's the problem with, like, game development, is, like, game development is, it becomes increasingly more expensive, and especially with the way that people design games now and make games now, like, look at how much the new God of War costs, right? But, the fact is that gamers don't really want to pay more money. Like, would you rather pay $100 for a game and have it have no microtransactions or something? Most people would probably say no to that. So that's what people get. Or that's why people get the games that they do. I think it's a big reason. Pricing games an issue has been an issue for years now. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, I remember whenever I was a kid, right? How much was a new game? A new game like Yoshi's Island, brand new, was $50. That's what I remember. And like, also, I think there were some games that were like 40 and some games that were 50. And then by the time that you get to, I remember, like, I think it was like 40. It was not 60. I remember, like, wasn't Super Mario RPG like 50 or something? I don't remember. But anyway, it was like somewhere around there. And then you have games that are now, like, and then they went up to $60 around, like, I think 60 was like Xbox 360. Am I right about that? Yeah, it was, yeah, that's whenever it went up to $60. Then now it's at 70, usually it's like 60 or $70. But, like, think about how many years have passed. Like, how many years have passed ever since then, and the prices are still about the same? Like, how much was the new Call of Duty or Halo Infinite?
PC games are still $40 to $60. Yeah. So it's like you compare like the price of video games versus the price of like a lot of other things. Like, does $50 buy the same amount of stuff that it did 15 years ago, like 20 years ago? No, it does not. That's just inflation, and especially that's true recently. So you have a lot of people that are, they're used to paying this amount of money for games, and also gamers always don't have that much money, right? Because like a lot of them are kids and younger guys, and they don't have that much money, like just in general. So the physical copies cost the same as digital download, though. Yeah. They haven't scaled with it. All I'm really trying to get at is that like video games haven't scaled with inflation. Like, I mean, I don't know, like that's, I'm talking around it, but like that's clearly what I'm trying to get at here. So because of that, they haven't, true, yeah, and so, like, of course, these companies, like, it's not like this company exists in like a separate world. Like, they have to exist in the same world that inflation is going up. So like, how does a company make money? Well, they make money through microtransactions. They make money through other things because the price of the video game, the box price, is effectively like very much an inelastic price. People are not willing to spend more money on a video game than they were 10 years ago, even though inflation is more. So if you put out a video game that's adjusted for inflation, and let's say you're charging $90 for it, people aren't going to buy it. They're going to say it's too much money and it's a ripoff, even though its dollar value might be the same as what it was 15 years ago if you were charging $60 or $50. There's a lot more games for getting a variable here. There's a lot more games. There's a variable. I mean, like, I don't think it matters how many games there are, does it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Nice. Here's an interview at the end. Do you think they're actually listening? Or is it just a stunt? We'll see what happens whenever the game comes out, or the alpha comes out. Gaming should be illegal. True. You should only be able to work in a coal mine. Consider money exchange in other countries. It's absurd. Yeah, exactly. If you put out a finished game and not 50 billion expansion packs, well, what does that really matter? I mean, like I don't. I think that people are trying to like make it seem like it's the video game developers' fault or something like this, or like they're wrong for this. I don't think that they are. I really don't. I think that the video game developers are simply a product of their environment. And I think that rising costs of development, rising costs of everything regarding video games, pretty much, I would assume, is, and like so you have constant rising costs, while simultaneously your audience refuses to pay more money. How can you possibly have, how can you possibly win there? You see what I mean? Yeah, you can't survive, exactly. And so that's why you see microtransactions. And like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not thinking like, oh, if this was not the case, there'd be no microtransactions. Greed always finds a way, and I agree with that, but at the same time, I fear that. I can't stop this. Can I reflect that? Fuck. Oh, I don't even have Battle Shout on. Fuck. God damn it. I forgot to interrupt that. Shit. Okay, so what does this do? Oh, so it's just gonna happen no matter what? God damn it. Milking ads hard today? I do this every day. People that get mad about me running ads at the end of my stream, like you guys, I don't care, because I don't run any ads during my entire stream. So like if I do an after show with ads and people get mad about that, I don't care. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And like, actually, I do care. I don't like that people say that, right? But it won't make me stop. Yeah, that's it. Okay. It's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, the thing is that And this is kind of what I was saying before. Like, I said this, like, yes, I don't know if it was like yesterday or when, I don't remember. But, like, people just simply refuse to spend money for entertainment in a lot of regards. You know, you have, like, people pirating movies, people that, like, download girls' OnlyFans content off of, like, you know, leaked websites, etc. You have people that, like, won't sub to streams, people won't watch ads, etc. Like, and like, I get that. Like, I have ad blocker. I've pirated movies and like videos before too, right? But like, you have to admit that like this is clearly a problem for the people that are making the content. It's not that I refuse. I spend $400 monthly on Twitch if I sub to every single one I enjoyed. Well, that sounds like a Twitch Turbo solution to me. That's what I think more people should do, is they should pay for Twitch Turbo. I think $8. I feel like $8 a month to have a completely ad-free experience is. I think that's reasonable. Is it 10? Yeah, even if it's 10, I think that's very reasonable. Okay. Finally got it done. I am paying for a movie on Amazon when I can pirate it. I mean, why would you? You see what I mean? Like, why would you? And I think it's silly and childish to debate the morality of it. It's silly because it doesn't really matter. Like, they don't really care. It doesn't, like, who gives a fuck about the morality of this? They're going to do it anyway. No, people have subscriptions to other things, don't want it anymore. Yeah, I know. And like, that's just kind of how the that's how it is. And like, I think also people could have a subscription to like one thing and not want a second one. Like, I think it's untrue that. Wait a second, let me see what I need to do here. Wait, why am I in combat? What is? Okay. I don't really think that that's the case. I think people just simply don't want to spend money on something that they can steal. Like, it's literally that simple. Like, there's no fine print to this. There's no, you know, like, people always come up with some like ideology of like why it's okay that they do it, but I don't think that really matters. Like, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think that it's as simple as I can and I will, and that's it. Everything else is fine print. Literally theft. Yeah, but like, imagine if you could get away with stealing something. Like, imagine like theoretically, if you could go into Walmart and walk out with an Xbox, a free Xbox, would you do it? Would you steal the Xbox? I think the fact is most people would. You already can? No, it's harder to do that, especially with something like that. Right, I wouldn't. In California they do. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is because there's no accountability for it. And that's my whole point. Stealing is a harsh way of borrowing without means of return. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I always have a pretty, I've said this many times, like, I have a very like negative and you know, pessimistic view on like human nature. And so I think that if you give people the ability to do something like that, they'll always take advantage of it. Are still Xbox these days? They're locked in cabinets. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, in a world where you could. Okay, y'all keep your integrity. I'm getting an Xbox. Yeah. Seen a Marvel movie? I can't. I'm poor, and so I eat so I don't see it. And that's all there is to it. Yeah, but there's other people that like. Here's the truth: is like your position in life is it's probably up to you to a big regard, but like, why would you care? You know, at the end of the day, like, what like, this is what I always would say, is like, I don't do, like, I'm not going to care about like taking advantage of a society that doesn't care about me. Brony Alex with 25 good subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, so like, I never really cared. Like, if I did something illegal or whatever, like, it didn't matter to me. Like, it was just irrelevant. And so I think there's a lot of people that think and feel the way that I do. Think the exact same way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Alex. Stealing something tangible stays away from paying customer. Stealing something intangible takes away from the corporation's forecast and their bottom line. I find this to be such a childish and silly and short-sighted rationalization. It's just pathetic whenever I hear it. Because what do you think happens whenever they have a lower forecast? Well, people lose their jobs. You think that you're denying some CEO his second yacht, but you're actually denying somebody their second job. It's just so stupid to hear that. And I dislike it also because it's rooted in rationalizing a bad behavior. It's not quite the same as stealing, only equivalent. You have more than enough money but still pirate it. No, it doesn't matter. There's no need for entertainment. When we're not talking about buying, stealing food to survive. You don't need to see the new movie. You don't need to play the new video game. Where the fuck are they? Am I missing it? No, whatever. I'll just go to the next one. I can't find it. You telling me you would have paid to see the new Batman? Well, it doesn't really matter what I would do, right? Because I'm in a very good financial situation. So, like, what I would do is not really the norm. Social thing, you have to give up the newest stuff. Yeah, I just, replaceability. If an object is infinitely replaceable, then it's outside of demand and factorization, supply and demand factorization. Well, it's not, because it's supply and demand factorization has no relevance. The only thing that has relevance is the revenue of the company. It's very simple to make the argument that it's unethical. I don't even see why anybody's trying to fight this. If everybody pirated the content, they'd make no money and they couldn't make the content. Like, it's that simple. Like, here is my test for, like, if something is ethical or not. If everybody did this, could society function? And the answer is no. No. So people do it because they think that, well, I'll do it and then other people won't do it, so it's okay. I don't like the rationalizations. That's all I don't like. I dislike rationalizations more than stealing. Like, I'd rather people steal and just be like, hey, listen, I'm stealing, and I'm stealing because I want it, and fuck everybody. All right, cool, great, go for it. But the moment that you start going and turning this into like some fucking, artificial crusade that you have, man, fuck that. Music industry almost died to pirating. Well, I think that's what's going to happen. Like, and also, like, their prices were bad, and so of course people are going to steal it, especially whenever they can. Why would somebody not steal it? No, it didn't at all. Well, I mean, on the hypothetical that it did, right? Like, let's just say that. If you have a bad business model, I think that, to a certain degree, that's what happens. Most people aren't willingly going to say they're doing something unlawful against the rule. No one's a bad guy in their own story. Ah. And they're pussies. That's my opinion about it. Yeah, then they're pussies. Oh, I have to go loot this one. Protoform schematic. Okay. Nice. I got a new one. Yeah, like, I have no problem admitting that I did plenty of things that were, like, bad or unethical or whatever in the past. I think that you have to be honest with yourself because, I mean, if you're not, you're just leading yourself down a world of delusion. There's one right there. I need to get 12 more chests and then I'll complete my, my weekly. It's my enlightened rep. It's about to get revered, and then I'll be able to get more stats. Oh shit! Shut up, bitch. Oh my god, she flies. All right, I'm just gonna loot this. Give me the mount. Why? Like, why can I not? This sucks, man. Okay, Fucking annoying. Okay, can I just get out of combat, please? Okay, there we go. Rich people always say stealing is bad. Well, I think that stealing is objectively bad. Like, you can... There's no... In my opinion, there's no way you can rationalize stealing. That it's okay to steal. Like, especially, like, I mean, I think maybe you can make an argument that it's okay to steal if, like, it's like a government hoarding all of the food and people are starving and dying. Like, yeah, sure. But, like, that's not really what's happening. Like, it's just, it's a mischaracterization. If your life depends on it, yeah, exactly. Like, if your life depends on it, yeah, sure. But, like, I think that the real reality is, like, poor people get affected by stealing a lot more than rich people do. Because those are the ones that are held accountable for the stealing happening. Those are the ones who lose their job. It's like, for example, like, there have been certain places that have decriminalized thefts under a certain amount. And because of that, and also, like, other, like, types of unrest, the company no longer exists in that place. You know, they're like, well, we're not going to rebuild the store after it gets burnt down or something like that. Like, why do we want to do this? We're just not going to make a store there again. So who loses there, really? Do the investors lose? Yeah, sure, but they lose in such an abstract sense, it doesn't really matter. You're affecting individual people, and those individual people that lose their job, I feel like lose their job because of, you know, vandalism, violence, rioting, stealing, any of this stuff. I think that if you talk to those people and said, you know, do you think that I'm doing the right thing? They'd say no. Because, you know, their lives directly depend on it. And I think that people always want to, you know, turn it into like a class struggle to morally rationalize bad behavior. I think it's just silly. Stealing's bad. Privilege is rationalizing theft too? Yeah, I think so too. Some people live on their investments. It's not abstract. Yeah, but you don't know who you're stealing from whenever you're stealing from something like that. Like, you don't know if that's what you're stealing from or not. Like, you just do it. It's not like you have a lot of, like, you have, like, a list in your head where you're thinking that, like, oh, well, I only steal from these people and not these people. Excuses to do bad things. Yeah, it's just like, guys, I mean, it's just... If you're gonna steal and you know, like, break the law and do that, like, just do it with a clear conscience that you're doing something wrong. Don't lead yourself down the dark path of delusion. Weird notion that companies magically write off all their theft losses. They don't realize they raise prices over time to offset loss, which affects low to middle class people the most. Well, of course they don't understand that. And you're absolutely right. You are completely 100% right. That's you, though? No, I never rationalized anything bad that I did. I mean, like, I had reasons for why I didn't care, but I never thought that it was okay. Does that make sense? Companies that abuse planned obsolescence with impunity. I think that, like, again, I mean, is there a circumstance, like, you don't really need, you don't need a smartphone. Like, you don't need to have a smartphone. Like, is it bad that they do that? Yes, it's bad that they do that. Is it back? Are we good? Are we good now or not? Yeah, we're good? Okay. Music industry got me, yeah. I need 9 more, and then I'll be good. As much as a guy who thinks anyone disagrees is retarded. Well, yeah, I mean, generally, why would I have an opinion of like, I think, like, what a stupid thing to say. Why would I have an opinion that I inherently think is wrong? Like, why would I hold an opinion that I know is wrong? It doesn't make any sense. Like, everything that you think is right. You blame symptom of consumerism, real issue with psychologists. I don't know why like people are trying to like philosophize this. People like stealing things because it's cheaper. It's not that much more complicated than that. That's the reason. Yep, it's totally fucking fine. Like, that's it. There's no, you're not fighting against consumerism. You're not hurting the 1%. You're just stealing. And people think, yeah, 5-finger discount. Yeah, exactly. Property is a more nebulous concept than you're treating it. I don't steal or pirate, but in my opinion, property is way less objective concept. Well, I think it's very simple. Like, I mean, this is the way that I used to look at things. If I can steal it, then it's my property. That's all there is to it. This is just not a, it's not a good way to, this is, again, not a good way to live, not a good way for the world to exist. As an example, I'm not paying $60 across different platforms to watch a TV show. Yeah, I mean, again, I think a lot of it is a distribution problem, but I'm just saying that it's not, this is not, an ethical solution to that is not to steal it. I'm okay with stealing from the rich instead we're stealing from the poor. Why are you okay stealing from the rich? Why is it okay to somehow, like, where is your line? Is it okay if someone who's poorer than you steals from you? Like, it's just, it's such a, it's just such a, like, as soon as you, like, under any form of analysis, this immediately falls apart. Next with the 5 gifted subs, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, people think they're Robin Hood while they're just robbing fucking... They're stealing a bag of gummy lifesavers from 7-Eleven. Like... Oh my god. Yeah, you're really doing something, man. The disparity between somebody poorer than me and these corporations is vastly different. Yeah, I think that they disagree with you on that. Yeah, I think people that, you know, and here's what's so funny to me about this is like you, and this is your own logic, and you've now created the rules for how you think that you're going to live your life. Well, what happens whenever somebody creates their rules for how they're going to live their life and those rules are different? Well, then they're going to steal your shit. You see the abortion thing? Oh yeah, I saw that. Reminds me a bit of a Berserk. Great story. Yeah, it was a very good book, man. Or whatever. Manga, anime, whatever you want to watch it. You think AOC will play AOC whenever it comes out? I highly doubt it. Fines like traffic tickets should be income based. They are in certain countries. When are you doing the Iron Mouse interview? I think maybe next Friday. I'm not sure. I talked to her about it, and I didn't confirm it with her yet. But that was the that was where we left off. Damn, bro. Like, when am I gonna get some fucking mobs to kill? Like, this is awful. Oh, am I gonna be able to get this one? Yeah, I will. Nice. Give me the loot. Mount. Nope. Oh, getting a VTuber model? I don't plan on it, no. Not at the moment. Blizzard will force us to play the mobile thing, so we get a mount like HOTS and Hearthstone. I think it'd be smart if they did that. In a court case, Amber was getting accused of having an affair. I don't know. I mean, like, maybe. I have no idea whether she was doing that or not. I ran out of drinks, like I got nothing. I'm pissed. Drink a Pepsi. Just gonna get some Gatorade, but I don't have any. I was gonna buy some this morning too. That's the thing. Thoughts on Sony maybe buying Square Enix? I don't know. I'm not sure what to think about. If you steal from someone who stole shit, well, that doesn't really matter to me. I mean, unless you're giving it back to the person who originally owned it, it's just the same. Yeah, that's how I see it. Again, I think people are just so fixated around finding some sort of like a, you know, moral authority to do bad things. I find that to be the root of evil, or one of the big roots of evil, is people that look for the moral authority to do a bad thing. I think that if you look at history, you'll find so many circumstances where that is the, that's the cause. I want to steal TV shows, but I can't afford 30 streaming services. Yeah, well then, I mean, just pirate it then. I mean, like, I don't know. Which of your Glad mounts my favorite? Is my favorite? Of all of them, I'd say probably, I really like this one a lot. I think this mount is fucking amazing. Besides that, I'd say probably this one. I think this is one of the coolest looking ones. Yeah, I really, really like this mount. How does this work? Pull nearby menacing Vespoid workers. And then you get a buff. Okay. I have to get 20 stacks of this, right? I think that's how it works. Why is he not, can I make him stop? How do I make him stop? Okay. You can dismiss him? I don't know how. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Click his button, it didn't work. I just have to get a few more stacks. Okay. Make sure I get everything else caught up. So annoying. Good job, man. Just gonna leave. Okay. Oh fuck, I need to actually kill this mob. Like, I'm gonna just go over there and kill this while I wait for them to figure it out. I saw it calling with Cosper's chat. No, he's not. Probably does not even watching my stream. It's just probably like dumb. Like, that's all. Probably just only playing Retail Warrior. Wait, why would I not like playing Retail Warrior? Okay. Retail bad. I can't imagine playing TBC all the time. It's a solved game. It takes 0 skill. It's a shock to me that people still play it. Okay. The fuck is this? Versatility Mastery? That's a lot of stats. Oh, this one's up. Let's go kill him. Play for Arena and Logs, which are highly competitive. I mean, our Logs really competitive whenever every single person has access to the best... Like, the rotations are so easy, it's not really competitive whenever you just have to hit 3 buttons. Okay, let's kill this guy. Arena being competitive, sure, yeah, sure.
I was like, compared to people stacking bloodlust and innervates on themselves? Yeah. That's very true. For your wild side, you mad that I'm saying bad things about your game? Jesus Christ. I can't imagine that there's still classic Andys around, man. It's just sad. It really is. Alright, let's go turn this one in. I'm done. Oh, I've got to go kill this guy, actually. Yeah. Just Malders, man. The classic Andys. It's like, how long? Like, bro, like, how? Malders remalding, yeah, nostalgia's good with the past behind. I just, like, I don't know. It's like, I couldn't see myself wanting to invest time into classic WoW whenever I could play retail WoW. Like, I already know everything that's gonna happen with classic WoW. Like, there's no surprises, there's no theory crafting, there's no learning, there's no anything, right? It's just playing the same game that's been out for 15 years because it's, you know, like, I think that, like, in a lot of ways, classic WoW is better than retail, but the ways that it's better are just, like, ways that I've already kind of exhausted that, you know, I've done this enough, so I'm not that excited about it. Thought you're for sure going for Scarabord easy mode with your fan base. Why didn't you? The reason why I didn't go for Scarabord is because it wouldn't be good content for my stream. Like, if I wanted to go for Scarabord, I could have done it 2 or 3 different ways. And I thought it would be bad stream content. It would be boring, and I care about my stream more than I care about, like, a title in WoW or something. Yeah, like, that's kind of like, in general, this has always been like a policy of mine, is like, I will always do what's best for my stream. And that's it. Could have done on my alt. So let me get this straight. You think I should have gone on my alt account, and after streaming for, I think at that time, like 6 hours on my main account, or 6 to 8 hours on my main account, I would immediately get on my alt account and start farming, like what? Like, Scarabord crystals or something? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. It's ridiculous. Why not? I felt like also the way that people were obtaining Scarabord devalued it in my mind. And I think this is probably the case of how it was back then, but I just didn't really know that. And, it's like with Scarabord, like, Scarabord was just given to people that were like guild masters and who had like some degree of control over, like, you know, people made it to where like you had to farm bugs and stuff like that. Like, just miss me with that bullshit, man. Like, that's like the opposite of prestige. It's literally the opposite of prestige in my mind. Oh my god, this pet never spawns, man. Wait, is that it? Was that it? I think it's a red one, right? No. You say it's a toxic hive mind? Yeah. But again, it's just like I have a lot of other things that I have to do in my life, right? Disagree with that one? One of the hardest mounts to get? I don't really think so. I think it's something that people are... I don't think have I ever done this one? Maybe not. Like, it's hard to get, but for all the wrong reasons. You know, it's like saying that the honor level 500 mount is like really hard to get. It's like, yeah, it's really hard to get, but like whenever you see one, is it really prestigious? Like, not really. It's just a participation award, and you have to participate for a really long time. Hard for regular dudes, not content creators? Yeah, exactly. And so, like,
And also, it's not hard for people that like run a guild or have like, you know, control over a guild too, because that's what a lot of people did too. First month's good. It's Heartbreaker, very low availability. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I hope they change that. Only thing impressed me are Cutting Edge and 3K plus rating. I don't think Cutting Edge is really that impressive because there's plenty of people that get it way later in the tier where people are like super overgeared. Nothing about Classics prestigious anymore. Yeah, I agree with that. I like the speedruns. I thought the Classic WoW speedruns were really cool. Because, like, at that point, you did have, like, new ideas and stuff like that. And Booster so on, started to think nothing's impressive. To me, if I stop streaming, my, I would get more stuff in WoW than if I was streaming. Because the odds are, like, I used to be, and this is just, like, the truth, right? I mean, if you go back and you look, before I streamed, and whenever I only streamed WoW, etc., and I just, like, streamed really casually, I had way more stuff. I did. I had way more stuff. Like, comparatively, like, I was way more progressed than I am now. No, that's not my point. I don't really care what your point is. Like, you're just like one of those people that's like, I don't know. Like, it's just, I'm just gonna ban you. Yeah, when you're grinding right now, will it last after Shadowlands? I mean, like, it will, like, in an abstract, yeah. I think it will. Because, like, I mean, I guess, like, you have mounts and, like, stuff like that. Okay. There we go. What's in the box? Dick in the box. Great. Okay.
I have many wares.
This is good though. Like, now I can get another item. Where is it? Enlightened Quartermaster. Okay. Might as well buy them out. Conduit. Do I have all my conduits at 239? I don't even know. I guess I'll buy it and find out. Memory of Unity. Oh yeah, this is the one. Oh, I can't do it here. Well, now everything's 239. You want the Unity recipe? Yeah, I know. I just wanted to be able to craft it. For Shadowlands wasn't high, but for Dragonflight it's even less. Oh, I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, I'm hoping that Dragonflight is going to be good and everything, man. Like, I'm really hoping it's going to be fun. I think that they're making a lot of good decisions with Dragonflight. I think that what they've said about the expansion is good. But the thing is, like, we've also been here so many times before, it feels silly to get overly excited about something whenever, you know, we've already had... Nice. There it is, boys. That's another one. Fuck yeah, dude. Super hyped to try the mount system. Yeah, exactly. And so, like I'm cautiously optimistic about the expansion, and I think that we'll really get to see, you know, what it's gonna look like sooner than later. Fuck yeah. It's actually kind of a cool mount. I'll have to look at what the best looking one of this version is, and I'm gonna use it. Any dragon flying will be a letdown. Yeah, I think it's probably gonna suck at the beginning. They're gonna have to make it better. I mean, I think it's pretty fair to assume that. New trinkets? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the new trinkets. Like, I don't know how they work either. Learning experience you had now, would you have been hyped for Classic if you knew it was coming out for the first time now? No, I just would have played on a PvE server and enjoyed it. I think a lot of people were... Like, I think that my enjoyment of Classic WoW would have gone up, like, by double if I had played on a PvE server. Because I just had, like, people that were... oh, I need to go do this. Let me go... well, let me do that. I don't know. Let me just do this one. I had people that were, like, constantly, like, running after me, like, as a content creator, right? Because I was, like, the biggest Classic streamer. There were, like, a lot of people that would go out of their way to, like, just, like, spend all day, like, trying to find me in game and, like, fuck with me. And, like, I don't like that. So... And I originally didn't want to play on a PvP server, but unfortunately I kind of felt like I got pressured into it, and I gave into the pressure, and I played on a PvP server. And it ended up being as bad as I thought it would be. And so, like that's why I think a lot of people quit streaming on Classic, is because it just wasn't fun. They could have done that in PvE by tagging your mobs. Yeah, but like the truth is, like, tagging people's mobs is actually TOS. People have gotten banned for that back in the day. I remember that very clearly. Yeah, so it was a really, really bad time, and I really had no fun in it at all. It was not enjoyable, even in the slightest. I'm glad it's over. Let's see if do I have to do any of these? I think I'm done with all of these, right? Kyrian. The Maw. Wait, what the fuck? Do you think about playing Lich King Pirate Server? Oh no, I'll play whenever it comes out. I mean, of course I will, sure. But it's not something that's gonna last forever. That's all it comes down to. I was watching Waz get sniped in twos a few days ago. It was sad. Yeah, and like the thing is that, like, I don't want to play a game like that, because it basically, what it does is it creates like a it creates a culture around harassment, and especially if like the developer doesn't like do anything about it. So like, because you have people that watch the stream at that point because they like seeing you get fucked with, because they think it's funny. And you end up like building a community of people that actively dislike you and resent you. And I think that's what happens whenever you play games like that a lot. So it's just it's not a good time. It's not something I'd want to do. It's like for example, like, why would I want to do that? You know what I mean? Like, why would this be something I would willingly opt into or choose to do on my own? There's no reason for it. Wings of Redemption? Yeah, I think that's an example, sure. I had fun watching. Yeah, well, that's the thing, though, is like, you might have had fun watching, but like, whenever, it's like, it's kind of like the difference between like somebody laughing at you and laughing with you. And I feel like a lot of the vibes in Classic WoW were like people laughing at you rather than with you. And it just was a really unpleasant community. It wasn't fun to do. And so that's why I don't really do it anymore. So, what's my animal? My animal sucks. Alright, let's do it. Let's beat his ass. Square Enix bearing harassers in Final Fantasy got rid of people trying to gatekeep you pretty easy, at least. Oh, absolutely. I thought that was all of them. Yeah, it's easy to deal with it, but Serbian Warriors read about Classic experience. How long? Pilav? No, I think Pilav had a good time. The thing is, like, I had said this about Classic WoW, like, you can go back and like into like my Reddit comments from like, you know, 3 or 4 years ago, and you'll see me saying this about Classic WoW, is that like I thought I would play it a lot for 1 month, and then I thought I would play it half and half on the second month, and then like in the third month it would just be maintenance mode. And like people got really mad at me for that because they said that like that's not true. And like the game would just be consistently, it would never stop being fun. And I was right. And so, you know, there you go. So it's actually something I had said already. What's this? Oh, it's a buff. Oh, it just makes him take more damage. Okay. Think it happens at all in RPGs? Yeah, I think so. To an extent, it definitely does. Switch class and roll can tire you out, so I bounce back and forth. Yeah. I've just always liked playing warrior, you know? Never felt the need to be on the front line of the classic shit? Yeah, it was a fun time in some ways, but it was also just unpleasant in other ways. In general, it was probably the least fun I ever had streaming. Like that's like including like in combat. Of course I'm in fucking combat. There we go. Like the first month was really fun. Like I'll give you that for sure. Like the first month was definitely fun. But then once like people got to like stream sniping like people in my raid, like they would see who's in my raid based off of the raid frames on my stream, and they would catch stragglers in my raid, and they would just like keep MCing them and like killing them over and over and over just to make my raid take longer, just to make people have to wait. And that was just wasn't fun. People would whisper your raid members, talk shit to them whenever they died. Yeah, true. We all got sniped him when he streamed the left. Yeah, I don't know. Fun to watch though. See, like I actually didn't think it was fun to watch, because like every time that like this would happen, like my views would start going down. Like I remember whenever this would happen, like I'd start losing viewers because like nobody wants to sit there and watch you, you know, just get killed over and over and over. It sucks. That's fun first 3 times. Yeah, I think so. I think that's generally like the way I look at it too. It's kind of like it's like a Twitch chat joke almost, where like it's funny for like the first few times and then like it's 2 years later. You know what I mean? As soon as it got so negative over time after that, yeah, exactly. Like the best decision I ever made was quitting that game, and then I just went back and I only did retail WoW stuff whenever I came back, and it was a very good decision, and it helped my stream a lot. Okay, so did I do all of these? Like I'm just trying to see. I think that I have. Okay, great.
Our enemies amass outside Helgard Keep. Thin their numbers before they have the
Might as well kill
chance
this
to
guy.
strike.
From A to Xerath, did you finish that for 1 mount? No, I haven't. Yeah, I remember that, Miguel. I do. Also gave you a lifetime supply of ban appeals. Yeah, that's true too. Toxic, so much underage infants to kill a joint. No, I don't think that was at all. I think that most of the people that were that kind of an audience, I think those people were actually they were adults. Like most of the people, because like you had like with classic WoW, it was like a kind of a unique community, because you had people who actually predated social media. So these are people that like actively dislike it because it's different. 90% were boomers that can't hack it in retail arena. Oh, that's 100% true. Like, I'm not much better, right? But like, you know, I don't go around saying that like the easier game is better because it's easier, you know? Which advertise? The advertise thing was just like, that was only one person, you know what I mean?
Like, obviously that sucked. I didn't like that either, but like, it was just, like, it wasn't just like one person, it was like 50 people. Yeah, it was like, it was no one person. Another new WoW tweet, mount recolor. Let me see. This is actually really good. That's smart. Like, I like this new one a lot more. This is awesome. Yeah, that's good. Purple equals win. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they actually listened to what the players said and they changed them out. Like, that's awesome. I'm glad they did that. Looks like the old Voidwalker? Yeah, it does. Longest break you ever taken from WoW? Probably 2 or 3 months or so. I'd say somewhere around there. What's your currently your second favorite class? Probably Warlock. I'd say Warlock for sure. And it didn't take one patch to do it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it was easy. See, that's how easy it really is. Like, you just do it and that's it. Problem solved. Do a poll on concepts as community decide Keystone Master will get? No, I don't think they need to do that. Those young guys get cool classic flushed in? Yeah. Actually, I guess I should. Memory of Unity. Okay, so I can't really upgrade this belt because it doesn't have versatility on it. So I'm gonna change my belt, and then this is actually a pretty big upgrade for me. Listen to player stuff. We'll really transition into Dragonflight. I don't see the reason to write a blank check. Let's see what happens. Yeah, let's see what happens. Like, I don't want to write a blank check about this. So what do you guys think I should do? I think maybe I could buy the legs. I could maybe buy legs for the legendary, and that way I have a higher item level in PvE. Because I could buy the belt, but like, I think the legs would be better because they'd give me more stats. Chest, I already have a tier chest, so I don't want to do tier chest. The legs, I'm saying legs because those are the ones that I don't have. Next are rings for biggest secondary. Need to buy a replacement belt. Yeah, that's actually true. So I guess I could just replace the belt. Yeah, let's just replace the belt. Who cares? Waist guard. Okay, there we go. Alright, so buy that. And now I need the missive of, it's haste verse, I'm pretty sure.
If you find anything exotic.
Okay, here we go. Did you already talk about Laura's tweet about streamers watching the trial? I mean, there's not really much to say. I disagree with him on it. I think that watching the trial for content is good, and also, you know, as I said, if I can do it, I'm going to do it. That's about it. I think that there's a lot of cases where I'm not really a person that, like, I don't like justifying what I'm doing. Of course you disagree, it's easy content. Yeah, it's easy content. Yeah, that's simple. That's why I stream it, receive a lot of donations. You don't really get a lot of donations on React content, actually. But like, yeah, that's the thing, is
Shows how dumb our system is. Yeah, but like I can make like an emotional argument. I can say like, yeah, I mean, like I have a lot of friends that have had this happen, and like, yeah, sure. But like the truth is, like, I'm gonna do it because it's easy content and people like watching it. So like, I don't know. That's all there is to it. The morality of it, I don't really care about that. I mean, that's really the truth. Kind of people want to see it's on YouTube. Why can't it be on Twitch? Well, I think it's like profiting off of it, which is true. Well, that's the way it goes. Yeah, I think that you can always make arguments for why it's okay. You can make arguments for why it's not okay. You go back and forth on that, you know, forever. Let me just delete this, I guess. So I don't really need this anymore because I have this one. Okay. Is justificative a reactive emotion to feeling guilty of your actions? I don't know about that. It doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, of course I'm going to do it. It's easy content. It's easy content. Like, I have an opinion about it. And so, like, yeah. I put 2 and 2 together. It's the easiest decision of my life. Are people so uncomfortable with money? Like, we know you profit from your channel. I think there's just like a lingering resentment people have with money. You know, like streamers and people making money off of things. Yeah, I think it's very, very popular. It's fun to watch a streamer. I would have watched it myself if you guys weren't watching it. Yeah, sure. It's unexpectedly entertaining. Yeah, I'm surprised about it being entertaining too. Only mad because they aren't making as much doing it. They aren't good at doing so. I think there are people that just genuinely dislike it. Like I like lore. I might disagree with him on this or whatever, but it doesn't mean I don't like him. I think that he might just dislike it in general, and that's okay. I mean, like, there's not like, the thing is, like, I don't really ever require people's approval for doing things, right? If I did, I wouldn't be where I am today. If I can, I will. You heard about Metal Gear Rising? Yeah, a lot of people want me to play it. There's a lot of people that want me to play it. I've grabbed streamers and content creators, to be honest. I think there's a lot of people that don't like it because they want to be in the position. Like, I think there's people that are unhappy or upset because they are they're in a position where they're not able to make money, or like they're not in the same position that they want to be in, and they view streamers and like what streamers do is like not. It's like it's not. It doesn't have value to them. They feel like streamers are getting too much money, or YouTubers or celebrities or something like this are getting too much money, and because of that, I think it creates resentment, especially now with like income inequality being so big and everything like that. You are? I think that streamers and YouTube content creators are actually making the most fair amount of money possible, and the reason why I say that is because it's completely dictated by performance. They're completely fan funded, so people are literally giving you the money. Like, it's not like you're stealing it from like lower employees. If like you get 100,000 subs, that's 100,000 people that gave you money. I can't think of anything that's more fair than people directly funding you. How could anything be more fair than that? Have Ludwig on Allcraft? I'd love to talk to Ludwig about some stuff. Yeah, I like Ludwig a lot. Coming on Allcraft, maybe. Maybe you could come on my podcast whenever I start doing that. Guarantee you get massive stream audience, played Metal Gear Rising. Cutscenes are good for content. Well, maybe I should. Okay. You're advocating your self-interest? Of course. Alright. Did you watch Poker with Ludwig? To be honest with you guys, I never watch streams. I never do. I think that almost every stream ever is like super boring. I've never been a stream watcher, to be honest with you. I didn't watch any streamer besides Wreckful and Kriparian every once in a while before I started streaming myself. Which one do I have to do? Oh, fuck. Expansion features. No, it's not this one. Where's the quest? Where's the achievement for completing all these adventures? I don't know where it is. It's not here? Wait, did they get rid of it? Expansion features? It wasn't there. Expansion features Covenant. Okay, I got it. Coalescing Stygia, that was one of them. Okay. Easy GG. Hopefully my guys won't die. Twitch makes podcasts better, in my opinion. Keep it online. We're probably not going to. Fuck. I think there's also value of having a podcast that you just do offline. Okay, so let's see here. I guess I'll just do this one too, maybe. Okay, fuck this. I'm not gonna do it. Whatever. I'm doing podcasts sometime soon. I don't have a date for it, unfortunately. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. I've had some fun today. You guys have too. I feel like we have. And so thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna be back online. If not tomorrow, probably not tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, then I'm gonna be back online on Saturday. And I'm gonna be doing I'll be doing Alta 4 on Saturday, and then on Sunday we do Vampire Survivors new patch, and maybe also Transmog Comp. I could also maybe just do that tomorrow on Saturday. I don't know. I haven't decided. But anyway, I'll let you guys go. Follow my Twitter, and you guys will be able to keep up and know what's going on. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Follow my Twitter, twitter.com/AsmonGold. Peace!